Good morning and welcome back to G-Fest at Silverstone. It is day 2 of racing here for Ginetta's standalone meeting here at the home of British Motorsport. Yesterday we were on the full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Today we migrate over to the Silverstone National circuit. So the circuit effectively split in half. We've gone from a very technical track with a lot of braking zones to a circuit where slipstreaming is everything, and for a few of our categories here, particularly the juniors, the GT5s, that means we are going to be in for a day of stellar racing. But of course this weekend is about so much more than the racing as well. We're celebrating 65 years of Ginetta, some of the finest cars to have ever come out of the Yorkshire-based factory of Ginetta are here this weekend. We'll get to see the LMP1 car, the G60 LTP1, the LMP3 machine, the G61 LTP3 running at full chat. And we're also going to have the very special sights and sounds of a 1984 Tolman today in the demonstration runs as driven by Ayrton Senna in the 1984 Formula One season. So lots to be excited about here today. Qualifying will be underway in just a few seconds. Myself, Adam Weller, back here in the commentary box. I'm delighted to say that joining me today on co-commentary is David Sullivan. David, how are you?
Very good, thank you. Good morning. What a resplendent day here at Silverstone for day number 2 of G-Fest. Obviously, tomorrow as well, we're back on the national circuit once again for day number 3. 3 days of Ginetta action here today. More importantly, though, today, onto the national layout, which means it's going to be a completely different dynamic for our drivers. On the right-hand side there, you can see the Wellington Straight, which they'll be coming into out of the Maggots and Beckett's complex. It's going to be a right-hander onto that straight this time, and expect to see drivers trying to break that slipstream a lot more than what you did yesterday as they're coming out of the left-hander onto that straight yesterday. You're not getting quite the same level of slipstream, so expect to see them using that in qualifying but trying to break that in the race.
Absolutely. The cars are already heading out for qualifying. The Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship qualifying session starts our day here at G-Fest. So then the qualifying session is already underway. As you can see, the cars behind the safety car at the moment. Our Ginetta Junior drivers are getting 2 sighting laps here to familiarise themselves with the national layout. We will then have 3 flying laps for all of our drivers, so just 3 flyers for them to get their time for qualifying. Their first and their second best times, of course, are utilised for the grids in race 1 and 2 respectively. Quite a high pressure scenario, I'd say, for these youngsters.
Very much so, and obviously starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, straight into qualifying with no first practice, so to speak. So drivers straight out there onto the track. Different layout, as we mentioned to you yesterday, so very important as well that they remember that they do need to turn right halfway around that Maggots and Beckett's complex, down onto the Wellington Straight. Much shorter lap for them, of course. Yesterday, the Ginetta Juniors lapping in, well over the 2-minute mark because of the length of the full Grand Prix circuit. Expect them to be well under the 1-minute mark on this national circuit, so going to be very, very interesting for them because, like I say, very, very high pressure situation. Got to get it right, and the times are going to be so close in qualifying today, with the circuit layout being a lot faster because there's very little in the way of braking zone. It's more about the slipstream. Expect them, and you see now, even on this sighting lap now, nobody trying to find space. They're all trying to stay together because, as you mentioned earlier, all about that slipstream. I think yesterday they'd have been looking to open up a little bit more of a gap. Today you can see them, with the exception of the few drivers coming out towards the rear of the field there. The field very, very closely packed together. The interesting dynamic for me is how many of these drivers have had a little bit of a chat in the paddock and said, right, I'm going to do a slipstream for you, then we'll have, in the middle lap we'll swap round, then on lap number 3 we'll swap round, we'll have another slipstream, because it's not, everybody's out there, but there is cars in the same livery, there are teammates out there. For the best part of it, it's you're in it for yourself, but you're going to help to, you want to help your team as well, because you might need them later on in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll see a lot of people trading. I'll do one lap in your slip and then I'll do a lap in yours. They should be coming back into the pits at the end of this sighter before they then go off on their 3 flying laps, if I've understood the rules correctly. So we will see them launch properly into action in a few moments' time. Of course, we saw yesterday Freddie Slater, as impressive as ever in the junior categories, really had something of a hold over the Ginetta juniors to this point in the season. Currently leads by, well, just under 70 points, 66 points between himself. In fact, I should say 74 points between himself and Hugo Schwarzer, who is second in the points at the moment. So Hugo Schwarzer, the young German driver, currently Freddie Slater's closest competition, but Freddie, who I'm sure, David, you'll be familiar with from karting, because he's made quite the mark on the karting scene, obviously managing to take a win yesterday, as well as getting a slightly poor first race in, but continuing to stamp his authority on the junior championship in his first season.
Yeah, absolutely. Started the day yesterday in P2. Didn't have the greatest of first races, but then came back in the afternoon with a pole position and a race victory in the afternoon, as you say, to cement his position at the top of the championship, Freddie Slater. And we'll be looking to replicate that once again today. As you say, qualifying times. The fastest time that they set will set the grid for heat number 1. And then the second fastest time will set the grid for heat number 2. So it does reward consistency, because yesterday you saw some drivers, they had a good fast lap, but then their second lap they were well off their normal pace. You know, we had drivers in the first session. We had Charlie Hart on pole position. He then retired, but then didn't even pit lane, and he's looking to be the first one out. Of course, 20-minute session, but as you say, 3 laps for our drivers. So looks like everybody's just rolled straight down the pit lane and is ready to go out once they get the go-ahead at the commencement of this session. So say there is 20 minutes on the clock. It's whether the drivers are obligated to go straight down and queue up, or whether they can, if they want, wait for everybody else to set theirs and go out for a clear track, which I think yesterday would have been prime.
Yeah.
Today, maybe not so. I think we're going to see everybody go down to the end of the pit lane, and once they get the green light to go out onto the circuit, I think they will see.
First season for a few of our drivers, all but 3 of is currently at the top of the timing screens after the first flying lap. Finn, who started from the very back of the grid in race 1 yesterday, qualified 20th, finished in P2 after briefly leading in the closing stages. So a 1:11.470 is the benchmark for now. Freddie Slater was just going up someone's inside there, going into Brooklands at the end of the Wellington Straight. We'll have to see whether that's worked out for him. He has, and he's with Charlie Hart on circuit. That's a combination we've seen bumper to bumper on several occasions already. So on this second flying lap, let's see if Freddie Slater can improve. He will have slightly shallowed up his entry into Brooklands in overtaking Charlie Hart, and has that proven costly or beneficial? Let's see as they cross the line. Slater does improve his lap to a 1:11.485. Charlie Hart is currently down in 9th place. Behind them, Alicia Palmovsky has also improved to 1:11.612. She remains 3rd in the standings. Chase Fernandez has just gone 2nd. Slater now promoted to 1st, and that's because Finn Harrison's time has just been disallowed owing to track limits. So Finn Harrison, who was momentarily on provisional pole position, he's been stripped of his first flying lap. So Freddie Slater, our provisional pole sitter, as they go on to flying lap number 3.
Well, when you only get 3 laps, you can't really afford to be having them disallowed, because now he's got to do 2 perfect laps in terms of track limits. We saw at the first start of this session, Charlie Hart was the one using the slipstream to drag Freddie Slater along. Slater this time was the one that was in front, and then you saw the benefit of that down the straight. So they've almost done each other a favour for each of the 2 laps. The 21 there with Alicia Palmowski closing right up on the back of these 2. Could expect quite a quick lap from her as she comes through, only a 1/10 and a fraction off Freddie Slater's fastest time, and she's been able to use the slipstream with 2 drivers as they head now out onto the old start-finish straight here at Silverstone. So they come over the line. Palmowski does indeed drop down in the standings slightly, because we've had Leo Robinson move up into 2nd place in the 37 machine. Look at that gap, 1,000th of a second between Slater and Robinson at the front as they head out onto what will now be their final flying lap of the Silverstone National Circuit.
So then that is surprising, actually. I was very much agreeing with you there that I thought Palmovsky might improve on that occasion. Top 5 currently split by 1 1/3 of a second. Absolutely minor margins between the 2. Where's Hugo Schwarzer? 7th fastest at the moment for Hugo. We know he can work his way through the order, though, so I don't think he'd necessarily sweat that. I think this is them coming in this time. I think most have already done their 3 flying laps. We'll have to see whether or not that is the case. There's the 37 car. The 37, of course, being Leo Robinson, who will look at the Delta coming back into the pit lane. He'll look at his time relative to Freddie Slater and go, come on, universe, I can't get any closer than that, surely.
Well, when you look at that, you look at it in time, and then trying to explain it in terms of how much of the car crossed the line.
Oh, yeah.
You're looking at maybe the width of the front splitter.
Yes.
It's millimetres is the difference when you get down to 1,000th of a second.
Sometimes especially in club level racing, where there are lots of different types of car, you often get the position of the transponder having an effect on a race result. Of course, lap time, it doesn't really matter as much where the transponder lives on the car. But yeah, that is as minimal as it can get. So everyone back into the pits, everyone has done their 3 flying laps, and it is Freddie Slater who has claimed pole position provisionally for the first of the Ginetta Junior races. Of course, we'll see the grid for race 2 formed of the 2nd fastest laps, but Slater with a 1:11.485 tops the session by all of 1,000th of a second, a 1:11.486 for Leo Robinson. Luca Hopkinson, 3rd fastest with a 1:11.537, and our first 2 rows covered by just over a 1/10 with Chase Fernandez there on a 1:11.611, just 1,000th of a second clear of Palmovsky in 5th place as well. So Alicia just 1,000th of a second off of Chase Fernandez. Lots of very close margins up and down the grid. People will say, oh, another Freddie Slater pole position, shock and horror, but certainly a close run thing that session.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting race. As you say, we've got a few drivers there that have set times for that initial race number 1 today here at Silverstone, within 1,000th of a second of each other, with Slater and Robinson, then with Palmowski just a fraction off Chase Fernandez as well. There's not too much of a gap either between Harrison and Schwarzer in 6th and 7th respectively. So there's going to be some really, really interesting battles. I think just the circuit layout really does lend itself to some incredibly close racing. We're going to expect to see everybody sort of staying together a lot more than what we did yesterday, where effectively you get one good corner and it does open yourself up a gap, and you are able to break that slipstream. So the qualifying for our Ginettas juniors, just all the drivers just sort of being directed away. They'll leave their cars and make their way off into the back into the paddock. The cars will be collected later on. They don't have to drive them through the paddock, which is handy. They do what they need to do and then head off back into the safe domain of the paddock here at Silverstone. As we see the car of Freddie Slater there on the left-hand side, we'll be expecting to see that one going off pole position. Tough break though as well for was it Fernandez who had that time deleted.
It was Harrison.
It was Harrison, wasn't it, who had the time deleted? So he's going to start race 1 in 6th place, and then it'll be their second fastest time will set the grid for their second race here today. So yeah, Harrison, who was briefly on pole position and then had it removed for track limits, which I'm going to assume would have been on the outside of Copse, because in terms of track limits, they're not going to have quite the same level of opportunity to push those quite as much as they would have done yesterday.
No. Yeah, maybe there, maybe also exit of Luffield, exit of Brooklands as well, although I don't think that would actually benefit you particularly. Copse is definitely going to be the black spot for track limits violations today. We saw Harry Moss having a chat as well. I had breakfast with Harry Moss and his father Nick this morning. Of course, Nick Moss, a GT3 racer in his own right, has run here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit in a GT3 McLaren in years gone by, is running LMP3s this year. Harry, one of a few drivers on the grid, of course, with that racing background. We obviously have the Ginetta GT Academy qualifying session out at about 10 o'clock this morning after the Ginetta GT Championship. And in that category, you've got the three Tomlinson sisters, the three daughters of Lawrence Tomlinson, the man-in-chief of Ginetta, and lots of youngsters, lots of children of racing drivers, people in the racing community. They get roped in easiest of all, don't they? It's the easiest sell on them.
Oh, it is. You wake up every day and there's a race car just outside or in the garage, and it really is just easy. But the interesting thing is as well, you look at the Ginettas and you think, oh, well, everybody must have come through karting. They haven't.
No.
You know, sometimes with the first time that these drivers have got into motorsport is sitting in a Ginetta Junior. They do a test day. You can do a lot more with Ginetta, particularly now with the recent acquisition, of course, of Blyton as a dedicated test facility. You can go along, you can get yourself into a Ginetta Junior. You don't have to have the karting background. You have a look at some of the notes that were given to us kindly by Ginetta, as we see the tyres just being marked there for making sure that they don't get changed later on.
Yeah, exactly right. So that is the Hugo Schwarzer car. He's one of the people who has less experience. He did one season of karting in his native Germany last year. Felix Livesey in the 31 Zentek entry. He had no prior experience in racing before the Winter Series last year. Then, of course, you've got the likes of Freddie Slater, who won championships on the European and world stage. Alicia Palmovsky, she has various karting championships to her name as well. There is quite the mix of different experience levels as they come in. Of course, yes, they're all pretty much brand new to car racing. Some of them, though, will have been racing since they were in the single digits. Others making their first ever competitive racing appearance in a Ginetta Junior car. It is interesting to gauge everyone's various different backgrounds.
It is, and having said that, with karting, just because a driver may well have been a top-level karter doesn't always mean that you can pick that up and transfer that to cars. And the driver will always have the ability, but it doesn't mean that they can. When you're looking at cars, you're looking at the way the weight transfer is completely different to karting. They have the setup that you can do so much more with a car. Doesn't necessarily mean that just because the driver was good at karting, they can be good at cars. You don't have to be fantastic at karting to to be superb in a car. It really is a different dynamic, which is really interesting, particularly this year as we see a number of rookie drivers coming in to the series with, you know, almost 90% of the field, this being their first year in the championship, is really interesting, particularly as well as looking at the way the drivers develop. You know, the age span of Ginetta Junior, 14 to 17, is quite a difference in terms of not just, you know, you look at it and you think the age, it's only 3 years, but the way individuals develop through that that scale of where they are from 14 through to 17 is very, very important, because each of these drivers will have a different goal as to where they want to go. You know, you look at it, some of them are looking, you know, they want to do this and go down the Lando Norris route and go into single-seaters. Some of them will want to stay in tin tops and want to go down the Tom Ingram route and go into touring cars or into world endurance and into, you know, those sorts of races, particularly now this year with the Ginetta package as a whole moving over onto the GT package. You know, it fits. I think that aligns a little bit more with Ginetta as a whole.
Yeah.
You know, with them being GT orientated, now moving them over onto that British GT package, which continues to grow in its own right, I think is a good decision long term for Ginetta, because it's going to see them. They're going to see their drivers go all the way through from, you know, 14 when they join. They're going to stay within the same paddock now all the way through. I think it's going to be really, really interesting to see the development of Ginetta as a whole.
Yeah, there are so many, of course. I mean, the top of the current Ginetta racing ladder in terms of the cars they build would have to be the LMP3 machine. Of course, the LMP1 doesn't have anywhere to race on a contemporary basis. But yeah, you can absolutely go from the age of 14 to 19, 20 and be exclusively within the Ginetta family and, you know, put yourself all of the way towards a seat at the World Endurance Championship, at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Of course, Charlie Robertson is a good example of that. He's here this weekend sharing the prototype demo duties with fellow factory Ginetta driver Mike Simpson. So the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship qualifying session has reached its end. Next up out on the circuit, we're expecting the Ginetta GT Academy, the treaded tyres, the slightly detuned version of the G56, the G56 GT Academy car, boasting 270 brake horsepower from its 3.7-litre V6 engine. Those cars will be out on the circuit in the next few minutes. I think always interesting, especially over the course of the race distance. Treaded tyres, inherently less grip, can mean that if you push it a bit too much, particularly on power in the early stages, you're fighting an overheated tyre by the end of the race. And I think we've seen that a couple of times already this weekend, with drivers just struggling more and more with traction critical parts of the circuit and falling a couple of positions back at the end of the race.
Well, one driver who didn't fall back at all yesterday was Ravi Ramyid. He had a superb day. We'll talk about that in a few moments' time, of course, because we are going to move on to our qualifying session for the Ginetta GT Academy.
Discussing them, and yeah, Ravi Ramyid came into yesterday with a 4-point deficit in the championship, in the Ginetta GT Academy standings. He left Silverstone circuit yesterday with 19 points over former championship leader Nick White. So Ravi Ramyid really showed his cards and showed his authority yesterday for Century Motorsport. Nick White didn't really have the weekend he wanted. Of course, he was in a brilliant scrap in race 2 yesterday with the likes of Ed Akers and Mackenzie Walker. He's had no shortage of fun out on circuit, but I don't think he's quite had the results he would like.
No, 2 second places yesterday though, but had to come through the field having with a 4th and a 3rd for qualifying yesterday. Ravi Ramyid though pretty much set the marker down. He got 2 superb getaways. I think at least in race number 2, just managed to pull away. Wasn't overly helped at the start by the issues that he had at the start with the full course yellow and the safety car coming out. Just having a quick look at those cars. I'm not convinced they're
They are not.
What we thought they were.
This is an Adam glitch. I will take full responsibility for this. I thought we were on GT Academy, but I was looking at a different piece of paper. So my apologies to the drivers of the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. It is our main event, our premier Ginetta category that comes out onto the circuit now. So the GT Academy later on. I was just so excited to see Ravi Ramy try and get another pole position. Got ahead of myself. The Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship then, it is of course a mix of the GTP cars, the GT Pro spec G56, not quite the ultimate spec these days, because of course you've got the 6.2 litre V8 GT4 version racing in the British GT Championship and around the world. So this is the kind of single make spec version of the G56, but it's running slicks. It runs very quickly. Yesterday it was about 10 seconds quicker around the Grand Prix circuit. I'd expect maybe 3 or 4 seconds around this Silverstone National circuit over the Academy cars. 70 more brake horsepower, 340 brake horsepower from this version of the 3.7 litre engine. And then of course you've got the Ginetta GT5 cars. They are also G40s, much like the Ginetta Juniors. These are also running on slicks, and of course they don't have some of the restrictions on them that you need in order to allow 14-year-olds to race a car. Multi-class racing, always exciting. I like it when a single make series goes multi-class. It adds some complexity that we'd otherwise be missing.
Well, in a 20-minute race later on, 25 minutes that we're going to have later on, obviously after this qualifying session, you're likely to see those faster cars coming through the field as they make their way through, and the traffic management as they head towards the end of the race is going to be very, very important for our front-running G56 GT Pro drivers. So we see the 26 there of Luke Reed, who had a flat day yesterday in that he qualified 4th for both of his races and finished 4th in both of his races as well, did Luke Reed. So looking to improve on that today, hoping to get himself up into the top 3. With this qualifying session, it will be a more traditional format rather than what we saw with the Ginetta Juniors, which was effectively a 3-lap shootout. We are going to have a fully timed session for our Ginetta GT Championship cars.
And it's interesting, isn't it, that yesterday, of course, they had the 3 races. We finally completed the Silverstone 500 meeting from May here yesterday with round 4 of the season paradoxically taking place after round 8. Try not to think about it too hard. But we are now into the standard 2 races per day format here for the rest of the weekend. Must have been a bit of pressure yesterday. I was saying this going into the 3rd race. Doing 3 races plus a qualifying session. They were probably in the car for upwards of 2 hours yesterday. And of course, yes, a 2-hour stint is commonplace in something like the World Endurance Championship or whatever you want to use as an example. But especially getting in and out of the car, again and again and again, it must have been really mentally and physically draining for the drivers yesterday.
The thing with racing drivers, they are creatures of habit, and they have a habit which is they turn up in the morning, they qualify, then they race. And what happened yesterday was they turned up in the morning and they were thrown straight into a high-pressure situation of going, right, well, out you go, grid yourself up. Qualifying was a month ago.
Yes.
So get yourself prepared. We're going racing straight away.
I really hope there's an online statistician listening somewhere who can let us know whether or not a month between qualifying race and race is some kind of record. I've been trying to strain my head to think of a different example or a more prolonged example.
I mean, there's always this sort of world record, isn't there, between the driver's first win and their last win being somewhere like 100 races between them, or like look at somebody like Nico Hulkenberg, who raced almost 1 million races without standing on a podium, and the things that drivers don't want to remember. But this one was something very special. The qualifying session happening almost a month ago at the 500 here at Silverstone. So we've got a bit of dust being kicked up, but that could be just a driver taking advantage of trying to see how close they can cut the curb on the inside of the Beckett's corner on the right-hander onto the Wellington straight. Well, hasn't rained in a while, so we are likely to see that dust getting kicked up if a driver does push those limits ever so slightly.
Yeah, it was Karim Sekat who kicked up a little bit of dust there. I think he actually went wide coming out of Beckett. I don't want to definitively say that he might have forgotten what circuit we're on today, but he might have gone a little bit straight and then realised what was going on. But did speak to Karim yesterday, and I'll say it again this morning. We spoke yesterday, and he actually has backing on his race suit, on his car, from a charity that is near and dear to him. And we'll tell you a little bit about that. It is the SOS Child Villages program, which helps orphans around the world fund shelter, find themselves foster families, then later in life after education, also helping them find jobs. And his racing prize money, any prize money that he gets out of racing here in the Ginetta GT Championship within the GT5 Pro class, goes straight to the charity. And of course they're getting exposure as well from being on the race car. So he's working in lockstep with that charity, and we heartily encourage that.
It's wonderful, isn't it, when drivers get themselves involved with things outside of motorsport that will bring them to bring that charity and that cause to a wider audience as well. Here on the Ginetta GT TV channel. So the interesting thing here, Adam, is that we've seen there's the GT Pro car there in the middle of the what effectively will be the slower car. He needs to get out of that very, very quickly. But now on the inside there, that's going to compromise this qualifying lap as well, because he's much tighter into cops.
And ironically, that's Conor Garlick, who ended up coming from the pit lane in the second scheduled race, the third race of yesterday. Oh, he went off on the grass there, trying to warm up his tyres as well. But Conor Garlick had to work his way through the GT5 order in yesterday's third race for the Ginetta GT Championship. Of course, we are starting to get flying laps in, and it's currently Luke Reed sitting on provisional pole position. Luke Reed, currently our championship leader by 15 points. He had a much firmer grasp on the championship at the start of the weekend. He'd taken 6 wins to that point in the season, or rather I should say 5 wins. No, I was right first time, 6 wins. 6 wins before round 9 of the season yesterday, and did not really get the results together. His one saving grace is the fact that Ruben Haig was not there for the Donington Park round. So Ruben a little way down the standings compared to what we'd expect, but of course he took both wins, in fact all 3 wins yesterday here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So Ruben is coming in with a gut full of fire and lots of confidence, and he just goes top now, a 59.688. He tops the session. We've also had Blake Anglis set a 1 minute .051. We've had Carl Garnett set the exact same time out there on circuit, but Ruben Haig, as of now, once again seems to be the benchmark in the GT Pro class.
Well, and 2 pole positions yesterday, so currently sitting on a 100% record for every session that Ruben has taken part in, with the 3 race victories yesterday, 2 pole positions as well. Currently sitting at the top of the pile with a gap of just a tenth and a half back to Anglis and Garnett, who previously had set exactly the same time. Anglis setting it first, which would have put him above Garnett, but now he's gone even quicker on lap number 5, so that is then broke the 2 of them from that exact time that they were, but they wouldn't have had to argue about it. Anglis set it first, so Anglis would have taken the position.
And we see there Anglis just getting past the number 7 of Wager going into Brooklands. In fact, not quite getting past him. Blake Anglis, wakey, wakey, here comes Blakey, it says on his front bumper. Much to the amusement of myself and John Ratcliffe yesterday. Certainly expect Anglis to be up there. He's got some history in Ginetta's in the GT4 Super Cup that was the predecessor to this series, but this is his first weekend in the G56. Of course, I think fairly easy transition between the G55 and the G56. But Blake really did impress us yesterday in the rounds 9 and 10 of the championship.
What I want to know is whether it's written backwards or not, in the same way when you see a police car in the rear-view mirror. It's not.
Yeah,
oh,
John asked the same question.
He's missed the trick. He could at least mirror it one above the other maybe, so that those drivers... See the GT Pro car there using the slower car for a bit of slipstream, which is a bit different. That looked like that car was trying to get out of the way, really, to create themselves some space, allow the GT Pro car to go round the outside.
And just to say, we do have a provisional pole at the moment within the GT5 order for Nathaniel Hodgkiss. So Nathaniel Hodgkiss is currently the fastest of the cars in the GT5, the G40 GT5 category, on a 105.364. That's currently the best time in that category. Ella Lloyd, unsurprisingly, right up there as well, second fastest. And the man we see on screen just between the G56s, we've already, of course, mentioned Karim Sekat. He's third fastest right now, which is quite the improvement for him. He didn't feel that comfortable in the car yesterday. He said, look, this isn't my normal car. We've had to bring out a spare. I'm not quite as tuned in with this as my regular machine just yet. I'm a couple of seconds off the pace around the Grand Prix circuit, and the kind of point we almost simultaneously made to each other in conversation was, well, at least the national circuit's quite simple by comparison, and you can just be towed along if you're in the slipstream. And Karim does seem to be doing a lot better out on the circuit currently.
It is simple to look at in terms of its layout. What you have to consider is that the corners that yesterday didn't seem quite as important are very, very important today, because you have to be in that position where you've got to get a good exit to stay in the slipstream. And the areas that yesterday where slipstream wasn't important today, because the track is half the length, is now you're doing them twice as many times. They've become overtaking positions, because yesterday you'd have kind of looked at the GP layout and said, well, I'm going to overtake down into Stowe, and then I'm going to get the run up into the effectively the new complex of corners up at Village. Those aren't options today, so overtaking opportunities that weren't looked at yesterday as being prime have to be overtaking opportunities here today on the national circuit. So that's going to be really, really interesting. What is interesting as well is the number of cars that are coming into the pit lane, maybe having a tyre pressure change after the first half of the session, maybe just letting the tyres cool down a little bit. As you say, it's a long session, and these drivers have got to be able to look after those tyres. You know, they're not going to run optimum for the full 20 minutes, so maybe if they're just coming in, giving themselves 5 minutes, letting them tyres cool down, and then they're going to go again towards the end of the session. We hit the halfway mark at 10 minutes in this 20-minute session, as the provisional pole sitter at the moment is in the pit lane. It looks like we had a lock-up down there on the run into Brooklands. Could have been the 19 of Carl Garnett down there. Just looking at the circuit tracker, he's currently making his way around Luffield, so it would make sense that he was the driver that's just had a bit of a lock-up down there. Maybe just testing where he can break into there, because we'll be coming in there at a different speed as to what he will have done yesterday with the change in circuit layout. So doesn't want to put too much on the tyres, of course, in qualifying this 20-minute session. I think that's why we'll see some drivers in. Will Ruben Hayes go back out? Is important. He's got a bit of a gap. Does he sit now and wait, or does he go back out and try and cement? He's currently sat in the pit lane.
I'm getting the feeling they're going to send that car back out, but yeah, to your point, they could just kind of sit there and see what happens for the next few minutes. I do think they'll not want to risk the situation of watching someone find some slipstream and find a lap time they weren't expecting. We'll see whether or not Haig goes back out there. We've just had Leona Theobald move up to 7th place in the number 8 car within the GT Pro category, so Leona up to P7. We've also got Colin White up in 5th place, who was fighting with Leona quite a lot yesterday. So Colin White having a good one, and that's Sidhu in the number 16, our sole GT5 AM entrance, looping there on the entrance to Beckett's. Will now get the car back underway. Some nice runoff area to use there to get yourself back up to speed before rejoining the track surface. Bit of a loop for him though. I also just want to cover as well the 95 car, Callum Davis. I mentioned Colin White in 5th. I mentioned Leona Theobald in 7th, although Theobald has just improved again up to 5th place. Callum Davis, of course, had 2 front row starts yesterday in the rounds 9 and 10 of the championship. So Callum currently down there in 7th place. I think we're yet to see the best from him.
Yeah, 2 second place starts and a second and a third in the 2 races yesterday. Be disappointed if he does stay in 7th, having had a superb performance yesterday. As they head towards the end of the session, we saw there down the Wellington Straight how difficult it is with this track being so short to find a clear lap is going to be really, really important, as we've had another slight excursion there for Paolo Santi, the same corner that Sidhu went off. So just looks like the drivers are just trying to find where their braking point is there as they try and push to get the best time possible in qualifying. And Davies is down to 8th.
I think also if you have your brake bias wrong going there, where you've got to initially arc left and then get yourself set up for the right-hander that now is Beckett, I think you very quickly go straight on, because you need to have the car absolutely tuned in to get that corner right lap after lap. Still, look at that, watching TSL, I think, on his phone at the moment, is the driver of the 84, Blake Anglis. Anglis, of course, on top on a 59.629 right now, so he's keeping a keen eye on the live timing screens.
Either that or he's tuned into Ginetta TV.
That's true.
To
Hi,
have a
Blake.
look at himself. He could have turned around and had a quick wave, which leads me to believe that he was probably on timing rather than watching the live footage.
Yeah, well, there's stories from years gone by of in certain production car races watching some people having radios in the car and tuning into the circuit feed to listen to what was going on around them. I think certain events at Spa have been prone to that over the years. There's the slogan, "Wakey, wakey, here comes Blakey," on Blake Anglis's car, as Wager once again having a moment going around. That is at Luffield, isn't it? And Wager has had a couple of spins already, had some damage in yesterday's race as well. Currently 10th fastest. Let's hope he gets that car fired back up.
Well, it looked like he tried there, because we saw the plume come out of the exhaust, and then it looks like he was just waiting for a clear gap in the traffic, not to impede anybody whilst rejoining, because even from a standing start he wouldn't have wanted to put the power down too quickly, those rear wheels being on the grass, of course, so they're going to be dirty. So looked like I think the worry there was that we did see a little bit of a gap in the traffic, and I think we initially thought, well, if he's going to go, he'll go now, and he stayed and waited a little bit longer as a few more cars came through, but then did manage to rejoin the circuit. What that could well have done as well for those drivers that were on fast laps down there is that if they then go on to set their fastest lap whilst the yellow flags are out down there, that's not going to be they're not going to get to keep that time, as Sidhu has another off in a similar place. As you mentioned there, it's really all about getting the braking right and the brake bias into that corner, because the chances are the drivers are going to be braking as they're turning left. So the weight transfer then in the car, because then they're going to turn right next, is causing them a problem. What's going to cause a problem there as well is that the Wellington straight now is going to be littered with grass debris down the straight, as Sidhu was just going left and right, just cleaning them tyres off, because of course they get so much temperature in the tyres that, you know, they run offline, they pick up absolutely everything on those tyres.
To be honest, on the national circuit, an ever-increasing level of gravel on the Exeter Becketts is a rite of passage, so those who have some more experience will more than likely expect it. Of course, we talked about Callum Davis. He's still down there in 8th place now, so he's still not quite found the pace that he needs. But one thing I do want to highlight with him, he's one of very few drivers out there in the top class who you'll see with a black and yellow cross on his car. He is brand new to motor racing. He's also very depressingly currently doing his GCSEs, which doesn't make me feel old in the slightest. But graduated from kart at the start of the season, decided, no, not going to do juniors, not even going to do GT Academy. I'm going to go straight into the top class, the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, and he's just gone 3rd fastest, so he's found that lap time. A 1:0.003 for Davis moves himself up into 3rd place. Once again, Callum Davis looking very promising in the very early stages of his car racing career.
It must be tough when you've got to do your GCSEs on a Thursday and come racing on a Friday.
Yes, it's hard life. Except it's not. It's a very enviable life. Yeah, no, it's got to be difficult in all seriousness. A lot of the drivers we'll see, particularly in juniors, but also in academy, and even here in the Protyre Motorsport GT Championship, those who are younger will be juggling study and racing all at once, and that is no mean feat. I'm sure a few drivers had to really coerce their way into being able to race on Friday yesterday. We've got 3 cars off at Luffield. We have Karim involved in that. We've got the 19 car as well of Garnett, and one of the other GT5s involved as well, the 77, I believe that was, involved and entangled in all of that as well. So 3 cars in strife, Santi as well as this car, the number 10 of Karim Sekat, and Carl Garnett, all having a spin there. Whether they all made contact with each other or whether they were taking evasive action after an initial spin for one party, we're not sure, but it seems as though all 3 cars have gotten going again, and with 2 minutes of the session left to go, I think that's going to be critical for quite a few of our drivers.
Well, didn't look like there was any damage, but at least one of them coming into the pit lane there, the one behind us, GT Pro, that I don't think was too involved in the incident, but if they are coming in now, they're going to have to get out very, very quickly. Rough lap times in the 1 minute for the Pro, round about the 1 minute 5s for the GT5. So they're going to have maybe 30 seconds to get back out of the pit lane to get themselves round before the checkered flag. If they get round before the checkered flag, they're going to be able to complete that lap. But if they're coming into the pit lane now, they're either conceding the fact that the session is over, or they're just coming in to have something checked out after the issues down there at Luffield. 3 of them off, but it doesn't look like there was any damage with them, so it does look like just one driver's had an off and then there's been some evasive action taken by the other 2.
Sidhu's door mirror is askew, so maybe a little bit of a knock somewhere, but otherwise everyone seems to be fighting fit and A-OK. We've got 55 seconds of the session left to go, and it is Blake Anglis currently on that provisional pole position with a 59.629. Within the GT5 Pro class, it is Will Rochford who just came into the pit lane. He's got the fastest lap there, 105.001. Both drivers with quite small deficits. We've got Ruben Hage out there at the moment, just actually in shot there, the 3rd car in the queue. So whether Ruben Haig can actually get another lap in, with 25 seconds left on the clock, he should just about break the timing beam in time, but that will be his last opportunity to try and take this pole position. Oh, and a spin for Haig. As soon as we talk about him, there's a commentator's curse. Tick one off for the day. The number 6 car gets back underway, but I don't think it's now going to cross the line in time to get a final flyer in.
I mean, even if he does, he's going to be a lot slower than what he wanted. Blake Anglis is still in the pit lane, so he's not going to get back out to set another time. So it would have been Ruben Haig's only opportunity to put a time in to try and beat Blake Anglis, and then he's going to be slow because he's going to be coming out of that corner almost from a standing start rather than carrying all the speed out there. So I really cannot see. It's going to take something special for Ruben Haig to go through, and he does indeed as he comes straight into the pit lane, in fact, there. So it's going to be then down to Callum Davis, who needs to find 0.3 of a second, as the almost all now of the GT Pro field are in the pit lane. Davis is so I'm trying to have a quick look on the circuit track to find out whereabouts he is. It looks like
just
he's set
taken
some
the flag.
yeah, he has done, hasn't he? It looked like he'd set some sector times there, so he's not going to improve. Looks like GT Pro is pretty much as they were. I don't think we've got anybody out there that's likely to make a massive jump unless Leona Theobald can find 0.6 of a second. It is now down to the GT50, the GT5s to argue it out over their pole position, which is currently being held by Rochford.
Yeah, everyone's already taken the flag, just about, so I think that pretty much declares the session in favour of Blake Anglis in the GT Pro, and within the GT5s, Will Rochford, as you said, on top. So 59.629 is the benchmark set by Blake Anglis. That's a time that's netted him pole position by just over half a tenth. We do like a close margin here at the Silverstone National circuit, but he will be on pole position. Of course, their second fastest laps will be taken for the second grid as well, the race 2 grid later on today. Santi was the last across the line. He did not improve from 19th position, but a great session all in all, and interesting to see Blake Anglis on just his second day in the G56 really firing up and finding the time that he needs to be on that pole position. He'll be alongside Haig in race 1 on that front row of the grid. Also want to say a word to Colin White as well, 3rd row of the grid. Good start for him. Davis, again, will be hoping for better starts than he had yesterday. That'll be the critical thing. He knows he can do the 1 lap speed. He needs to get good starts to capitalise on his grid positions, though, here on the Saturday and indeed the Sunday to come. But quite the session. Congratulations to our pole sitters in class Anglis and Rochford. Very excited to see this multi-class dynamic unfold when we go racing around such a short circuit.
Well, even the time between the top 2 in GT5, Hotchkiss less than half a tenth behind as well. So it's going to be really interesting in that one, because naturally the focus always generally migrates onto the faster cars, but just because they're fast doesn't mean that the racing is any better. You know, the GT5's so close in terms of time and performance. You know, there's literally 2 tenths between each position all the way down. I mean, there's even less in the GT Pro, of course. I don't think there's anything beyond Callum Davis where there's more than a tenth between all the way down to Garlick in 9th place. So they're going to be really close. The interesting one for me in there, we've got some really close times all the way down, is to see whether Sidhu gets a bit more control into that 16 car, because I don't think he got some of the cleanest laps in there, and I think if they can just make a few tweaks to that machine, I think we might be able to see him make up a few places in the first race of the day.
Yeah, Sidhu, the only GT5 AM entrant this weekend. He'll be looking to get in amongst the pros. Of course, we do have the onboard with Ella Lloyd, 4th in the GT5 Pro session there, and she gave us some brilliant onboard shots yesterday, particularly through Maggots and Beckett's, where she was really having to hyper-correct the car. The reactions came in very handily for Ella Lloyd, and I'm sure that onboard will be showing us some great battles for the lead among the GT5s yesterday. We spent a lot of the race yesterday watching the GT5 battle between herself, Hodgkiss, Rochford, Luke Garlick. Some brilliant racing in the GT5s as well as the GT Pro classification. You get the best of both worlds here. You've got the big GTs in the top class in GT Pro, and then the GT5s kind of aping the Ginetta Junior racing style a bit more of an emphasis on slipstreaming and close overtaking all race long. Very fun championship is the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT series.
It is going to be very interesting as well towards the end of the race, them GT Pros catching up to what the tail of the field, having to make their way through. As I mentioned earlier, the traffic management is going to be key in this on this Silverstone National circuit, with it being a much shorter layout than what we used yesterday. You know, towards the end of the race, if you look at the moment in terms of qualifying, Blake Anglis's time nearly 9 seconds faster per lap than the tail end of the GT5. So by the end of the race, they will be catching those cars. They're going to have to make their way through the traffic. We saw the qualifying session at times being quite frantic, particularly down the Wellington Straight. Drivers trying to find some clear air in qualifying. In the race, they're going to have to get through that traffic, catch it, but get through it as cleanly as possible whilst losing minimum amount of time. Because if they just get stuck at the wrong point, they're going to potentially open the door for other people. We see the usual debrief here. If anybody can make out what that is, but that did seem to be quite bumpy on turning. But you know, we have to surmise at times, don't we, in the commentary box as to what's being said down there in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, so you mentioned there with the lap traffic situation, of course, we didn't see much lapping yesterday. We did see a little bit. They were about 1 minute and 40 seconds behind the front-running GT5 Pro cars yesterday. I suspect that majority of the GT5s will be lapped twice over the course of the 20-minute race later on. So traffic management from both parties, both classes, is going to be a much larger factor in this race to come, especially with the GT5s having a tendency to pool at the sharp end and them all together fighting each other. It's going to be a nightmare for anyone who's got a bit of a gap in the Ginetta GT Pro order. That is going to be quite intense stuff when they go racing a little bit later on. Incidentally, we do have just one more qualifying session to come. Our first race will be the Ginetta Juniors, the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship at 11:20 UK time. That will be our first race. We are expecting one more qualifying session, and this time I promise it will be the Ginetta GT Academy out on circuit. They are expected out in about 5 minutes time, and then we're also going to have a little bit of a parade as well. I understand we've got some supercars in the paddock that are going to get a run around this Silverstone National circuit too. But so very packed schedule for us today between the demo sessions, the parades, and of course the qualifying and the races. Just one more qualifying for today, and then we're kind of let loose into racing action for a majority of the day thereafter. And you see the scales in operation at the moment. I've been told to get off them for fear of breaking them a couple of times in my career. But you see there Blake Anglis and Callum Davis having a bit of a chat as well. Anglis with a bit more experience in Ginettas and in cars in general than Callum Davis in his rookie season. But hopefully everyone is judged to be all good, and we won't have any changes to the order before the race session later on. Their race, incidentally, their first of two races, will be at 11:55 this morning. So if you're tuning in to cheer on someone in the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, 11:55 is when you need to be back at the screen with a coffee in hand. Beverages may vary, but our next session will be the Ginetta GT Academy, I swear, and they will be going out on circuit in about 5 minutes. So I think we'll shift focus now to the Academy cars. Championship leader in the Ginetta GT Academy, who took the sweep of yesterday's races. Also got the fastest lap in race 1 and pole position, so he actually got 37 points in the first race. Did 35 for a win typically. This is Mackenzie Walker though in the 70 car. He's firing up and getting ready. Currently 5th in the standings. Mackenzie Walker missed out on a couple of point scoring opportunities at the season opener of Alton Park, but otherwise has had a fairly strong season there in podium contention. Ravi Ramyid though very much the driver to beat, and there is the 17 car. He will head out onto the circuit with some bees in the bonnet, determined, I'm sure, to adapt to this Silverstone National circuit in record time and score yet another pole position. So far this season, he has scored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 victories, and he is looking to make it 9 and 10 today.
Strong year then for Ravi Ramyid.
Little bit.
Yeah, I mean, most drivers would be happy with that, but I'm fairly sure that he wants to continue it today after what was a perfect day yesterday with 2 pole positions and 2 race victories for Ravi Ramyid on the GP circuit. So if he can transition to using the half circuit as quickly as he did yesterday on the GP, then I think he's going to be very, very difficult to beat, will Ravi Ramyid. But there'll be a fair few drivers out there wanting to push him as hard as they can. As we saw Mackenzie Walker at the start, he had a strong day yesterday with a pair of podiums, both third places, but did qualify and start the day in second place yesterday, with the other podiums going to Matt Shaw in the second race and to Nick White of Raceway Motorsport in race number 1 yesterday. So drivers that can certainly run at the front of this GT Academy class, but Ravi Ramyid certainly the standout driver of the season so far in GT Academy. We spoke briefly about these cars when we thought we were going to see them about half an hour ago, but they're almost a wound back version ever so slightly of the 56 Pro that we saw a few moments ago. They are, when I say wound back slightly, it's that they've had 40 horsepower taken off them. It's not a lot, is it?
It's not really, is it? No, 270 brake in these cars, 3.7 litre Duratec V6 motor. Of course, this car also eligible and extremely dominant in the Brit Car Trophy endurance category. Most of the top teams in the Class 1 element of that series run the G56 GT Academy car. So as with all Ginettas, even though there are these wonderful series to run the cars in, you can also take them elsewhere and find success at just about every conceivable level. First flying laps are coming in, and it's Mackenzie Walker who sets the early benchmark, a 104.511. I feel like we will get into the mid 103s potentially, maybe. Certainly 1 or 2 seconds a lap faster, I think, than the GT5 cars on slicks is about the benchmark that we should have for these cars around this Silverstone National circuit. We ride on board then with Amy Tomlinson in the 11 car. Amy, the managing director here at Ginetta. Of course, we spoke yesterday about her role as managing director. Of course, she had a bit of an accident in yesterday's second race, which she was pretty open about, you know, actually got a bit of a tap. There was a bit of contact meeting in the middle with Emma Tomlinson, so it was the two sisters having a little bit of a collision together, and Phil McGarty kind of the innocent third party in that incident as well. But both sisters, I asked them, did they still have dinner together yesterday? Yes. Okay, great, you're fine. So they're happy, even though they met in the middle at turn 1 at Stowe yesterday, or rather at Copse yesterday, and Amy will be looking to bounce back. I do like the memo on her steering wheel, which reads "break points." That is a very to the point little memo to put on your driver's steering wheel.
Well, at least it's got points on it rather than just break as just a reminder to use it. Great yesterday as well that, as you say, managing director at Ginetta, putting some funding back into Ginetta, but with that incident, because a few spares needed after that, ready for today. 3 days of racing, of course, for this Ginetta G-Fest. From yesterday and then into today and tomorrow as well, back on this national circuit. So for these drivers as well, 3 days of racing is quite a lot. It's very, very intense. We saw one of the interviews yesterday just talking about how intense that a race weekend of 3 meetings is, as we ride back on board once again with Amy Tomlinson. Just looks like she's trying to just find a little bit of space to get this one going, as she takes a much wider and slower line round the corner just to get the power on earlier. It looks like a lot of the drivers are going for one fast lap, then a cool down lap, and then going for another fast lap again out there today, rather because the session is the same length it was yesterday, but they're going to get twice the amount of laps in. They're able to do that, where they can do one fast lap and then ease off again and then go again, so they're not taking too much out the tyres. Yesterday on the longer layout was a little bit different, a little bit in terms of the psychology and the dynamics of the qualifying session, because yesterday they were only getting 6 or 7 laps in. They're going to get 14 or so in today, should they wish to maximise this session, which is why we're seeing a lot more drivers coming into the pit lane for things like tyre pressure changes compared to yesterday's session. So drivers getting more opportunity to set times. Ravi Ramyi the fastest so far, a gap of 0.4 of a second, although that has been closed ever so slightly by Nick White, who's just moved up into second place, but it was fractionally quicker that moved him up into second place. Drops Matt Shaw down into third, in front of Mackenzie Walker and Thomas Shelley. That's your top 5 so far. Although, if you're having a look at the timing, there is a number of rookie drivers on there, as we've got the 99 of Richard just facing the wrong way down there on the entry and exit into Beckett's. He's going to have to wait for the traffic to come through.
You can hear some tortured tyres as well, can't you, going through Beckett's. Manages to get the car back underway. Ravi Ramyi, I did say, I think, maybe a mid 103. We've already got the mid 103 7 minutes into the session, so it might go down further yet, with Ravi Ramyi currently on that provisional pole position from Nick White. So the championship top 2 currently on the front row. Again, a word to Matt Shaw as well in the rookie standings, the ex-pro footballer, really diving into the world of car racing pretty pretty readily, and Matt Shaw, still third overall at the moment, has pretty consistently started on the front 2 rows for the last couple of meetings here in the Ginetta GT Academy. The standout in the rookie class certainly at the moment this year, looking to follow in the footsteps, of course, of Ravi Ramyud, who was last year's rookie class champion within the Ginetta GT Academy. And I think if both drivers remain in similar championships, they remain racing together, once Matt Shaw gets more of that experience under his belt, I think those two are going to be much for a muchness in terms of speed. I get the feeling Ramyud and Shaw are going to be mentioned in the same sentence, battling quite a lot over the next few years.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. This is what we were saying earlier, though, wasn't it? You know, particularly more with the Ginetta Juniors, about drivers coming through. Just because they're racing now doesn't mean that they've made a career out of it. Matt Shaw, of course, 7 or 8 years as a professional footballer for teams and the likes of started his career at Sheffield Wednesday, didn't quite make it there, went to Wrexham, he's been at Blackpool and Morecambe as well, and now at Silverstone.
Funny, isn't it? I think his career curtailed a little bit due to injuries, but certainly still living life to the full, still getting that sporting adrenaline rush, and there's a lot of that up and down the field in terms of ex-sportsmen at a professional level, chief among them being Ravi Ramyud, who of course used to be a pro snowboarder back in his professional career. Second in the standings coming into this weekend, now in the lead of the standings over this man, Nick White. Nick White has a bit more racing experience than most of the grid. Started racing back in 2016, but certainly has his work cut out to try and fight off Ravi Ramyud, who is in just his 2nd season of racing. Amy Tomlinson having a little bit of a moment down at Beckett's. She'll look for an opportunity to get the car back on the circuit.
So for those of you just watching, I just want to point out down the left-hand side, we've got all the numbers next to the driver. Those with the white backgrounds, they're your rookie runners, the runners in their first year of racing. A lot of them as well racing in the Want to Race stable. You know, the cars that effectively prepared for them rather than running in a team. So almost half the field racing with Want to Race. A real good entry level into GT racing, of course, with that Want to Race. Part of obviously the Ginetta family as well. So that really is, allows drivers to come in that, we saw drivers like Matt Shaw, who haven't had a lot of racing background, to just come into racing in a well-prepared environment.
Yeah, there is Matt Shaw, speak of the devil, going past in a car that I'm sure Jimmy Broadbent would call minty. Emma Tomlinson in the 47 has a spin exactly where her sister did about 45 seconds previous. Emma currently the fastest of the Tomlinsons once again, 11th fastest overall and 3rd among the rookies. Her best time at the moment, a 105.464, and I'm sure that spin, if anything, just an evidence of some exuberance. I think she wants to try and get that time down further.
Well, to be fair, if you are going to push and, have spins, qualifying is the best time to do it. You've got to push. A spin like that in a race is, even at 20 minutes, you're not going to be able to recover the time lost in a spin during a race. But in qualifying, it does give you an opportunity to push, particularly at that corner as well, because in terms of where you're hitting the brakes, we've seen every driver that's gone off there, they've either pretty much stayed on the tarmac of the GP loop, or they've just gone onto the grass a little bit on the outside. So we've not seen them going off into the gravel or anything like that. So they are able to recover, and that means that they are able to continue pushing in there, knowing that if they do have a slight excursion off track, it's not going to be detrimental overly to the rest of their session.
No, absolutely right. It's the Marquez strategy, isn't it? Go out there in free practice or qualifying and crash and spin your way down to the limit. I don't encourage it necessarily, because it can be high risk, high reward, but that is something that we've seen a lot out of Marquez and a few others these days in MotoGP over on the two-wheeled side of things. Ravi Ramyud is back into the pit lane then. So Ramyud in the pit taking stock of his progress thus far. 103.523 is still the benchmark out there on circuit. We've just had Nick White go quicker. Personal best time for White, a 103.708, so he's improved, but he's still just under 2/10 back from the provisional pole time.
8 minutes to go then in this qualifying session, which is why I think we're seeing a lot of drivers coming into the pit lane now. The tyres are probably hitting the optimum temperature. They're just going to try and let them cool down, maybe have a little bit of a tyre pressure change because of that. They'll probably come down a few PSI because the temperature's gone up. That'll preserve the life of that tyre then towards the end of the qualifying session. Expect them to go out again in a few moments' time as Matt Shaw comes into the pit lane as well. So Nick White's the only one of the drivers towards the front of the field still circulating at the moment, as is Mackenzie Walker, who we can see on screen in 5th place at the moment. Does set a personal best though in sector 1.
Ultimate best, purple sector through the first split. So currently fastest of anybody in sector 1. Sector 2 split is just coming up here on the Wellington Straight. So let's see what the time is through the second sector split for Mackenzie Walker in that 70 car. Not his personal best nor the ultimate best, but only a couple of tenths off. I do think Mackenzie Walker is going to improve. He should be coming through Brooklands and Luffield now, and we'll see if he moves up from 5th position. Here comes Walker out of the final corner towards Woodcote.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad sector 2 either, was it really there?
No.
He was still quite close to Ravi Ramyid, so expect Mackenzie Walker to jump up the timing, and he does, up into 3rd place. Only a fraction off Nick White as well. Still needs to find a quarter of a second to jump Ravi Ramyid at the top of this qualifying session. But with a personal best in, well, a purple sector, so better than everybody in sector 1 for Mackenzie Walker.
And it was a brilliant illustration of what you were just mentioning before. He was on his first flying lap after a visit to the pits, no doubt, as you said, to take the tyre pressures down a little bit, take a few PSI out of these Michelin tyres, and it has paid off for Mackenzie Walker. Has gained a couple of spots, moved himself onto the provisional second row. Another decent lap on at the moment for Walker as the 88 car in a spin on its out lap. Well, we just saw Mark Elman leave the pit lane, and no sooner did he leave the pits than he had a full 360, but he's styled it out nicely and continues on his way as Mackenzie Walker should be crossing the line momentarily. Let's see if Walker improves again. He does not quite manage a faster time, a 103.953. Mackenzie remains 3rd place though.
Well, Mark Elman left the pit lane in a cloud of smoke, got to Beckett's and was still in the cloud of smoke. So potentially thought that he'd warm the tyres enough there with the wheel spin out of the pit lane just to try and get them in there. Didn't quite have the adhesion that he needed up on the brakes on that outlap. Hasn't lost anything in terms, maybe flat spotted the tyres a little bit as he braked, but won't have lost anything in terms of time with that being his outlap. So hasn't lost an opportunity to set a time really. He's just crossed the line to begin his flying lap in what effectively is the second qualifying part of his qualifying session. And all the drivers sort of coming in, all of them now back out. The pit lane completely empty as everybody is back out on track.
Richard Just there with a handful and a half of oversteer at the apex of Beckett's, just in front of Mark Elman. Richard Just in 8th place overall at the moment, of course, second among the rookies, which is the white and orange numbers on the side of your screen. Richard Just almost took a rookie win in yesterday's second race. Matt Shaw had an issue in the early stages, was fighting back through the order, and sadly for Richard Just, I think it was the very final lap of the race, he had a moment coming out of Maggots and Beckett's and cost himself a potential class victory. Up into 6th place has gone Thomas Shelley in the Century Motorsport number 76 car. So Thomas Shelley moving up 2 spots in the last few moments into the top 6. Thomas Shelley with the John Deere colours on his car, or maybe the Lotus colours. Difficult to say where his inspiration has come from. Both oversteer and understeer there through Beckett's. Looks like he's fighting the car quite a lot.
Yeah, difficult there because he got the oversteer in the initial phase then. He's obviously then tried to correct that and then got on the power and then just understeered wide on exit. And I think now he's just moving to one side. I think he knows that lap is gone in terms of time. Now he's going to try and find himself a little bit more space as he lets the rest of the field come through. The colours on that car really just showing how much the sun is out here at Silverstone as well. It's not just green, it's a metallic green, it's chrome, and I think it shines beautifully in the sunshine here at Silverstone. Still, they've the car's not quite got the grip they were hoping for. It's still quite early in the day. Track temperature coming up as you can hear them going around the corner with that understeer. Just how much and you can hear it again there now, just as they come closer to the camera, how much they are struggling and fighting for the grip. They don't really want understeer for a driver. If you're going to take the two, you'll take oversteer over understeer, because you can manage oversteer a little bit more with the steering input. Understeer you have to manage with the throttle, and you really don't want that as a driver, because the faster you want to get on the power as early as possible, and understeer really prevents that from happening, because all it does is it pushes wide and you've got absolutely no idea where that car's going to stop understeering. So you have to be really, really careful of getting the power down. You'll take oversteer over understeer every single day in a race car.
Yeah, you will, absolutely. I think it's interesting because obviously we've got the downforce levels are equivalent to what we've got in the main Ginetta GT Championship. But of course, in the GT Academy, they have the treaded tyres underneath them rather than the slicks. And that does have quite a big impact. And the result is often that tyre squeal, really testing the limits of what the rubber can do. We do have Ravi Ramyed back out there on the circuit, and he might be justified in being a little bit worried about his position, because we've just had a personal best time for Nick White. He'll be coming towards the last corners now, and I think he may have been held up potentially by Ravi Ramyed, who is slow. We've had another spin there for Amy Tomlinson. Ravi Ramyed was slow there, I think might be on a return lap into the pits, but Nick White was on a personal best lap previously, had a purple sector in sector 1, a 103.569. He's now within half a tenth of Ravi Ramyed's pole time. The question is Nick White now going to have a lap time before the end of the session that can challenge? He should have 2 more bites of the cherry, because he's on to another flying lap at the moment.
Yeah, I think if anything, it's going to be this next one, isn't it? As the tyres come up to the optimum temperature. We've seen earlier on, particularly with drivers coming out of the pit lane, their first flying lap, second flying lap is when they're at their optimum, and then they do tend to drop off once or twice. The track very busy, of course, now. Everybody out with the exception of Ravi Ramyed, who is in the pit lane and is probably the most nervous person at Silverstone at the moment, because there is absolutely nothing he can do. Now he is in the pit lane. The rest of the field out there, he's going to be sat, I promise you already, looking at the timing screen, hoping that nobody goes a fraction quicker.
Ed Akers has just improved to 4th place. We haven't mentioned Ed much in this qualifying session, but he's up into P4. Nick White is just crossing the line now. This lap will not be an improvement, but I really want to stick with this 57 car, because this will be his last flying lap. This could be the lap that nets him pole if he can string it together. He's just half a tenth back from Ravi Ramyed. Nick White in the 57 car heading towards Beckett at the moment, as we see Lucy Tomlinson and a few of the others going through. But here comes White, 16.6 in the first sector, 16.6, a couple of tenths off of the best. So this middle sector is going to need to be near as makes no difference perfect for him to have a chance in the final part of the circuit. I eagerly await that sector time. It's a 21.2, loses another 3 tenths. I think Nick White isn't quite going to do it.
No, it's going to have to be somebody else, I think, stepping up, as the checkered flag is out now, so everybody is on their final lap. Some drivers already taken the checkered flag already, so there's going to be no improvement for Max Shaw. This is Nick White crossing the line now. Don't expect any improvement, but he could surprise us in the final sector. He doesn't, and will stay second provisionally at the moment. I think that's going to be confirmed, because the rest of the field now, with the exception of the 56 of James Taylor, have taken the checkered flag, and Taylor would need almost a second to jump his way up to the top. So it looks like it's going to be Ravi Ramyed and Nick White then on the front row, with then Mackenzie Walker and Ed Akers behind on row number 2.
Yeah, so definitely an interesting little grid that's formed there. Ravi Ramyed definitely not having it all his own way in that session. It was touch and go right until the end. Nick White 103.569, just 0.046, just over 400ths of a second away from the pole. Mackenzie Walker, who of course didn't have the best qualifying sessions yesterday, but really found his footing in the race, now starting from third position. Interested to see what he can do from the second row of the grid alongside Ed Akers. Also, of course, he got that 33 car in the hands of Matt Shaw. Matt Shaw, once again, the rookie class pole sitter, 5th overall, quite the leap and stride above the rest of his rookie class compatriots at the moment. We could see an interesting battle as well within the rookie class between Richard Just and Emma Tomlinson as well. They were just a couple of tenths apart over the course of that qualifying session, and were kind of back and forth a little bit a couple of times over the course of the 20 minutes. So interesting battles, I think, all the way down the grid, all the way up the grid, and looking forward to seeing what happens in the GT Academy races later on. 20 minutes, and that tyre pressure change that gave people a few tenths later on, you can't do that in the race.
You can't. The interesting thing to look at, I like to look at in the qualifying sessions, is that Ravi Ramid and Matt Shaw set their best time on lap 3.
Wow,
there was no other driver that set their best time in a single-digit lap. So everybody else was from lap 10 onwards. So it looked like whatever people did to come in and make some changes worked for the rest of the field. Ravi Ramid set his time early, as did Shaw. He's come in and made a change then, so then he may be looking to take whatever change they made in terms of tyre pressure back to what they had. Obviously, completely different session in a race where you're having to push consistently throughout. The interesting thing for me when it comes to the race as well, yesterday Ravi Ramid got away so well at the start. He's going to need to do that on the national layout, because it's so slipstream heavy that he's effectively got to try and break the slipstream on lap 1.
He does, yes, and well, we've seen him gainfully do so far this weekend. However, much different layout that we've got here, the Silverstone National Circuit. It will be difficult to break free, I think, in all of the categories compared to what we had yesterday. Maggots and Beckett's is often kind of the string out point on the first lap of a GP circuit race. That luxury does not exist for them here at the Silverstone National layout. You saw Ravi Ramid speaking to Ed Akers a moment ago. He's now gone over to Nick White to confer with him. Of course, Akers is an architect by trade. Ravi Ramid, as we mentioned, a former pro snowboarder. A snowboarder and an architect walk into a bar is the start of a joke somewhere, isn't it? But both parties will be happy with their performances, I reckon. Akers will be looking, though, to get himself onto the podium from 4th on the grid for many reasons. It's also good content, of course, because Ed Akers also running the Because I Love Cars YouTube channel, and I'm sure we'll see some footage from G-Fest on there in weeks to come. I did just notice as well that his driver coach, or at least I assume it's a driver coach because he was talking to him just after he walked over to the fence. He's talking there to Ben Green, the factory BMW Junior driver. Ben Green, who raced and won races in the ADAC GT Masters last year for Schubert Motorsport. I believe he's already signed up to be back in GT Masters this year. A good brain to pick, and you do see that a lot in these paddocks, don't you? They've got some real weapons-grade drivers as their coaches.
Well, you look at it as well, because you think a lot of these drivers, when they come through, they obviously they've got to do their ARDS license, so they've got to effectively go and make sure that they are capable of handling machinery. Mm-hmm. A lot of the people that that take this, they are pro drivers in other series. They're instructors, so that's how you often find drivers. They become friends, through that. Then when you have a look as well, when they come to do the endurance races as well, is that in that Pro-Am class, you'll see an Ed Akers, racing with a more seasoned racer out there, as their class teammate. You see it quite a lot, particularly when it's on the GT package, when they're doing 2-hour to 4-hour races at certain venues. I mean, I was lucky enough to go along to the practice day on the Friday for the opening round of the championship at Alton Park. Some of the sessions, just the practice sessions, were 2 hours long. Yeah. Just so that the drivers can get their eye in on the longer runs out there on the track. So the drivers coming in, changing over in that Pro-Am class as well. You will see drivers mixing and matching between the two of them. So it's not too uncommon to what would effectively, you hear them called gentleman drivers a lot, but I think that does them a bit of an injustice at times, because they're far more than that. And you see the drivers, mixing it up. They have it, what would be a driver coach on a Saturday could be a teammate on a Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely the case. We had Ravi Ramid speaking to Charlie Robertson as well, so that's his driver coach. We do have the conclusion of qualifying now, though. So what we are going to do is we're going to take a momentary break here in the commentary box. I believe we might see a few shots of the parade as well. But if you're here for the racing action, our first race of the day will take place at 11:20. It will be the Michelin Ginetta Juniors category who kick off our racing for the day on day 2 of G-Fest at the Silverstone National Circuit. We continue to celebrate 65 years of Ginetta. So welcome back to the Silverstone National Circuit. Welcome back to Ginetta's G-Fest, celebrating 65 years of Ginetta, and we are about to have not a race, we're going to have a parade session here. I believe the Ginetta Owners Club will be out there. We might get a few of the supercars out for their parade as well here, but we are going to get an opportunity to dive headlong in to a little bit of a look at some of the older Ginettas, some of the cars from years past, some of the newest Ginettas out there as well, some G40 road cars. But wonderful old things like the G4, a car that I remember fondly from Gran Turismo 4 back in the day. We're going to get some sights and sounds of a few road-going cars out on the circuit. And I was alluding to this yesterday. I think that with the impact that Ginetta has had as a racing company in the last 20 years in particular, I think racing is what comes to everyone's mind first. But a really strong heritage and present-day road car side to Ginetta as well.
Easy to forget, isn't it?
Yes.
Because everything is, that people see on the on a weekend is geared around motorsport, and so we see some cars making their way out into the pit lane there. It's in a slightly different area to what they normally would. See, historically here they'd be held in an area in front of the BRDC grandstand normally, and then sent out onto the track from that part, which I think they still do for club meetings there. That's pretty much there where they're coming in. That's the BRDC grandstand to the left-hand side, where the cars are making their way out. So the cars that were going into the pit lane were in a from earlier on session. They're going back into pit lane off from the paddock, but using the old BRDC holding area in front of the grandstand there to the right-hand side for the BRDC building, and then the actual grandstand there is just straight in front of you for the BRDC members, the British Racing Drivers Club, isn't there? We see now the procession of all the cars going out onto circuit, a completely different mix, each one coming through, completely different.
Yes, I'm trying to work out whether the Citroen DS3 is part of the parade or not.
Yeah.
Yes, it might just be a staff car, but as you see, a few supercars out there as well as the Ginettas.
To be fair, if I knew there was an opportunity to potentially squeeze out onto the track, I'd have took my Ford Cougar out and just joined the back and just as they keep waving them through.
Before I judge you any further, are we talking Cougar 90s Coupe or Cougar SUV?
Oh, SUV.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. We tried.
Yeah, I'd have took the 90s Coupe. The rear suspension on that was absolutely brilliant. It was almost like, the easiest way to describe it, it was held in place in the middle by a bolt and then just had two springs at the side and just rode perfectly. It was one of my favourite cars at the time, but you don't see many of them anymore, unfortunately.
But yeah, so we've got some interesting cars out there on circuit. There is one of the little G4s, the little silver machine that you see there. That's Richard Sherwood's car. So Richard Sherwood from the Ginetta Owners Club in his Ginetta G4. You see you've got a G40 out there as well. Some really fabulous cars up and down this order. You've got the Audi R8 there. I believe that's the first generation Audi R8, although I think that is a V10 as opposed to the early V8 car. It is, of course, the convertible version. And this car, absolutely stunning early Ginetta registration on that FAV it begins with. It's not on my list of cars, but that's been one of the few that's been stationed outside the hospitality all weekend and really stealing a few glances. That's one of the G33s, and that's helped by the number plate, of course, on that particular car. G33 RVB, that belongs to Les Dix. So Les in his very, very 90s Ginetta. I think that is one of the most 90s of 90s sports car designs I've ever seen.
The one thing I've noted there, the red car that came through is on a Q plate, and Q plates are very unique.
Yes.
Because they're a kit car, effectively. Any car on a Q plate is effectively, it's built by somebody acquiring all the pieces and putting it together themselves. Yes. So you don't see very many of them. It's not a traditional plate on the way through that you normally see in the old sequential lettering from the A all the way through to the final plate before they went on to the most recent iteration of 2 letters then 2 numbers. So as you can see now, the R88 on there, you know, that's the traditional iteration of well, I say traditional. It was, you know, when I was growing up. That was what they were like before my time. The single letter was at the end, which you may well see on some of the older vehicles, unless they're running a private plate on them, of course. I do think the best thing they have done here is send the pace car out at the start to stop everybody effectively turning this into a track day, because I would definitely turn it into a track day.
Yes, it's called a parade and not a session for a reason. You see there we've got the lovely Aston Martin DBS Superleggera. That's the Q model, I believe. One of the limited edition Aston Martin models out there on circuit, as well as one of the very newest 992 generation Porsche 911s out there on circuit. The red Ginetta you're referring to is actually one of the ones I saw in the car park on entry yesterday. It's one of the G31s. I think it's got the Ford Cologne V6 under the bonnet. That is being driven by David Dawson. As you say, Q plate, Q849HBW. Quite a rare thing, that. But what a nice mix of cars that we've got out there. This little orange car is one of the G15's, Adrian Rutter's car. So the G15, one of the more diminutive models, almost Lotus Elan-esque in profile.
And it's done me a favour, because I was speaking a few minutes ago about the single letter at the end of a number plate.
Yes.
And obviously it'd been a black number plate as well, showing that at the end there.
And of that car, of course, the G15's largely powered by the 875cc engine out of a Sunbeam Imp, although a few of them, the Super S models, came with Volkswagen engines instead. I'm not sure if that's a Super S model or not, but certainly one of the lighter and more nimble cars. And just behind it, of course, is a Toyota Supra, which in the modern day is considered to be quite a small sports car, but up against the G15 it looks practically massive.
It does, doesn't it? It reminds you of that time, I think, when was it BMW supersized a car for Le Mans, and it was twice the size of everything else, and then everybody was making memes and making it 3 and 4 times bigger than everything else.
It wasn't actually 2 times bigger. That was Photoshop's issue. Yeah, the BMW M8 GTE car was a victim for a long time.
And that on screen there is pretty much that meme in a moving picture, isn't it?
It really is. So that Citroen DS3 does indeed seem to be part of the parade.
Is it on your list?
It's not, no. It's neither a Ginetta nor a supercar, I can confirm that, but someone's been able to blag their way into the demo run. There's one of the G40 road cars. You can road register a G40, I believe G55 as well. In the case of the G40, a lovely little track-focused entry, of course. It is just a 1.8-litre Z-Tech engine, so if you do choose to daily it, or at least drive it to and from track days as a road registered car, you get pretty good economy out of it as well. I think it's an engine that you'd see in a Focus normally, so much tuned, of course, for greater performance, but you could still get some decent MPGs.
I think the fact that you said just a 1.8
shows
the power that most of the Ginettas normally put out, because just a 1.8 is just a bit more than what is now a family saloon. So, you know, that sort of engine is, you know, it's still super powerful, isn't it, on that G40? But it's a beautiful car. I don't think I've ever seen one in sky blue, and I think it's my favourite now. It's stunning.
It is a beautiful looking car, isn't it? Colour definitely suits it well. I love the safety car. One of the 6.2 litre LS3 engines, G56s, as they head back in towards that paddock section. What I love about that safety car in particular, as myself and John Ratcliffe noticed yesterday, is the fact that they've put the safety car lights where the rear spoiler should be. That is something I haven't seen before, and I question why, because it's a very, very good idea.
You're not going to get quite the same level of downforce from the lights, but in terms of it being visually perfect for those drivers, I mean, it was in use yesterday, wasn't it, in race 2 for the Academy. at least yesterday. So at least it works. That's what we know in terms of its visual perspective. As I say, I don't think it's going to give the quite the same level of downforce down the straight. And as they make their way in, that Citroën DS3, if the driver's going to get a telling off as he took a left instead of a right at the end of the road and found himself doing 4 or 5 laps of the Silverstone National circuit.
Well, I remember once, many years ago, we actually had someone come off on the national circuit and find someone on the old international layout before they renovated Silverstone a few years ago. That did happen once.
Well, somebody got in a lot of trouble, didn't they, for taking a road car round Brands Hatch? Why there was a lot of trouble that day.
I remember that.
Very dangerous. We don't advocate that in any way whatsoever. Do it in a controlled environment. Don't just join a racetrack. Although we're about to find out whether that Citroën DS3, you could be getting, you might not even be signed on. You'd be getting called to the clerk of the course to have a little chat about his 5 laps round. But he's done it now.
Could just be a matter of part of the Ginetta Owners Club, and maybe his Ginetta wasn't ready to come out today, so he's brought the daily instead. Who knows? But great to see a mix there of supercars and some of Ginetta's historic and present-day road cars out there on the circuit. That should bring an end to the demo session. We're expecting the first racing action next out on circuit at 11:20, the Michelin Ginetta Juniors. Although, it does sound like something has just... that's the Ginetta G56 safety car, confirming, as you can hear audibly, 6.2 litre V8. So we're expecting the next race at 11:20 in the morning, as I said. We may run a few minutes ahead of schedule just to make sure we get the full lunch break in. So do stay close to your screen. But what we are going to do, and what we suggest you do too, is take a little bit of a breather before we let the Michelin Ginetta Juniors loose on the circuit, because that will be an exciting and very dramatic 20 minutes around the national layout here at the Silverstone circuit. We'll be back with more action from G-Fest. We go racing next here at Silverstone. Welcome back to G-Fest, and as you can see, we are a few moments away from going racing with the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship, our first of 2 races on this Saturday on the Silverstone National circuit for this category. Going to be an exciting race, this one. The grid certainly points towards some action with Freddie Slater and Leo Robinson there on the front row. 20 minutes of racing it will be for these cars. Slipstream galore in this race, of that much I am certain. We will talk you through the grid in full in just a moment, but one thing I do want to talk about, and I want to take the opportunity to do this while Hugo Schwarzer is out there on the 4th row of the grid. Hugo, of course, is from Cologne, Germany, currently riding from Cologne, Germany, a mother and son who are doing a 500-mile charity cycle race, and they have chosen the Silverstone circuit as their end point, the Nürburgring circuit as their start point. So they're cycling from Germany to Silverstone, and they're expected to be here this evening. So that'll be our send-off for G-Fest today, cheering on the mother and son. Tom joining his mum. Sarah and Tom will be doing a 500-mile cycle, finishing here later today. Freddie Slater is our pole sitter, as mentioned, for this Ginetta Junior race. Leo Robinson on the front row with him. Row 2 of the grid is Luca Hopkinson, and yesterday's first race winner, Chase Fernandez, who took his inaugural car racing victory yesterday. Alicia Palmovsky and Finn Harrison on row 3 of the grid. Row 4 will be Hugo Schwarzer, the aforementioned youngster from Cologne, Germany. Row 5, Henry Jocelyn and Charlie Hart. Row 6 of the grid is Tom Spragg and Mackenzie Douglas. Then it is row 7, Freddie Allam and Edu Robinson, the former Spanish karting champion. Razor Seaworthen and Harry Moss on row 8 of the grid. Row 9 will be Felix Livesey and Alfie Davis. And then rounding out our final row of the grid will be Holly Mile and Bria Anglis. Anglis in 19th ahead of Mile. So the cars head towards the starting grid now. Myself, Adam Weller, here with you in the commentary box. Still delighted to be joined by David Sullivan as well. David, National Circuit, Ginetta Juniors. I think this is a decent recipe, this.
Absolutely, it's going to be so close. We see the cars making their way up then towards the start line. It's going to be really close. To say Slipstream is going to be the key to this one. Offset start as well, of course, with the Ginettas on the grids as well, so not lining up in the traditional straight behind 2x2. The front row offset then from the second, row 3 then in line with the front row. So it gives it a slightly different dynamic as well off the start. So going to be really interesting for this first race of the day here, round number 12 of the Ginetta Junior Championship.
Green flag is waving then. Will Leo Robinson be able to get the jump on Freddie Slater on the front row? He's, of course, got the inside line into the first corner, but Slater should have the more traction-ready side of the circuit. They are underway. They run towards Copse Bend for the first time, and will it be Freddie Slater in the lead? No, not quite, because Leo Robinson has a nose ahead in the 37. The R Racing cars side by side as they run towards Beckett's for the first time. They're in third place as well. Appears to be the number 90 car of Chase Fernandez. Yes, Fernandez is there in third position, although he manages to get the apex while the top 2 drift wide. Fernandez from 4th to the lead in the first lap.
Great start from Fernandez, got to the inside as the 2 leaders battled it out with each other. Almost forgot that Fernandez was there, leaving the door open. Fernandez with the slightly later turn in managed to get the inside. And then the apex. Now he's going to be so far in front, he's going to be able to move over to maximise his entry into the left-hander at Brooklands. 4 wide in the middle of the pack. So they make their way round the left-hander. They're going to have to sort themselves out because the track quickly runs out of tarmac there. A few drivers running onto the grass on the inside for the right-hander at Luffield.
Yeah, Alicia Palmovsky ended up on the grass a little bit there. She was in that 3 or 4 wide situation you mentioned. Chase Fernandez getting pushed wide a little bit there. Miraculously, after being on the grass down the Wellington Straight, Freddie Slater has managed to renegotiate himself into the lead And Mikey Porter, who started in 8th place, has already managed to get himself up into 2nd. Car number 19 already up to P2. Luca Hopkinson is now in 3rd place. Chase Fernandez pushed back down to 4th from the lead from Luffield to the start-finish line. Palmovsky, I think, getting a little bit of hurry up from behind as well from one of the others. That's Hugo Schwarzer in the 33 car, the white, black and orange machine, the number 33. This order is going to go back and forth again and again and again. But what everyone from 4th back doesn't want to do is lose touch with the top 3.
Now see them as well, almost to the right-hand side of your screen, left-hand side of the track, and then they split. They're using that slipstream down the straight. You don't want to be the driver at the front, because as soon as you move out, everybody's going to come down the inside there, down the inside of Alicia Palmovsky in 6th place at the moment. See, at the start, Fernandez got that jump, then got forced out wide. He was in 4 different places from the start, 4th all the way up to 1st, back down into 3rd place. Drivers running wide in the exit there. You can see the dust from the gravel being thrown up into the air as they begin lap number 3. It's Slater, Porter and Hopkinson, then the top 3. Then they've got that gap back down to Palmovsky, who's up into 4th place, currently under pressure from Fernandez as they go round Copse. Fernandez going to be close enough here, I think, to try and make a move. Palmovsky already making a slightly defensive line as they head towards the Maggots and Beckett's complex to the inside. This could be what the leading trio need in order to break away here. Chase Fernandez, who won the Ginetta Junior Scholarship at the beginning of the year in 5th place, will want to break free and get through as early as he possibly can. Will not want to see the leading trio break away at the front of this one. You see the field all the way to the left there, because the leader's able to go to the right. Looks like they've got a plan, at least not between them, but looks like they're on the same wavelength out there on track at the moment. Still 3 and 4 wide there in the background. The 38 right on the back of this 3-car train. That's been Harrison, trying to now take a much wider line. He'll be looking to get the cutback, get on the power earlier out of the right-hander at Luffield, as the track sort of straightens up ever so slightly before Woodcote, and now he's going to try and get in the slipstream as they head down towards Copse Corner.
Freddie Slater with Mikey Porter welded to the rear bumper. Same goes for Palmovsky and Chase Fernandez as well. You mentioned Chase Fernandez, winner of the Ginetta Junior Scholarship, the youngest ever at 14 years and 1 day. Spent the entirety of 2022 preparing for the scholarship, was kart racing in 2021, took a clean slate approach in 2022 to be ready for the scholarship. Mikey Porter then from 8th on the grid, right behind our pole sitter Freddie Slater at this stage. Chase Fernandez has the inside line over Alicia Palmovsky. Palmovsky might get a little bit of help from the toe of Luca Hopkinson up ahead, though, as they run down the Wellington Straight side by side, approaching Brooklands Bend. You can hold on around the outside at Brooklands. That's exactly what Chase Fernandez will try and do to get the inside for Luffield Bend. That follows. Palmovsky, though, just about gets ahead. Will Chase Fernandez try and cut back? Not going to be close enough. Palmovsky holding on to 4th position for now. Hugo Schwarzer investigating investigating Fernandez for 5th place.
They've really closed up though on the back of this one. Palmovsky holding up at the moment. Fernandez in 5th place. You see, already defensive to the inside. 15 minutes still remaining, so we're only a quarter of the way into this race. Palmovsky holding on to 4th place, trying to back Fernandez into Schwarzer, Robinson and Charlie Hart, who started in 10th place. He was 5th place in Heat 2 yesterday, but started the day on pole position, of course, yesterday did Charlie Hart. Started this one in 10th, now up into 8th place, but this battle from 4th all the way down to 8th now, with Palmovsky and Fernandez battling with each other, has invited 3 other drivers into the mix here. Fernandez at this corner on the last lap got the run down the inside, wasn't able to carry enough speed to get the move done, and then they ran side by side all the way down this straight. See them there to the left. Be interesting to see if any of the drivers come out of the slipstream slightly early. They do. They almost break in formation. It's like watching the red arrows down the Wellington Straight as they break formation, as they head down into that left-hander. Looks like there's a bit of dust thrown up by the 2 in front. They've been exploring the track limits on the last one as they came out of this corner. There was some dust thrown up. There's absolutely no runoff on the exit of Luffield there. You can see they've got about a foot of concrete that's green before the gravel that tries to draw the driver in. And let's see whether Fernandez now, he's going to have to think of something different here, Adam, as we've got Alamov we have on the grass. It's going to drop him all the way down. Keep an eye on the timing on the left. Freddie Allen, who was in 15th place, will now drop like a stone down the order, having gone off the crash. This is now where Fernandez has tried something different, got the run out of Copse Corner, and will now have the inside. In fact, he won't, because he's going to find Hugo Schwarzer on the inside, and none of them are going to get back in, because the 37 of Leo Robinson is there as well.
Black and white flags for track limits also going out already. 66 and 47 cars receiving those. So Harry Moss and Freddie Allen, who are down at the back. Freddie Allen actually went into the pit lane after his off earlier on. Hugo Schwarzer then holding off Chase Fernandez as they run down towards the Brooklands Bend yet again. We're already on lap 6 of this race. It feels short, sharp and frenetic compared to the GP circuit race that we were having yesterday. The Junior Championship well suited to this national layout. It's so important that these drivers remain in the pack, in the slipstream. Harry Moss can attest to that. Unfortunately, he's fallen off the back of the pack and he's already lost 3 seconds. Schwarzer there going defensive, trying to hold on to what is now his 4th position ahead of Chase Fernandez. Fernandez will try and carry the momentum through Copse, but I don't think he'd succeed going around the outside of that corner. Mikey Porter and Luca Hopkinson now very much shadowing Freddie Slater.
Fernandez very, very wide there round the Copse corner, running off the track over the curb on the outside of the corner. Wait for him to come back in shot. He's still alongside. Be interesting as well as to whether they're looking for track limits at Woodcote as well. We saw Hugo Schwarzer go very defensive to the inside. The curb there on the inside, it's not serrated in the same way. It's painted onto the tarmac, so they're able to cut across that without unstabilising the car. Interesting to see whether they're looking for track limits on the inside of that corner, where primarily it's on the outside. Drivers trying to open the corner up a little bit more and carry some more speed. This leading trio, though, at the moment, still with Freddie Slater, Mikey Porter and Luca Hopkinson going with them. The gap 1.3 back to Hugo Schwarzer. Now it'd be interesting to see whether Schwarzer and Fernandez can try and break free of this 5-car battle, which they were previously being held up slightly by Alicia Palmowski, but now she's joining in with the slipstream with everybody else. Then we've got another 5 cars further back as well in the background, so it looks like everybody's sort of migrating together into packs, which we expected. We just maybe thought that leading pack would have been slightly larger, but I would expect that these 5, just 1 or 2 laps of straight line slipstreaming, that should be able to go back in. But I think the leading trio have really decided to turn this into a slipstream fest. Chase Fernandez goes down the inside. We talked earlier in qualifying about the door being left open down the inside there into Maggots and Beckett. Hugo Schwarzer did leave the door open. He's going to have a little bit more exit speed there, getting on the power earlier, but he will not have track position for the left-hander down into Brooklands. And already it looks like that Fernandez is already through down the inside. So we cut back to the leading trio. They're still nose to tail. We haven't really seen the 3 of them do much in the way of overtaking opportunities. They're just looking to open up the gap, leaving these lot behind to argue it out. Schwarzer once again leaving the door open, is able to slot back into line though in front of Palmowski as they head back out. It's pretty much as you were, with the exception of Fernandez now in front of Hugo Schwarzer. So Fernandez, who's been in 5th place for most of this race, although at one time behind Palmowski, then behind Schwarzer, as Schwarzer got the jump on both of them on the exit to Beckett. Now the 2 of them have got an opportunity here to try and break away, although the field will concertina back together into that braking zone that saw the overtake on the previous lap. Back to the leading trio.
So just to say, Schwarzer and Palmowski, we saw them yesterday, both at various points signalling, no, let's work together, much like you see in karting, just, no, we need to work together and catch the leaders. I'm sure they'll be doing the same today, although in the case of Chase Fernandez, I think he's just eager to be in a battle. He's trying to fight them every inch of the way. Now, will that pack of 5 galvanise and try and close in on the top 3? I think they might well. Freddie Slater under pressure from Mikey Porter as they turned into Brooklands. Hugo Schwarzer also taking a look to the inside of Chase Fernandez as they turn into Luffield. But I think potentially these 5 cars running from 4th through 8th place have maybe realised what they need to do, and that is stick together without trying to overtake and close in on that top 3. We saw similar yesterday as well. Freddie Slater and Alicia Palmowski managed to get away in the early stages of the the race. Hugo Schwarzer then brought everyone with him, and we got a fairly cataclysmic end to the race. Let's see if it's the same this time. Freddie Slater, though, your leader, but not by a lot at all. He's got his stable mates from R Racing in second and third place right on his bumper.
But Alicia said yesterday in her post-race interview that she pretty much just made the decision once she got into that position to push Freddie Slater to try and open up that gap throughout the race. Looks like R Racing have got a bit of a plan at the beginning of this one. Fernandez left the door open ever so slightly and allowed Schwarzer to draw alongside, but I think that was pretty much a plan there from Fernandez, because that's going to allow Fernandez to have the track position for this left-hander at the end of the Wellington straight as they go into Brooklands. A much more open corner than it used to be on the old layout here at Silverstone. If we were to use the full layout going under the bridge, that was a much tighter left-hand. There was never an overtaking opportunity on the prior configuration. Very much is though now with the Wellington straight, because it's not just a left-hander, it's a tightening radius left-hander, which is why you see the cars going all the way to the outside of the track, whereas normally you'd see them wanting to cut a lot tighter then to open up the final corner here effectively at Luffield. Although Woodcote is a right-hander, it's taken flat out and often isn't really seen as too much of a corner for our drivers. They're just really using it to maximise their straight line speed, but is a much different corner to what it used to be, and with it being a tightening radius one, does invite drivers to sometimes leave the door open down the inside into Brooklands. But in these Ginetta Juniors, it's really a case you've got to try and get alongside, stick it all the way round the outside of that corner, and then just get it stopped for the right-hander at Luffield. That's important. We've seen it tried a few times earlier in this race. Maybe too early for the drivers to be overly forceful with a move like that, but expect things as we have 7 minutes remaining. When that gets down to the remaining 2 or 3 minutes, expect drivers to be increasing that risk-reward level for their overtakes into that corner. I would expect to see a few more of them trying to stick it all the way around the outside when one place makes all the difference at the end of this one.
Tom Spragg there running in 12th place. He's got a little bit of bodywork loose on the rear of the car. 5-second penalty for track limits has been applied to Freddie Allen down in 19th position. That's the first warning shot from race control. Yes, we are very much paying attention to your track limits, youngsters. No leeway given to the younger drivers. We've also got a 5-second time penalty for Felix Livesey just come through as well, so he's in 13th position. No one from the top section of the race has really been affected yet by track limits warnings, but they do have to keep note of that. Last laps through for our top three were all in the 1:11.8 bracket, there or thereabouts. Chase Fernandez was a 1:11.510, and everyone behind him in that queue was also quicker than the top three on the previous lap. So I think those R Racing trio of Freddie Slater, Mikey Porter and Luca Hopkinson will soon have a little bit of company behind them, spearheaded potentially by Chase Fernandez in the number 90 car. The gap is noticeably closing in between them. It's under 2 seconds between our top three and the chasing pack. It was almost exactly 2 seconds last time. It's now down to 1.7. I don't know if they're quite going to get there in the remaining 5 minutes and 20 seconds, but if Slater, Porter and Hopkinson start to fight among themselves, then absolutely yes, they will close up. Yeah,
if this was a time trial, just a race to the flag in a straight line, I don't think they would, but these three at the front, teammates for now, give it 2 or 3 minutes, and the fact that the cars are the same colour with a slightly different trim round the outside will go completely out of the window when the three of them want to battle it out. Freddie Slater will be the one who wants to take it most, but has the most to lose, of course, in terms of the points for the championship. We're pretty much at the midpoint of the season now, and he's in the driving seat, not only for this race, but in the point standings as well. So we'll want to take the victory, but we've got 3 off. Is that Brie Anglis in the 84?
Yes, it is. The 74 and the 23 involved with that as well. So Holly Mile and Alfie Davis also caught up in that moment. And in the case of Alfie Davis, he's got some pretty severe damage. He really needs to get that car into the escape road, but he's struggling to get the car turned, of course, with the front bodywork underneath the wheels. That car has been recovered into should be a safe-ish position. It's all kicking off further back as well as Livesey gets knocked into the barrier. Slater in collision there with the number 78. I think it was Seaworthen that tipped him into that spin. Ultimately, Felix Livesey into the wall. Let's hope we don't get a safety car, because this race was building very exciting indeed. But Livesey might not be able to get out of that position. Our top three really being closed in upon as Livesey gets back underway.
Yeah, in all of that action, Chase Fernandez set the fastest lap of the race, some 0.7 of a second quicker than the trio in front of him on the previous lap. In terms of his on the last lap as well, he was 0.7 quicker. In fact, you can almost see them now in the same camera shot as we saw them side by side, so they are migrating together. The leading trio haven't really started battling yet. And even so, Chase Fernandez with the fastest lap of the race, Hugo Schwarzer with an identical time to him as well on the previous lap, say 0.7 of a second quicker. They're going to close in. They're going to be well under a second this time round as they cross the line. It was around about a full second previously. Now it's down to half a second from the back of Hopkinson in third to Chase Fernandez in fourth place. Another fastest lap from Hernandez, half a second quicker. And now we've got 6 cars in the same camera shot battling it out for the lead. R Racing unable to move away as a trio at the front of this race have now been reeled in by Fernandez, Schwarzer and Palmowski, not too far behind either in the yellow machine.
Yeah, it's definitely a 6-car queue, as you said. Chase Fernandez with the fastest lap of the race. He's got the momentum right now. He's right on the back of Luca Hopkinson as they head down the Wellington Straight. Brookland is next up, and I suspect that Fernandez isn't going to join the R Racing queue. He's going to try and uncouple them from each other. Slater going defensive. We saw Slater going defensive a little more potentially than he needed to in some of yesterday's racing, but every reason to go defensive now. He's got 2 minutes and 10 seconds of racing left to go. That is going to be the beginning of the penultimate lap, therefore, this time by. 2 laps left to go, and Chase Fernandez is looking to break the hold of R Racing as they run across the line to begin the penultimate lap.
Yeah, there'll be absolutely no team orders here, so it's not like Luca Hopkinson's going to back the rest of them up and allow the rest of his teammates to move away. He wants to win this race as much as any of this top 6. Don't discount either Charlie Hart in 7th place. You'll just about catch him coming into shot now. He's only 2 seconds or so behind as the driver of Schwartz moves out the slipstream. He's managed to find a way past Chase Fernandez. Fernandez, though, is back down the inside. You know, and that's going to allow Palmowski to come down the inside. Schwarzer forced wide onto the outside. Palmowski up into 5th place. The battle behind not too far back either. This top 6 are going to really slow themselves down in the remainder of this race. Don't think that Hart and Robinson are going to be close enough to close right in on this one, but don't discount them from making up position should anybody take action in terms of taking each other out by anything silly towards the end. Schwartz taking a much different line now. He's trying to get on the power. He wants to try and get down the inside at Copse, and he's trying to line this one up as they head out of Luffield. Wants to get on the power early to try and make the move stick down the inside at Copse.
Hugo Schwarzer went from 5th to 4th and then back to 6th, all in the space of that 1 lap. Schwarzer will be trying to get back past Palmowski as they approach Copse Bend. Not sure he's going to be close enough to move to the inside of Palmowski, but Chase Fernandez trying to go around the outside of Luca Hopkinson. Hopkinson, though, covers him off. It's going to be Freddie Slater continuing to hold the lead as they come out of Beckett, but surely this time on the Wellington Straight, Mikey Porter and Luca Hopkinson will be doing everything in their power to try and attack, as will Chase Fernandez, who goes around the outside at Beckett's. Can't quite get it done there. Leaves himself open to Palmowski and indeed Schwarzer. Slater with a car length or 2 as they came onto this long Wellington Straight. That might serve him well. He's going ultra defensive as they approach Brooklands for the final time. The 3 R Racing cars all line astern as they turn into the final sequence of corners. Palmowski around the outside of Chase Fernandez and manages to get into 4th place. I think 4th place might be the ceiling, though, for anyone not attributed to R Racing. It's going to be an R Racing 1-2-3 headed by Freddie Slater. Freddie Slater will continue to enhance and expand his championship lead. Mikey Porter tries to pip him to the line but can't quite get it done. It's Freddie Slater that wins the race. Mikey Porter taking 2nd. Luca Hopkinson rounding out our podium positions. Alicia Palmowski in 4th. Chase Fernandez rounding out that top 5 ahead of Hugo Schwarzer, Charlie Hart, Leo Robinson, Finn Harrison, the first out of that long queue of cars, and then Mackenzie Douglas rounding out our top 10. I think all parties in that little convoy of Ginetta G40 Juniors will be smiling from ear to ear. No more, though, than Freddie Slater, who has once again stamped his authority on the Ginetta Junior Championship.
Superb from Slater. We say dominated it from start to finish, but obviously it was a really close battle. What he did in terms of dominating it was he put his car where he needed to put it in the early phase of the race to try and break away. When he realised the rest of the field was there, you saw pretty much down with 3 minutes to go, his line changed completely down this Wellington straight to hug that line down the right-hand side. Never opened the door, really. Porter was close enough, so was Hopkinson, but Freddie Slater never allowed them to draw alongside almost until the start-finish line as Porter tried to out-drag him towards the checkered flag. 10th of a second between them, but Freddie Slater takes the victory here at Silverstone on Saturday for round number 12 of the Ginetta Junior Championship. Patsy's car, but I think most of it there we have to give to Freddie Slater, because what he did was just, like I say, he put the car where he needed to. He drove that race really, really intelligently, because as the rest of the field came in, you know, the top 7 split by 2 seconds. Hart and Robinson did indeed close in towards the end of that race, but just having a quick look, looked like they both actually got past Chase Fernandez right at the end, who looks like, did he have a slight problem at the end there? We did miss out, or he's had a penalty applied to him, hasn't he, for track limits at the end. Freddie Slater, though, your race winner in round 12.
Yeah, Freddie Slater the winner. Mikey Porter within a 10th at the end there. Luca Hopkinson taking third from Alicia Palmovsky and Hugo Schwarzer. We've already mentioned, of course, Charlie Hart and Leo Robinson 6th and 7th. Chase Fernandez right at the end of the race getting a 5-second penalty for track limits. So that's why he's been dropped down to 8th position. Finn Harrison and Mackenzie Douglas rounding out your top 10 ahead of Henry Jocelyn. Razor Seaworthen in 12th place rounding out the top dozen ahead of Eddie Robinson and Tom Spragg. In 15th place is Bria Anglis for Brakel Racing. Holly Mile in 16th. Felix Livesey in 17th. Freddie Allen in P18 after his woes in the race. Alfie Davis and Harry Moss both failing to finish. Of course, in the case of Alfie Davis, we saw exactly what happened to his car. That front bodywork coming askew in a 3-car accident there with a couple of the other drivers, including Anglis in the 84. So drama as always in the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship. The highlights of this race are going to be a struggle, I think, for our crew to cut down, but they're going to give it our best shot in just a few moments. Round 12 of the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship. It will go down in the record books as a light to flag win for Slater, but that was not the case on the first lap, because it was Leo Robinson who was up the inside and momentarily in the lead of the race from the very beginning. It was pack racing. Robinson and Slater both drifting wide at the first corner, allowing Chase Fernandez into the lead momentarily, but that lead would be fleeting for Fernandez. Palmovsky trying to go around the outside, the traditional Brooklands overtake, as everyone tried to fight for space in the early stages. You see there Leo Robinson by the end of the first couple of laps was down outside the top 6, even though he was the race leader at this point on lap number 1. Palmovsky and Chase Fernandez were side by side for quite a while in the early stages of the race too. All the while, as this battling was going on for 4th place back, it soon became clear that the R Racing drivers were galvanising. Freddie Allen was rally crossing. Slater, Porter and Hopkinson, though, are 3 drivers from R Racing, were getting away at the front while 3 wide shenanigans were going on further back. Hugo Schwarzer, the driver from Cologne, Germany, doesn't really like this style of racing. He told me he prefers an Alton Park over a Silverstone National, but nonetheless, he was getting stuck in there in the battle with Chase Fernandez at the back of shot, allowing the R Racing drivers to further get clear. However, eventually, after Chase Fernandez got himself to the head of the queue at the expense of Hugo Schwarzer, these 5 cars would eventually begin to work together to catch these 3 from R Racing. Freddie Slater leading from the stern of the order of position. He ultimately would not give up, of course, but he would soon have a lot more challenges, because lap on lap on lap, the R Racing cars had more going on in the mirror. Further back in the field, 3 cars colliding, including that number 74, of course, of Davis, which ended up significantly damaged. And I'm sure that will be repaired in time for the next race by the PrepTech UK outfit, but not how he would have liked to have ended his day at the circuit. We saw a bit of a collision further back as well as the 78 and 51 got past Livesey. Robinson with the last tag there, sending Livesey into a spin towards the end of the race. However, the R Racing crew had company. Hugo Schwarzer just behind them momentarily. He got up into 4th place at Copse and would then lose out to both Fernandez and Palmovsky right there on what I believe was the penultimate lap of the race. It was a queue of 6 with 2 in close watching brief on the final lap of the race. It felt like Slater had done enough. He still needed to go massively defensive though on the final lap approaching Brooklands Bend as the scrum of G40s got ever closer to him. It was though Freddie Slater first across the line, and the R Racing cars in sync all race long, and 1, 2, 3 an all-R Racing podium. Delight for that team, I have no doubt, and delight for Freddie Slater as he further extends his championship lead. It was 74 points over Hugo Schwarzer in second coming into today's race. It's now going to have extended even more in favour of young Freddie Slater, the former world and European champion in the world of go-karting, who is firmly set on following in Lando Norris's footsteps, using Ginetta Juniors to get car racing experience before moving up the single-seater ladder. And well, I don't know if generational talent is a bit of a presumptuous statement, but the way that he keeps managing these races, keeps winning these races, he is showing a lot of promise.
At a very young age as well, of course, Ginetta Junior, 14 to 17 years old, and with a huge amount of rookie talent. Only 3 drivers in their second season, everybody else in year 1 as well in Ginetta Junior. So Freddie Slater adapting to cars straight out of karting incredibly well.
Absolutely. I believe we're ready down in the pits for the first time today. We'll hand down to Peter Snowden and our podium finishers.
So we're down here with our juniors' first race of the day, and we've got our first podium of the day. Luca Hopkinson, well done, mate. You having a good chat with the other two there. It sounded like it was fairly hard work for you.
Yeah, it was towards the end. All the other drivers started catching up, so we had to defend really hard. But yeah, we just kept on the track and did what we had to do.
Well, that's what they're supposed to do, catch up with you.
Well, yeah, I suppose, but it wasn't ideal. We didn't want them to.
And what makes that so difficult for you? Because I know drafting is really important on these cars. Just when you guys were saying that yesterday.
It's just when we're at the front and we've got the leader and there's such a big headwind at this track, and the tracks are the straight is so long. It was just hard. We had to pushing each other down the straight, and obviously they had 6 cars pushing each other, so they would catch up quite quickly towards the end.
But a lot easier on this track, the National, today than compared to the GP yesterday?
Yeah, way easier. But then there's only 3 corners, so it's not like it's quite easy to make a mistake, and if you make a mistake, it's quite monumental because how short the track is.
Okay, and I'm going to ask a daft question because that's my job. But you say the headwind. Does that really affect a junior?
Yeah, because they're not obviously they're not very aerodynamic, but obviously any wind pushing against something. It's quite bad.
So you're better off chasing somebody else and sitting in a draft and then trying to do it last thing?
Yeah, that's the best off.
If you can. Luca, thank you very much, mate. So in second place, we've got Mikey Porter. Mikey, he's just putting something in, putting your gloves in the glove box, are you?
Water.
Bit of water.
Yeah.
You need that. Well done, mate. Another podium.
Yeah, no, really good. Really good result for the team, obviously. Good points. Like, I've had 3 good finishes now. And yeah, just first 1, 2, 3 for the team, so it's really good.
I didn't realise it was for the team. That's brilliant. So 1, 2, 3. That's going to make somebody happy. So quit while you're ahead now.
Yeah, well, maybe not. Hopefully, trying to go for the top step next race and tomorrow. Hopefully we can get it.
What do you mean, maybe?
Yeah, we will.
Good man, well done. We're going to go on to our winner, Freddie Slater. This is getting a bit of a habit this weekend. I'd see a lot of you. Well done. The other two were saying that was a little bit difficult today compared to yesterday, a bit different on the national track.
Yeah, it's a short track. It's a lot of straights, so you've got to focus on exits. And we all did a great job, and the team have put so much effort into all of us. And my teammates, Mikey and Luca, have done an amazing job. Like, we kept it consistently. They were always going to catch towards the end. I think they were in a 6-car tow pushing along. So I think we really kept our heads, and we didn't lose our heads when they were chasing. And we worked together as a team, so we knew when they were coming. We knew I had to defend to help them to not get overtaken, so we could secure the 1, 2, 3. And it's a great result for the team in the first 1, 2, 3.
And that literally is the very first one for the team?
Yeah, it's the first one and first of many.
That's what I'd like to hear. So you're going to keep doing the 1, 2, 3s, but maybe in a different order now?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what goes on in the race. Obviously,
As long as you're first still.
hopefully, I try and keep it that way. But sometimes you have to sometimes just bring it back a little bit and not try and chase too much. So we'll see.
Just do enough to win.
Exactly. Thank you.
Great job, Freddie. Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll see you later in the weekend, and we're off down for our podiums in the paddock with these and the other class.
There you go. So the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship will be next out on the grid, but reflecting on that Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship race, Freddie Slater, as I said, extending that points lead, are racing based or potentially based on what race 2 will bring. I think they'll have the best party this evening with that 1-2-3 finish. However, our next grid is about to get underway, so let's switch our attention to the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. Multi-class racing about to get underway here for the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, the fastest spec of the G56 Ginetta that we'll see here this weekend, joined by a smattering of the GT5 spec, the senior spec G40s. 3 classes in total. There's a GT Pro category, those are the G56s. You've got GT5 Pro, and then there's just one driver in the GT5 AM category. That is Bal Sidhu for Zentech Motorsport. But certainly an interesting weekend so far for these drivers in this category, and one dominant force so far this weekend, and that is Ruben Haig.
Looks like we've got a bit of a gap on the front row at the moment. We are just waiting for one driver to make their way through, and they're going to have to try and squeeze through that gap. And looks like the mechanics are looking in the distance at the moment for the driver to join the front row here. On the outside of that front row, we'll run through the grid in due course, but they'll get the lap behind the safety car there. You can see the standard format of the Ginetta, but with the rear wing removed and replaced with the flashing lights. Here we go. So the outside of the front row is going to join us into position. So we're not missing anybody on the out lap, which is always good to see. We're just having a bit of a formation shuffle. Marshall's doing a grand job there in the background just to get everybody where they need to be. So we can get the formation lap underway. Yeah,
racing drivers can be mucky puppies. They don't always come out on the green flag lap in the right order, much to the stress sometimes of our marshals, our start line marshals. A word to the marshals, of course, as always. Our volunteers in orange, our heroes in orange. It would not be possible for motor racing to exist across the world, much less here in the United Kingdom, without our marshals. Of course, they do have a bit of a saving grace here at the Silverstone National Circuit, and indeed at the historic pits in general, in the form of the runoff area there on the outside that allowed Blake Anglis to sneak past everybody and say, yes, awfully sorry, I'm at the front, just let me through. Yes, I'm at the front of the queue, I promise, I promise, I promise. You can see the qualifying time on TSL. Ruben Haig is our second place starter. Ruben Haig didn't quite get the pole position after pole and 2 race wins in the scheduled 2 races yesterday. Of course, in the rerun round 4, he also managed to take the win as well. So Ruben Haig definitely our favourite there in the number 6 car, but it was Blake Anglis with a 59.629 who took our pole position for this race. Anglis on pole alongside Ruben Haig on the front row. Row 2 of the grid is Callum Davis in the number 95 alongside Carl Garnett, currently second place in the championship. Third row of the grid is Colin White, the highly experienced Ginetta racer of the last 15 years, along with Luke Reed, current championship leader here in this championship. He starts from 6th place. Harley Houghton is next alongside Leona Theobald on row 4 of the grid. Row 5 is Conor Garlick alongside Gary Wager. Just one more car among the G56s, that is Sean Fleming. Will Rochford is our pole sitter in the GT5 Pro class. He will be joined on the front row for that grid alongside Nathaniel Hodgkiss. Luke Garlick will be following him in the 71 car, as will Ella Lloyd in the 28. Karim Sekat with a pretty good performance in qualifying, starting from 16th in the overall order. Sam Harvey and Paolo Santi next up on row 9. Then it will be Lexi Belk and Bal Sidhu on the rear of the grid. One extra name then compared to yesterday in the form of Harley Houghton. He joins the grid for today, the driver who competes in the Nürburgring Endurance Series, the NLS, formerly the VLN, taking to the circuit this weekend. Quite a busy schedule for him this year. Competed at Nürburgring 24 hours in a Porsche Cayman GT4, the third youngest driver ever to contest the Nürburgring 24 hours. So the 18-year-old from Stockport about to take on the established grid here in the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. And from the front row of the grid, that 84 car will be one to watch.
Very much so. We spoke earlier on about the drivers catching up with the traffic in this 20-minute race. Expect that to be the case at around about half race distance. You did suggest that they would catch them at least twice. Green flag at the back of the field then, as we are about to get this race underway.
Yeah, 20 minutes of racing once again off a standing start. Two separate grids for our two classes, and it looked like Anglis got a decent getaway there. He should surely lead into the first corner. Yes, he does. However, Haig still has the nose to the inside as they run through the first corner. In third place there is the number 19 of Garnett. So Garnett has managed to negotiate his way into third place ahead of Callum Davis. Then it's Luke Reed in fifth place in the Wolf Motorsport car. He's got himself ahead of Colin White. Leading in the GT5s there is Nathaniel Hodgkiss. Wide goes Belk in the 98 at the back of the field, but it's Hodgkiss that leads the GT5s as they slipstream down the Wellington Straight for the first time. Anglis, though, did everything he needed to do on that lead, that first lap, got a good start and has gotten himself a little bit away from the rest of the field early on.
Yeah, starting on the outside, of course, from the pole position berth in the class means that he does get a quicker run, but doesn't mean that he's on the optimal position into the corner. So it was important that he got away, and got away. He's done well. 0.8 of a second the gap from Anglis, who leads the way at the moment from Haig, Garnett, Davis, Reed, White, Houghton, Garlick, Theobald and Wager, your top 10. All of those drivers in the GT Pro class. Hodgkiss leading the way now in front of Rochford, your pole sitter in the GT5, with Ella Lloyd in third place. Down the inside goes the 63 of Conor Garlick, tries to get the run down the inside at Beckett's. Can't get alongside though, has to slot back into position. You see already the gap opening up from the G56 Pro runners back to the G40s. So roughly about 2-3 seconds a lap we're expecting in the early phase as they battle out. The front runners though will be opening that up to around about 5 seconds a lap, so around about the 11-minute mark. Expect them to start then engaging with some traffic. That traffic though, they'll be back in their own battle as well, which is going to be important. They're not going to be just moving over to one side to allow the faster runners through. They're still going to be racing. Colin White gets a good run down the start-finish straight as they head down towards the Copse corner. Not quite close enough though, and has to slot back in. And because he was tighter then into that right-hander, that's opened himself up to attack now from Houghton and Garlick on the run up to Maggots and Beckett's. The two of them side by side, and looks like Garlick has found a way past Houghton down the inside at Copse, moves the way through, the move already done by the time they got to Beckett's, in enough time that allows Conor Garlick to take the optimal line into that corner. And let's see whether now we can get a closer run on Colin White in the all-black machine. White with a slightly wider entry in that CWS car. And it looks like he's not too worried at the moment about defending the position. He's taking what we would deem as the optimal racing line, the qualifying line, where you don't have to worry about being overtaken quite so much. Anglis, though, who had a gap at the front of 0.8 of a second after lap 1, had that reeled in slightly, does extend it once again now out to Ruben Haig, nearly 0.6 of a second the gap between your two leaders.
Harley Houghton then down in 8th place after that move from Garlick. It's his first appearance here in the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. He was, however, 5 times a winner in the GT5s last year. So moving up to the G56 for the first time. We see there Davis in 4th place. He's got the fastest lap of the race thus far, a 59.927 a couple of laps ago, and he's all over the back of Carl Garnett at this stage. Davis, who tried from the front row and struggled a couple of times to get the car launched yesterday, had a much better start in this first race of 2 here at the National circuit, and Carl Garnett definitely facing the pressure. Again, Luke Reed not doing what he would want to do at the moment. He's sat there in 5th place. Reed took all of the wins at Alton Park. He took a win at Silverstone at the British GT meeting last month, and also got 2 wins and a DNF at Donington Park. He just doesn't seem to quite have the car hooked up underneath him this weekend at G-Fest.
No podiums so far this weekend. 4ths across the board yesterday, both in qualifying and in the races as well for Luke Reed, currently running in 5th place, but on this national layout doesn't seem that he's quite got the pace of the 4 drivers in front of him. Garnett and Davis working together in the early phase of this race, and then arguing it out over 3rd place earlier on. Arguably Callum Davis slightly quicker than Carl Garnett, but couldn't make the move stick a few laps ago round the outside. Down into Brooklands. So we focus now on the G40 GT5 battle for the front, and it looks like we've got Hotchkiss still leading the way in the class. Oh, the 80s round.
Theobald there, Leona Theobald in the number 8 car having a spin. That looks like that was between Brooklands and Luffield. She'll just about get the car back on the circuit and underway before the GT5s arrive all in one bunch here at the Brooklands Bend. It is indeed Hotchkiss in the lead of GT5 Pro right now, and if you're watching yesterday, you'll have some deja vu with the battle between Hotchkiss, Nathaniel Hotchkiss, Ella Lloyd, and then Luke Garlick, because they were fighting hard for 2nd place in yesterday's 2nd race. Of course, the man behind them, 4th in class currently, Will Rochford, was a distant leader in GT5 yesterday in race number 2. Today, he's part of the scrum for the lead battle, and I get the feeling these 4 are going to duke it out over the full distance of this 20-minute race.
Yeah, Rochford off pole position has fallen back since and is not quite in striking distance at the moment, as the top 3 do look fairly comfortable. Slight attack there from Lloyd in 2nd place on Hotchkiss, just enough, I think, to remind Hotchkiss that Lloyd was there, but that has compromised Lloyd now in the run down towards. We've got a driver in the background, looks like that's Sekat off, and scatters the circuit with gravel as he rejoins the circuit in the 10 car as Lexi Belk makes her way round. So Sekat joining back in, that'll put him in 19th place on his rejoin to the circuit. The top 4 though, still nose to tail, not too far back either. Sam Harvey now coming into camera shot. And then it was indeed, in fact, Sam Harvey and Karim Sekat that were close together on the previous lap. I think Sekat now obviously having had that spin. Harvey within camera shot now in 5th place in the GT5 class.
The G56s are almost on the back already of the GT5 Challenge tail end, of course helped by mistakes for the likes of Karim Sekat. But as anticipated, before even halfway of the way through the race, the lap traffic will soon be a factor. Garlick and Lloyd side by side. Luke Garlick with a nose ahead there briefly, so he had gotten past Lloyd on this lap somewhere, but they're still pretty much even as they turn into Brooklands. Luke Garlick just about gets into that 2nd place for now then. Nathaniel Hotchkiss is granted a couple of car lengths, I'm sure only momentarily, in the lead of this GT5 battle.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Sam Harvey is really closing up on the back of this one. Ella Lloyd is that with a track limits penalty, 5 seconds for the driver currently in 3rd place. Ella Lloyd lost a place on the previous lap to Luke Garlick and is now going to lose a few more in terms of not visibly, but that will be added to her race time at the end of the race for Ella Lloyd. So at the moment needs to try and break through and break away, because she needs 5 seconds as a minimum on any of these drivers. Trying to fight back though on the move down the inside into the right-hander at Beckett's, and Ella Lloyd will move back through on Luke Garlick for 2nd place. And Garlick may even lose another one here to Will Rochford, who gets a good run, but I think he's going to get the slipstream of Ella Lloyd. That's going to help him hold on to third place, although it could be fairly brief here, because looks like there's a charge coming, and then he goes slightly wide into Brooklands.
Sam Harvey just behind them has become the 5th carriage in this train. Sam Harvey with 105.468, his personal best lap time last time through, one of the faster laps we've seen out of the GT5 class so far in this race as well. So taking the slipstream and using it to become part of this lead train. For Ella Lloyd, I think breaking away from the GT5 class battle and building a 5-second lead is an order about as tall as Shaquille O'Neal. I don't see it happening before the end of this race, but she'll give it her best. First task is to get into the lead, and Nathaniel Hodgkiss has that pretty well sewn up at the moment. With almost half of the race completed, then it is Blake Anglis in the lead. He's also just set the fastest lap of the race last time by. There he is going into Beckett, a 59.829, almost at quali pace. Would have been good enough for front row of the grid actually in qualifying. Blake Anglis just pulling away from Haig there in second place. Then it's Garnett and Davis still fighting over third position as our GT5 leaders once again go through the Luffield Bend, out through Woodcut and down the main straight.
Yeah, this is going to be in a lap or so when Blake Anglis, the outright leader, catches up onto the lead for this GT5 battle. Is going to be the most interesting part for me, because none of these 5 at the front are going to relent. Most of them could well just be incredibly focused on their own race as well. The leaders trying to get through in the outright class at the front, they're all battling as well. It's going to be very, very interesting. See now there was almost 3 wide on entry. You know, they're not going to be able to do that. Little bit of a tap into the rear of Ella Lloyd there from Luke Garlick. Just maybe trying a touring car style bump and run. Don't think that's going to work quite as well into that corner on the brakes at this stage in the race. But say now with only 9 minutes to go, the GT Pros starting to close up and will certainly be there or thereabouts at the Maggots and Beckett's left-right complex. I think this time round you see Blake Anglis in camera shot now as he'll thereabouts just come in. So the leaders now got a lot to contend with in both classes here. Those at the front don't want to compromise. Hotchkiss, though, is starting to open up a bit of a gap now, because Lloyd and Garlick have been battling it out for most of the last couple of laps. You see now Harvey able to move away. How much of a slipstream will he get from that car as he makes the way through? I don't think he's going to get a lot, but at least on the straight, Anglis did move back in. It's going to drag him along for a little bit at the very least. Now this is where Anglis needs to be careful.
And the G56s certainly punch a bigger hole through the air. Anglis, the overall leader, picking his way through the GT5 lead for the first time. Should be the only time that he encounters this leading pack over the course of this race. And in that GT Pro class among the G56s, it really is developing into a story of Anglis and then everybody else. And it's side by side almost for second place as they pick their way through the G40s, as Haig staves off Garnett here for second position. So Carl Garnett's current second place in the championship, some 54 points back coming into today's race from Luke Reed, our championship leader. Of course, he'll be keen to get the points for second place, with Luke Reed seemingly off the boil a little bit here this weekend. Saying that, Luke Reed isn't too far behind. Colin White side by side with Harley Houghton as well. Houghton looking to the inside in the back of shot there and gets past Colin White for 6th overall. Houghton charging then. His next target is Luke Reed. Of course, we just mentioned, 3rd youngest driver at the Nürburgring 24 hours, inherently knows his way through traffic after running at the Nürburgring 24. That much is for certain. I think he's using a bit of that recently accumulated knowledge here at Silverstone.
Absolutely, because what he did there with that move down the inside of Colin White is he used one of the slower cars to box Colin White in, so White couldn't get the run out of the corner. Harley Houghton just did superb there, just boxed White in and then got the run all the way down the start-finish straight towards Copse. The move done before they got the run up to Maggots and Beckett's. He's already started to open up a bit of a gap to Colin White, and he's right on the back of Luke Reed in front in the blue and orange machine, the 26. So Harley Houghton in the slipstream once again, and you can see that because Luke Reed has come to the inside to try and break that toe. That will compromise Copse. You can see him there as well. Got on the brakes a lot earlier than what Harley Houghton did, although we'd expect that because he's in front on the track. But looks like Houghton may well have a good run here. Don't think he's going to be close enough up to the left-hander there at Maggots and then the right at Beckett's, but it's all about the exit here, trying to get a good run out of this right-hander onto the Wellington straight. See whether he can make the move down into the left-hander at Brooklands. It hasn't, what the leader's coming through, it has sort of split the pack a little bit in the GT5s. It's going to open that up a bit. Hodgkiss had already opened up a bit of a gap, but it has then split it into a 2x2 battle. Harvey, though, is in front now of Will Rochford. He's up into fourth. Rochford, the pole sitter, down into fifth place.
Yeah, Rochford not taking the advantage he would have liked from that pole position, struggling a little bit. Sam Harvey has gotten by, and of course Ella Lloyd is going to be less than impressed as well with the situation she's got here with Luke Garlick ahead, because of course if she continues to have to wait there behind Luke Garlick, is going to eventually lose positions to both Harvey and Rochford anyway if things stay as they are. Rochford trying hard to find a way through at Copse, as is Ella Lloyd, who had to really get out of it there on the apex of the corner. Luke Garlick chopping the nose off, saying absolutely no chance of getting up the inside there. Here comes Rochford towards Beckett, just has a little bit of a speculative look to the outside. Not a move made there, but Ella Lloyd very, very wide indeed. Lloyd losing out then to potentially both parties, Harvey and Rochford. Yes, she does. Looks like she may have just overcooked it there into Beckett's.
Yeah, mistake from Ella Lloyd. I think that was set up at Copse where you could see she had to get on the brakes. The car became unstable as Sam Harvey, defending to the inside, will try and run Rochford all the way out onto the rumble strip on the outside. Now it's Rochford who's got to get on the brakes before the tarmac runs out, and he's met with some grass, but I don't think Ella Lloyd's going to be close enough to capitalise. Yeah, she went down into Copse. You could see the way that she had to hit the brakes. The front of the car dropped as she hit the brakes. That really slowed her then. Then it looks like she carried too much speed then into the Beckett's complex, ran wide out there onto the rumble strip, opened the door, and now has got some work to do to even get on the podium already, of course, suffering from that 5-second penalty. Just having a quick look, looks like she has got a gap of around about 12 seconds back to Paolo Santi. So wherever she finishes now is just a case of trying to his personal pride really now for Ella Lloyd, fifth in class and a little bit far back now off Harvey and Rochford after the mistake on the previous lap.
Ruben Haig has made a visit to the pit lane, and he's dropped all the way down to the back of the GT Pro order, the G56 order. So Ruben Haig, our double race winner, our triple race winner effectively yesterday in the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship with an issue. Ella Lloyd also with a problem. She's got her bodywork dislodged, has managed to get between the two cars there, between Sam Harvey and Will Rochford, but has also managed to dislodge her bonnet somewhere there as well, and that could be catastrophic if it gets caught under the wheel. We saw that in the junior race earlier on. You can see where it's dragging on the tarmac. Could also receive a black and orange flag potentially if the stewards deem that to be worthwhile. Was also going to mention, so interesting at the sharp end of the order, Anglis is 4 seconds clear of everyone else. The battle from second through to sixth is split by just 2 seconds. It's fairly clear, though, that Ella Lloyd's car is now walking wounded after getting that bonnet dislodged.
Well, you could see in a straight line there how much of a letterbox she had to look through in terms of the windscreen. You can see that's carbon fibre just being dragged along the tarmac, and is just basically just grinding itself away at the moment from Ella Lloyd. Really just got to hope that nothing's picked up, and that's got even worse down the straight, hasn't it? That's coming off in a few moments' time, and if she doesn't come into the pit lane at her own volition at the end of this lap, I get the feeling that she's going to come in under the what we call a meatball flag, the black flag with the orange circle in the middle to tell the driver they've got a mechanical fault. And yeah, it's not too long. We get some sparks under that car. Real dangerous now for the car of Ella Lloyd in the 28.
Yeah, you can see the sparking underneath as the bodywork continues to rub along the tarmac, sparking away under there. could well be at risk of having a full-on fire on her hands if she's not careful. In fact, I think we may already be at that point. Ella Lloyd really needs to bring the car in. Unfortunately, going to have to accept this race as a loss, I think, at this stage with the bodywork where it is. The sparks continue to fly. 1 minute and 35 seconds left on the clock. I'm sure part of her is thinking, I'm just going to reach the end of the race. But no, I don't think that's a good idea, because it looks like they've got an angle grinder going on attached underneath the car. While all of this is going on, Blake Anglis is in the back of shot, still our race leader. And I think he's lost quite a bit of time there to the chasing pack behind, because Carl Garnett across the line last time was 4 seconds back, and it does not look like Garnett's 4 seconds away from the lead now. Ella Lloyd, though, hopefully gets into the pits this time, because you cannot keep going around the circuit with that. However, she is doing so. Obviously wants to net points. I understand the thinking, but that's less than ideal. Side by side between Sam Harvey and Will Rochford as Rochford looks to the inside. Our leaders approach their final lap. It's the penultimate lap for these two.
Yeah, the Ella Lloyd situation, not brilliant for her, but she's down into 18th place at the moment with only Sekat and Belk behind, so she's not going to lose too many points should she choose to come in, which I think she probably should, given where the car is at the moment. Harvey once again defending then to the inside. They're going to be split though by the number 7 of Gary Wager in a few moments time, and this is where the 42 of Rochford needs to try and take advantage. As Wager comes through, he needs to just try and tuck in behind, hope that then Wager gets through on Harvey in a position on the track that is advantageous to Will Rochford.
And we should see our leader across the line any second now. Blake Anglis is in the final sector of the lap. The clock has ticked down to 0. So Blake Anglis, with a fairly commanding drive at the sharp end of the order, has just crossed the line as our race winner. Carl Garnett takes second place. Harley Houghton takes third place. Houghton made up some great positions there at the end of the race. He takes third place ahead of Callum Davis in fourth, Luke Reed in fifth, and Colin White rounding out the top half dozen. Connor Garlick, away off the top 6, takes 7th. Ella Lloyd does cross the line with that bonnet out of place. The GT5 Pro leader just coming around Luffield for the final time now. That is Nathaniel Hodgkiss. Hodgkiss will cross the line to take the GT5 Pro win, but it will be Blake Anglis that, of course, celebrates the overall lead. Hodgkiss has now crossed the line to take the GT5 Pro win ahead of Luke Garlick in second. Sam Harvey does hold on to third place despite Will Rochford's best efforts to get back onto the GT5 podium, and our last car across the line will be Santi in the 77. But that is the conclusion then of that race for the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, and Ella Lloyd has been flagged down by some marshals with their fire extinguisher. I think they thought there was a full-on fire. I think it never got beyond sparks, but nonetheless, that really wasn't wise to keep driving in those circumstances. Blake Anglis, though, your race winner, his first win in the Ginetta G56. This is for Blake Anglis and Breakell Racing. Carl Garnett and Harley Houghton make it an all Breakell Racing top 3, incidentally, and Harley Houghton in his very first race in the Ginetta GT Championships top class gets a podium. He'll be impressed with that. Callum Davis in 4th place ahead of Luke Reed, who will remain our championship leader in 5th position. Colin White in 6th place ahead of Connor Garlick. Leona Theobald taking 8th, recovering from her spin. Gary Wager, Sean Fleming and Ruben Haig rounding out the Ginetta G56 order. Haig, of course, visiting the pits with an issue. Nathaniel Hodgkiss taking 12th position and leading among the GT5 Pro order. Luke Garlick and Sam Harvey rounding out the podium in the GT5s. Will Rochford couldn't quite get there, couldn't quite find his way past Sam Harvey in the closing stages of the race. Paolo Santi is next, rounding out the top 5 in GT5 Pro. Bal Sidhu claiming the AM class win in the GT5s. Karim Sekat and Ella Lloyd all reach the flag, as did Lexi Belk in 20th position. But Blake Anglis with a big win there, and he's quite a bubbly character. I'm looking forward to seeing how he celebrates this.
Yeah, great from Anglis. Got to the front, didn't he? Garnett did close in towards the end, but Anglis had done enough in opening up the gap and managed getting through that traffic nice and cleanly, did Blake Anglis.
Absolutely, Anglis did exactly what he needed to do at the start of the race, and that was fire off into the lead, despite Garnett on the front row and also the 6 car of Haig trying to challenge in the early going in the GT5 class. From the very beginning, it was Nathaniel Hodgkiss who looked likely there at the sharp end. Lexi Belt going a little bit wide on that opening lap of the race. We also had a spin further back for Karim Sekat, who just about managed to wring the neck of the 1.8 litre Z-Tech engine to get that car out of the gravel. And the GT5s, as always, providing grandstand action. Once again, as with yesterday, Ella Lloyd found herself side by side with Luke Garlick more often than not. Unfortunately, of course, Ella Lloyd would soon gain a 5-second penalty that would drop her out of contention effectively. And then, of course, the damage to come further prohibited her from really succeeding in the GT5 Pro class. You saw Luke Garlick trying that touring car move, trying to move Ella Lloyd out of the way, all minding their business a little bit more as Blake Anglis, the overall leader, worked his way through. He continued to maintain a lead of roughly 4 seconds once he escaped from the chasing pack. Certainly much more tense times for Carl Garnett. He would have to fight hard for his second place to retain that as he worked his way through the GT5 traffic. Sam Harvey and Will Rochford would continue to scrap hard for what would eventually become 3rd position. Of course, initially they were fighting for 4th place before Ella Lloyd had her issue, bouncing across the gravel after a moment at Copse, the Protyre corner, and then her front bodywork dislodged in a separate incident. This would only get worse and worse. The sparks would fly at the on the bottom of Ella May Lloyd's front splitter, and she would limp on to the finish. However, that car really looking worse for wear by the end of the race. Of course, while all of this was going on, Hodgkiss would continue on in the lead in GT5 Pro, and Blake Anglis would secure the victory in the GT Pro class. That number 84 Ginetta G56 Pro, his first race in the G56 was just yesterday here at Silverstone, and he's adapted to that car very well indeed. But in terms of adaptation, we have to really nod our head to Harley Houghton, the young 18-year-old moving up from GT5s for the first time this weekend in a G56, really showing his stuff.
Did very, very well there, didn't he? And then managed to get the jump on Callum Davies on the final lap as well to move up into 3rd place, did Harley Houghton. Only a few laps before, he was battling out with Colin White as he disposed White for 5th place. Closed right up very, very quickly as well on Davies and Reed. Managed to move through for a podium for Harley Houghton. Very, very impressed with him as a driver today, particularly as well because we were straight into qualifying this morning as well. So not a huge amount of track time other than in competitive sessions. So it's not like he's had an opportunity to maybe even get that car set up perfectly for him. So it's just a case of getting it and drive it as best you can. Harley Houghton with a 3rd place, only 4 seconds off Blake Anglis, who did open up that gap in the early phase. Harley Houghton, though, the more he sits in that car, the more comfortable he's going to come with it. Come tomorrow, he's going to be challenging right at the front, will Harley Houghton.
Yeah, 3 more races for him to take to the car. 3 drivers awaiting Peter Snowden down in the podium.
So, overall positions. 3rd position here, we've got Harley Houghton. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a tough race. Felt a lot longer than it actually was. We managed to crawl our way up from 7th up to 3rd. Some hard battles, some really good racing.
You expect sympathy from me. You said a hard race, a long race, 20 minutes. A couple of weekends ago, you did something quite unique at the Nürburgring, which was a slightly longer race, being 24 hours.
Yeah, that was an amazing experience. I mean, we did 3 hours straight through the night, which was definitely a little bit more challenging on the brain, but it's non-stop racing here. Nürburgring, you've got massive straights, but it is the most dangerous track in the world. So.
Really? Where are the massive straights at the Nürburgring, apart from the Dottingerhöhe?
Yeah, well, you get a break every 8 or 9 minutes or so it's not too bad.
Yeah, well, I was looking to be commentating on that, and of course you're I think the youngest person in history to have done the 24-hour.
Third youngest in history, but youngest of the...
Youngest Brit.
Yeah, youngest Brit in history. So, really big challenge. Took it face on, and we did really well.
Well, 51 runnings, that's pretty impressive. Well done, Harley. Second place, we've got Mr. Garnett. Carl, well done.
Thank you. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. It was really good to be in the pace. Good to be with my teammates as well. That was quite nice. Shame what happened to Ruben, I don't know. I think he had a puncture. Otherwise, you know, we'd have been a 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe. So, yeah, I really enjoyed that.
That would be impressive, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4 is even better, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. I was just quite keen to keep pace, and I was saying to Ruben, trying to give Ruben to say, let's get away from these guys. And Callum and I had a few close ones, and then the back markers just kind of went in my favour a little bit and just gave me that bit of breathing space. So, yeah, I was pleased about that. Yeah,
but as I said to Ruben yesterday, you've got to give somebody else a chance. He had it all his way yesterday, so it's only fair.
Yeah, true. I think
he won't agree with that, will he?
I think he felt sorry for us and just decided to pull off.
Is that what it was? Okay, team tactics last night, was it? Yeah, take one for the team.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Carl. And of course, our overall winner now, Blake. We had a couple of chats yesterday, and you were third and second, and you said today you were going to go one better.
I did.
Job done.
Absolutely. It doesn't get much better than that. Nice, clean race. Got lucky with the traffic in some senses, but no, it was a perfect result for the team. 1, 2, 3. And big shout out to my sponsors, Concept Garage, Hague, and everyone who's got involved with me to get me back out on this weekend. It's been great.
Well, it's great to have you back out. But the question is, of course, you've gone 3, 2, 1 as you predicted. What now?
0? Don't I hope.
Don't say things like that. Not live. Not live.
No, it should be good. We've got some pace. Obviously, see what happens now with Harley and Carl and Callum. So, sorry, Ruben. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But it's going to be a long day. Still 3 more races to go. Yeah, anything can happen.
Yeah, just got to just keep banging those team results. Well done, and we'll see you down at the podium.
There you go then, that's our top 3 in the Ginetta GT Championship. However, as you can see, it's already time for us to switch focus to the Ginetta GT Academy. Last race here at Silverstone before the lunch break here on day 2 of racing at G-Fest, and it is the Ginetta GT Academy race. Lots of interesting stories emanating out of this grid at the moment. One of them, of course, being that poleman, Ravi Ramyid, who has been absolutely second to no one all weekend long in the GT Academy order. He's got some hard competition, though, in the form of Nick White, the man who was leading the championship coming into this weekend. Over the course of the Friday races, Ravi Ramyid pulled the championship lead in his direction. Then, of course, you've got other stories, including the rookie class. Matt Shaw, absolutely exemplary there. You've got the 3 Tomlinson sisters, Emma, Amy and Lucy there in the pack as well. I'm sure Lawrence Tomlinson is watching them with a keen eye further back in the pack. Definitely an exciting race to come on treaded tyres, no less, these G56s.
Yeah, look exactly the same, of course, but slightly down on power compared to the Pro car, and also gridding up in the traditional 2x2 straight behind each other format compared to the slightly offset one that we've seen previously. Grid is up on screen for you then. Ravi Ramyid on pole position, Nick White alongside on the front row in the first of 8 rows for our GT Academy cars. Mackenzie Walker and Ed Akers are on row number 2. Row 3 will see Matt Shaw joined by Thomas Shelley in the 76 machine. And then it's going to be Paul Livesey and James Taylor on row number 4. Rounding out the top 10 for in GT Academy will be Mark Allan and Richard Just the second in our rookie runners, with Emma Tomlinson and Charlotte Lowe on row number 6. The final 4 runners, row 7 sees Phil McGarty, who retired from race number 2 yesterday alongside Amy Tomlinson. And then the final runners will be Lucy Tomlinson, and then nobody alongside. We have 15 runners in GT Academy. This race yesterday was after the first corner, went to a safety car in the second race yesterday. An incident with 3 of our drivers, Phil McGarty and 2 of the Tomlinson sisters, had an issue, and then we had a few laps behind the safety car. Ravi Ramyid, of course, got that great start and then had to do it all over again. in race 2.
Yeah, credit to Emma Tomlinson, actually. She kind of fessed up a little bit to me this morning. We weren't quite aware of how she was involved in the incident at turn 1 last time. It turned out that she was on the inside there as Amy turned in, and it was kind of a meet in the middle. It wasn't really anyone's fault, but she was a third party in that incident that took out Phil McGarty and Amy Tomlinson this morning.
Well, we were, of course, on board at the time, weren't we? So it was difficult to see who was the guilty party, so to speak. We just saw the impact as McGarty went into the side.
Yeah, absolutely right. So no harm, no foul, though. They're all back on the grid, which is great to see. It's 15 cars then for the Ginetta GT Academy, round 11 of their season. We're about to go racing for the 3rd time today, the first of 2 times for the Ginetta GT Academy, and it is Ravi Ramyad, your championship leader, on pole position, but Nick White is going to be keen to get that throttle down and try and challenge him into the first corner. Don't rule out Mackenzie Walker and Ed Akers either on the 2nd row of the grid. Matt Shaw could be a surprise package for a podium as well. Let's go racing then. The lights are out and we are underway for 20 minutes of action there. Bit of a poor start from Matt Shaw as well as one of the others further back, but everyone gets underway okay on eggshells through the first corner. Of course, these treaded tyres do come up to temperature a bit quicker than a slick, so they should find some grip by the time they get towards Beckett on this first lap. It is Ramyad in the lead, White in second, Mackenzie Walker there in 3rd place. The main beneficiary on that first lap appears to be Shelley in the 76. He's gotten past Matt Shaw for 5th place.
Yeah, great move. Shaw, who had a difficult start to that one, put the power down, the rear wheels just spun up and he almost slid across the track to the inside, which was unfortunate. Just couldn't get the power down in the way that he wanted. The top 6 looked to be pretty much breaking away into single file. The rest of the field still sorting themselves out as they head down into the left-hander at Brooklands. And looks like we've got good moves going on from Mark Elam, who's had a reasonable start, made the move down the inside at Brooklands as everybody explores the track limits. You can't go too wide there on the exit of Love Field because you are pretty much straight into the gravel. So across the line at the end of the first lap, Ramyad leads from White and Walker with Akers and Shelley rounding out your top 5. Shaw is your leader in the rookie class.
Yeah, but he won't be happy with 6th overall. I think well aware that his pace could bestow him a podium if he keeps himself together and makes some overtakes. So I think rookie lead is all well and good, but he's going to be looking for greater things than that. Ed Akers drifts out wide there, as does Richard Just. Takes a couple of cones, but manages to keep the car on the tarmac. If he did that on purpose, that would have been very cool. I think it was an accident, but nonetheless, he continues on his way.
Well, he's only left 1 cone, so if he can take the other one out on the next lap, that's a spare.
Oh, dearie, oh me. This isn't bowling, but he's giving it his best shot at turning it into it. Thomas Shelley then from 6th on the grid, already up into 4th position, just ahead of Ed Akers at the moment. Akers will be trying himself to get it back on the podium in this race. Interesting that these cars, the wheels look quite a lot larger, low-profile tyres on these particular GT Academy machines. Emma Tomlinson there in 14th place, only ahead at the moment of sister Amy. We'll be looking to try and close in in fact, we were looking at Amy, of course, on board. So Amy 3 seconds off the pack on our onboard car at the moment, just looking out to Emma and Phil McGarty up ahead in 13th and 14th place.
Yeah, we saw earlier on the 20 of Ed Akers going very, very wide there, and you can hear, even though there is similar cars, they are on them treaded tyres, so you can hear a lot more tyre squeal because the grip level, the adhesion that they're looking for, not quite there. The tyres will come up to temperature a lot quicker. They'll also cool down a lot quicker than what we expect if they decide not to push them. Expect them, though, because of that treaded tyre, they're going to have to manage these a little bit more than what the slick runners would in the prior race, just because they're not as specifically a race tyre. They're a road tyre with treads on. They are going to have to look after these for the duration of this race here at Silverstone on the national circuit. So they're going to have a lot more. I think, there's not as many corners per lap, but overall I think these tyres are going to be working just as hard as they did yesterday on the international layout, with probably less straights to try and keep them cool as we ride on board with the 31 of Paul Livesey as he tries to close up on the back of Matt Shaw in front. 2 different classes, of course, but don't think that matters once your head's in the helmet. Looks like we could rejoin there, and he's had a little bit of a tricky situation down at Beckett's. He looked like we rejoined there as he was trying to correct the car ever so slightly, and will now come under pressure from the 88 of Mark Lamb, who's going to try and send that dark green machine down the inside. I think it's going to be too tight for him, and it indeed is, and gets the door closed on him firmly all the way around the outside by Paul Livesey in the 31.
Yeah, Mark Ellman looked to the inside there, couldn't quite get it done on that occasion. Just behind them is James Taylor in the 56. You might note that he's got a big Evo decal on the side of his car. It's because he's the deputy editor of Evo magazine. So one of many drivers racing in this category with the Want to Race W2R scheme. And James, I'm sure in that role, gets to pedal a few interesting cars, but wanting to come racing here in the Ginetta GT Academy. Thomas Shelley there just behind Ed Akers just ahead of Ed Akers, I should say, at the moment. Having gotten past Akers, I was wondering if Shelley might try and get himself away from the situation and move towards the top three. I don't think Ed Akers is giving him the option or the luxury at this stage. Akers certainly keeping a watching brief on Thomas Shelley, who drifts it out wide, can't find the traction through Brooklands. Ed Akers to the outside line there, but he's not going to be able to get past unless he gets the cutback. He does get the cutback. Very nicely done by Ed Akers, who carries the momentum through Woodcote into fourth position. He should just about have all the car ahead before they get to the first corner at Copse. That said, Shelley is still there alongside him, so the momentum wasn't worth that much. It is, however, worth the move into fourth position. Matt Shaw watching on with much interest.
Well, yeah, because Shelley's tried to get the cutback once again in the same way that Akers did to him out of the previous corner. Has got the cutback alongside. Matt Shaw could be the one to take full advantage of this. He's going to take a wider line. Not going to allow Ed Akers to get back in. Thought Matt Shaw could take advantage there, because we've seen drivers go from 6th to 4th at that corner in previous races, particularly in Ginetta Junior. Don't think it's going to happen this time, because he's going to be on the outside, but expect once again now the two in front, particularly Ed Akers, he can't come on all the way around the outside. And now the 33 of Matt Shaw is going to try that move all the way around the outside, but doesn't look like there's the grip out there that we saw earlier on. The sun, I think, has probably gone behind a cloud for the last 10 minutes or so. Earlier on, we saw drivers able to run round the outside as out into the gravel goes Matt Shaw. That's going to lose him a few tenths off the back of the two in front.
Yes, it is. Mackenzie Walker, fastest lap of the race last time by a 103.871, so he means business there in the Assetto racing car as he continues to pursue Nick White and indeed Ravi Ramyud in the lead three duel. However, this battle for 4th, 5th and 6th is getting very interesting at the moment, isn't it? We have Thomas Shelley leading Ed Akers. Akers briefly got himself up into 4th place, but now he's really struggling with the rear tyres on turn-in at Beckett's, it seems. Really had to correct the car an excessive amount, and that has allowed Shelley a gap. That's also allowed Matt Shaw to get right back onto the rear of the orange number 20.
Well, we're not even at half race distance yet as the 47 is round. It's Emma Tomlinson spinning on the exit of the Beckett's corner. She'll rejoin without making any contact with the extremities of the circuit, so no damage for Tomlinson, but she will drop down the order. She was a few seconds in front of Lo McGarty. I think Amy Tomlinson managed to squeeze through as well, so that will drop Emma down into 15th place.
Yeah, shame for Emma Tomlinson. She'd managed to make up 2 places in recent laps, moved up to 12th position, and is now going to have to work from the rear of the order once again. Nick White with the fastest lap last time by. He is closing on Ravi Ramyud, I think maybe being motivated by the pace of Mackenzie Walker behind. We now have a 3-car queue for the lead. I'd say this is the most of scrap that Ravi Ramyud has had to deal with so far this weekend. He seemed to be in a class of his own on the Grand Prix circuit, but White and Walker are, well, perhaps the White Walkers out of Game of Thrones. Is it Game of Thrones? Is it?
I
think so. But they are closing in on Ravi Ramyud with aplomb at the moment. And, well, I don't know if Ramyud is going to have this all his own way eventually.
No, we're not even at half race distance yet. What we did see previously was this battle going on at the moment with Ed Akers, and he said at the time Akers was struggling with front end grip, and if we're at half race distance and he's still struggling with that, he's got a long way to go to nurse those tyres towards the end of this race. Thomas Shelley, who struggled to break away from Ed Akers earlier on, did so on the last few laps now, has a gap of 1.5 seconds, but then has a huge distance to close in on the top 3 in front. We're on board with Paul Livesley in 7th place, only less than a second now behind Matt Shaw. This is the battle just in front with Akers and Shaw as well. Now there's almost 5 of them nose to tail. Look at Akers, the one in front. A few laps ago he was struggling to get it turned in there. This is once again back on board with Paul Livesley. Don't think he's going to be quite close enough down into the left-hander at Brooklands, but it's close enough that Matt Shaw had to just deviate from the line ever so slightly to suggest to Livesley that sticking a move in there probably wasn't wise just yet. And maybe it was just Shaw just moving the car offline ever so slightly, just trying to find a little bit of clean air to break into that bottom left-hander at Brooklands. See whether Akers is still struggling with the front end. I think it's mainly as they go up towards Maggots and Beckett's, just getting it stopped and then turned in. But Paul Livesley, you can see there, just working the steering wheel, just keeping on the left of the screen. When we were there, just see how much of his steering input is. He's being incredibly gentle with that steering, because just will not want to put too much in there. It's easy to start turning that steering wheel and see the gap left to the inside there, not quite close enough to put the move in, but if you can get a good run out of Copse, the door definitely open by Matt Shaw for Paul Livesley to put a move in there. But really interesting to see the amount of work into that steering wheel and different drivers and how they go about plying their trade. And Livesley very, very gentle on the steering wheel, probably not trying to carry too much in. Once again, Ed Akers there seemed to be struggling with front end grip, just trying to get the car stopped, almost run out of tarmac once again before the right-hander at Luffield, before the curb and the grass starts. And Ed Akers continuing to struggle. The gap on the previous lap to Thomas Shelley was at around about a second. Now it's out to 1.4, although Shelley not able to make any inroads onto the 3 in front. In any case, I think the gap of 6 seconds is going to be far too much in the remaining 9 minutes of this race. It looks like the top 3 set in stone, albeit in what order, we wait to find out.
Just over 11.5 seconds between the top 9 out there on the circuit. There's really not much between it at all here in this race. Of course, in the rookie class, it's all very much going the way of Matt Shaw, but he's, I think he's going rogue. He doesn't really care about the rookie class order right now. He's focused on getting into that top 5 as he continues to sit behind Ed Akers. We're riding on board there with Paul Livesley, who was getting a look at the rear of Matt Shaw. Shaw there in 6th overall. Will at least want one better. Ed Akers, though, just keeping himself far enough ahead right now. The gap was half a second last time by. I think it'll have gone up by a couple of tenths more on this occasion. We'll wait to see confirmation of that as they come by. Akers 8.4 away from the lead, and sure enough, Shaw is 8 tenths behind Akers. So Akers just pulling away a little bit, and maybe that's because Matt Shaw is starting to feel the pressure from Paul Livesley there in 7th place.
Yeah, Livesley there looked like he had to correct that steering halfway round. He did have to sort of straighten up and go again, almost like he turned in, was expecting the car to understeer ever so slightly and then didn't, had to re-straighten the steering wheel up and then go with a much tighter turn in there from Paul Livesley as we rode on board. Lock up for your race leader, Rami Ramid, into the left-hander. That's going to allow the 57 of Nick White to close right up on the back. So Ramid locking the front tyre up into there, almost ran wide enough that allowed White to close right in on the back. Ramyed now, the gap was 4 tenths of a second. White closing right up. White's obviously now going to have more of a run out of the corner because Ramyed, having slowed that car down on the brakes, and now White trying to open up the corner as much as he can.
It was Ravi Ramyed there who pushed the very far extremities of the curb, was briefly on the grass. Nick White then sees the opportunity, but it looked like he really struggled under acceleration a little bit there. Whether he missed a gear momentarily or something of that nature, I don't know. Amy Tomlinson in a spin there down at the rear of the field returns to 15th place. Emma sneaking back through there in the family battle, and Amy Tomlinson gathers the car up and will get back underway. Incidentally, she will be lap traffic, I think, before the end of the race for this leading trio. Nick White, though, I thought momentarily had an issue because he really did seem to slow down on the approach to Beckett's Bend. Mackenzie Walker looked to the outside thinking he was going to get through into second. It's not quite worked, but Ravi Ramyeed, for a moment I thought he'd lost that lead. He's now managed to get a couple of car lengths again over Nick White. I don't know if this is the finishing order. I get the feeling there's going to be a twist before the end of this one.
Well, Mackenzie Walker, as close as he has been throughout this race to the back of Nick White. White, though, does seem to have a little bit more round cops, which gives him that respite. You see now Ramyeed taking the wider line, trying to optimise the entry into this complex of corners. The left, which is almost taken flat out, but is slightly on the brakes, which is why we're seeing a lot of cars being unsettled into that complex of corners, particularly in qualifying, as it was a new corner to a lot of our drivers, probably the only new corner on the track compared to yesterday's layout on the Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone. And in the early part of the lap on this one, we saw that Mackenzie Walker does seem to be stronger down this section of the circuit, but then in the other half, Nick White seems to be able to pull away round cops and open up a little bit. As I say, I'm not sure this is going to be the order come the end of it, but Ravi Ramyeed seems to have composed himself nicely after that uncharacteristic mistake down there into Brooklands a few laps ago. Has opened the gap up back to around about half a second. It seems to be fairly equidistant now between the top three as they cross the line. Just under 5 minutes, 1/4 of this race remaining.
Yeah, 1/4 distance left to go. The top three have very much broken away from the chasing pack. Thomas Shelley has a nice little cushion over Ed Akers, but from Ed Akers back to Mark Ellman in 8th place, so 5th to 8th place, they're all in one quite long queue. James Taylor a little way off that in 9th position overall. Paul Livesley has just been scouting the rear of Matt Shaw for so long, but he has to be wary of Mark Ellman behind, who really launched it to the inside there. Matt Shaw briefly went wide there. I think Matt Shaw is going to lose positions down the Wellington straight because he had absolutely no run out of the corner with that grass tracking moment. He goes defensive into Brooklands and he might just be able to hold off Livesey. Livesey's probably watching the rear view for Ellman as well. You can see Ellman in the rear view mirror just a car length or so behind. Somehow Matt Shaw kept that car in a straight line and somehow he didn't lose any positions. But when you lose that much momentum out of a corner, typically that's you falling through the pack.
Yeah, had to go defensive immediately, didn't he? As soon as he came off the grass, he just had to come to the inside, force the other drivers to take the longer route all the way around the outside. Livesey then, as we've got the 7 round of Charlotte Lowe on the Brooklands, the left-hander, that's going to drop her down from 13th place. I think she was under pressure, was she, from Tomlinson, only 3 seconds back, so Emma Tomlinson should come through to move up into 13th place. But Paul Livesey then almost got caught out in attacking Matt Shaw. We saw him then get some snap oversteer that almost allowed Mark Ellman to come through down the inside into this corner now at Luffield, because it was almost as if he ran slightly wide there, because it was almost like he'd sort of, the car had gone light, got into the slipstream, got so close to the back of Matt Shaw that then when he went to turn in, the back end was just carrying a little bit too much grip for him. So Livesey almost lost the place in attacking Matt Shaw. Shaw, though, did very, very well to hold on, having been out onto the grass. The top three with just under 3 minutes remaining. Now see Ravi Ramyeed starting to open up a bit more of a gap, as Nick White has to be very, very conscious of Mackenzie Walker trying to steal second place away from him.
Yes, and Ellman there in the 88, still all over the back of Livesey. Of course, with that moment for Matt Shaw, it's really ended his campaign, I think, for a top 5. He's just over a second back from Ed Akers, as once again Charlotte Lowe has a little bit of a spin. Hopefully can rejoin without any issue there. The leaders will be coming up on some of those cars at the tail end of the pack as well, so I'm sure the leaders will be hoping that they can get past without any particular issue. I was saying that Shelley is pretty clear in 4th place at one point. Again, that's gone down to less than a second as well, so maybe Ed Akers could get there into 4th place. They begin the penultimate lap this time by then. Ravi Ramyeed just on a second clear, having been setting 103s the last couple of laps. Nick White, I think, has to worry more about Mackenzie Walker now than trying to make a bid for the win.
Yeah, very much so. I think this one's going to go the way of Ramyeed as long as he just keeps it on the black stuff. Doesn't need to take any unnecessary risks anymore because he's not having to defend in the same way as he was to Nick White and Mackenzie Walker a few laps ago when he was forced into the error down at Brooklands. So now it looks like it's going to be White and Walker just battling it out for the finals. We've got a lock up there by the 33 of Matt Shaw, once again struggling at the Brooklands corner, at Beckett's, this time getting hard on the brakes and locking up rather than running wide on exit as he did a few laps ago. Either way, it's not going to do him any favours. Behind, though, I think the only saving grace is that Mark Ellman is putting Paul Livesey under quite a lot of pressure now for 7th place. So Matt Shaw, in the end, yes, he wants to stay in 6th place overall, but his nearest, in terms of championship competitor, Richard Just, in 10th place. There's a fairly big gap between them, so Shaw doesn't need to really overdrive this one. Just needs to think about the championship points, does Matt Shaw.
Yeah, he doesn't need to, but I reckon he's going to keep Paul Livesey behind him as best he can. There's Amy Tomlinson then just ahead of our race leader Ravi Ramyeed. She might just be able to stay on the lead lap. We'll wait and see. But nonetheless, Ravi Ramyeed just a few corners away from home. The clock will tick to 0 as they go through Brooklands this time. All Charlotte Lowe into the gravel. We've also had Paul Livesey out of 7th place in a spin. So that allows Ellman to move up into 7th. That'll also allow James Taylor into 8th position. Ravi Ramyeed with traffic at the very last corner. That's not going to be the most comfortable scenario for Ravi Ramyeed, but Amy Tomlinson makes sure that he gets space. Ravi Ramyeed will cross the line and will take the victory once again. The Ginetta GT Academy domination at Silverstone continues for Ravi Ramyeed, who takes our victory from Nick White, just 3/10 in it eventually. Mackenzie Walker has to settle for 3rd. Thomas Shelley takes 4th place ahead of Ed Akers. Matt Shaw, 6th position, takes the rookie class win as a result. Ellman and Taylor 7th and 8th, and this man Paul Livesey will be kicking himself there with an error on the final lap. Maybe a bit spooked there by Charlotte Lowe, maybe someone slowing ahead of him to accommodate the yellow flags, and Paul Livesey just getting caught out by it. Whatever the circumstance, Livesey into a spin and losing a couple of places right at the final moment.
Yeah, it was definitely on the brakes, wasn't it? Because he almost went down the rest of the GP track. So it was definitely on the brakes. I think you're absolutely right there in terms of cars slowing up in front, seeing the yellow flag for the stricken car of Charlotte Lowe, which was off into the gravel on the outside. And then Livesey got onto the brakes and went round. We saw that in the background, didn't we? Just having a quick look at the at something that's happened post-race that now sees Mackenzie Walker promoted up into 2nd place. We did see a black and white flag out as a warning for the 50 for Nick White.
Yeah,
and now has that dropped him?
It has, yes, it has.
Down?
So Ravi Ramyeed takes the win. Mackenzie Walker 2nd because Nick White got a 5-second penalty right at the end of the race. Track limits once again proving to be a bit of a sticking point. Nick White will inherit 3rd place then rather than P2. Thomas Shelley in 4th. Ed Akers in a 5th position eventually. Also getting a penalty was Livesey in the 31 for track limits. Not that it matters too much for him. He did actually lose out 9th place. Ed Akers in 5th place. Matt Shaw in 6th. Mark Ellman in 7th position ahead of James Taylor. Richard Just, the second of the rookies home after Matt Shaw in 9th place because Paul Livesey got a 5-second penalty. So Livesey drops down to 10th ahead of Lucy Tomlinson and Phil McGarty. Emma and Amy Tomlinson round out our finishing order. Charlotte Lowe, unfortunately, didn't get out of the gravel at the end to take the checkered flag, but she will be classified as our 15th and final finisher. Late drama then, unfortunately, for Nick White. He will not be best impressed with this. Another few points lost to Ravi Ramyeed, this time because of track limits.
Well, there was a warning flag out for him on the penultimate lap, so he knew that he had to be very, very careful with that. Then incurred the wrath on the final lap with the 5-second penalty. So there was a warning to start with, and then it unfortunately caught White out on the final lap.
So highlights from the race that was in the early stages. Ravi Ramyeed did everything he needed to do really on the first lap, got the start over Nick White. White incidentally went grass tracking at the end of the first lap, as did Matt Shaw, who would have a slightly scruffy race all told, but still good enough for 6th overall. Ed Akers drifted wide at one point, and taking the cones with him while drifting wide was Richard Just, on his way to 2nd in the rookie class. I don't think he ever got that spare, you know. The 31 car of Paul Livesey was in a bit of a sideways moment early on. Of course, it was only going to get worse for him. He would be bolted later on in the race to the back of Matt Shaw. Shelley, who managed to get a good getaway, had a bit of a sideways moment while he was in 4th place at one stage. Ed Akers briefly getting through into P4. However, Shelley would fire back. And this was a brilliant overtake, though, from Ed Akers. Just got the cut back, briefly got into 4th position, but it wouldn't be long before Shelley took the cut back in turn through Cops Bend and returned to a 4th position that he eventually would not yield. Matt Shaw again experiencing the outer extremities of Luffield Bend. Rallycross has never taken to Luffield Bend before, but he's trying to establish it late on. Emma Tomlinson with an off there at one stage, having worked her way back up to 12th from 14th at one point in the race. Ravi Ramyeed, though, had a few car lengths over Nick White at this stage in the race, about halfway through. That, though, would soon diminish. Livesey all over the back of Matt Shaw, pressuring Matt Shaw. Of course, we would see a few errors for Matt Shaw during the race, and I think we might be about to see one of them here, just getting onto the grass out of the 2nd corner of the lap at Beckett's. Bit of a lock-up there for Ravi Ramyeed. Brought Nick White back into victory contention for a few moments. However, White and Walker would not be able to capitalise. If anything, Mackenzie Walker was soon back on the offensive up against Nick White. Little did he know that he didn't need to make an overtake for 2nd place, as it would eventually be handed down to him. Matt Shaw with a bad run out of Beckett's after getting onto the grass. This was the best opportunity for Livesey to move up into 6th place. He could not capitalise, would continue to face pressure from Mark Ellman, and of course eventually would find himself in a spin. Another lock-up. I really want to see the state of Matt Shaw's tyres at the end of this race, actually. I feel like they've been through the ringer more so than any other. Ravi Ramyeed, though, with the lead, would eventually take the win. Charlotte Lowe into the gravel at Beckett's on the very final lap, and that caught out Paul Livesey, who lost it under braking, potentially reacting to slowing cars under yellow flag conditions. Ravi Ramyeed, 3 from 3 so far at the G-Fest. I did jokingly say that anyone who gets 6 wins in their category should get a ride in the LMP1 car at the end of the weekend. I think he might have listened and taken that seriously.
Well, he can but pitch the idea, can't he, to Lawrence Tomlinson, that he could get an outing in it. And to be fair, I think he'd have a fairly convincing argument as well, should he take all of the victories in this one, Ravi Ramyeed. Taking the traditional route, obviously, through. Rookie champion last year, of course, going for the outright one this year as well. So proving that the stepping stone as you move through, always the 2nd year, sort of brings it to the fore. Ravi Ramyeed proving to be a worthy championship challenger to Nick White this season, and Silverstone being the round where Ramyeed moves to the top of the championship table. And obviously tomorrow, by the time we complete the final race, will be the halfway mark of the GT Academy season, and Ramyeed would very much like to be at the top as they head into the 2nd half of the season.
Peter Snowden is down there with Ravi Ramyeed and the rest of our podium. Let's go down to him now. I think we'll come back to Peter in just a few seconds. Hopefully he'll be ready momentarily down there in the Parc Fermé area. Ravi Ramyeed, I think, will exude even more confidence after that result in the race there. And we'll also, of course, hear from Mackenzie Walker and Nick White. I think Nick White is going to be a frustrated figure down there in pit lane, especially with that penalty making him lose out on second place. I believe now we'll head down to the podium.
So with our first GT Academy race of the day, we've got our podium, and in third place, we can have Nick White. Nick, a little bit of drama there at the very, very end, to say the least. Give us your version of it.
Yeah, to be fair, I didn't see that I'd had a warning for track limits, but yeah, a bit unfortunate to pick that up at the end. It was a strong pace for all three of us at the front, to be honest. There's not a lot between us. It was going to be down to who made the most or any mistakes. So still strong pace, happy with it.
Must be quite gutting, though. You're containing it well.
Yeah, it's.
I gather he didn't know until he got into the pit lane.
Yeah, they pulled me in the pit lane for some reason to tell me that I had a 5-second penalty. But you have to take these things on the chin and move on. But the pace is there. We were there or thereabouts for the whole race. So yeah, it's good fun.
Well, that's always going to be the case, isn't it? The pace there, that's really good. But track limits, especially this weekend, they're always going to be a thing, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, it's one of those controversial things at the minute where, how even is it for everybody? I don't know, but I've picked the penalty this time, so.
Well, that's the point. As long as it's consistent across the field, that's fine. But it's you being the first one to pick it up, but you'll be onward and upward later on, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Back at it. You've got the pace. That's the really important bit. So in second place we have Mackenzie Walker. Mac, where are you here, mate? Well done. So slightly unexpected. Well earned, but unexpected second place, literally on the very last lap. I'd written down the order and it suddenly changed.
Yeah, well, I'll take it any way it comes.
Of course you will.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very happy with it. I think it was, quite a steady race. I can't imagine it's too entertaining for the crowds because I think we were all kind of stuck together. I don't know what everyone else was doing, but yeah, it was a nice, I suppose, Saturday drive. Yeah.
So what's a Sunday drive going to be like then?
I think a bit more chaotic. That's what I'm imagining. It will go to chaos during the weekend, but yeah.
You're going to keep it all curled up for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Just save it for the last minute. Yeah.
Like it, nice style. So, on our final step of the podium, and of course that makes our winner, Ravi. I know you like talking to me, but this is getting a bit silly now. Just dominating everything. You did try and make it a little bit difficult for yourself, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I made a small mistake into Brooklands. We made a few adjustments to the car, which have made it go backwards a little bit. So we're going to change those for race 2. But no, it was good. It's monotonous, this circuit. It's pretty relentless. You're going round and round. There's nothing to look at. There's no one in the stands waving to us. And it's very small, but it's good fun nonetheless. Watching those two get a bit closer to me, then a bit further away, then a bit closer, a bit further away. Then we caught Lucy Tomlinson at Lovefields, which was really interesting. I thought someone was going to get run on me to turn 1, so I had to work quite hard for that. But no, it was an enjoyable race.
The surname has no bearing. It's just another driver in a car, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, they've got 3 cars on the same colour, so that's fine.
So they're increasing their odds. It's fine.
Absolutely, no, it was good. It was really good. I enjoyed it.
You say monotonous. I've always thought that this circuit, it's just like a grey triangle. I'd never found it that interesting. Coming from the GP circuit to today, you find that?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'd rather have an Alton or a Brands GP or a Cadwell Park, something with undulations and bumps and unsighted corners and with a bit of jeopardy. When you can see everything, it kind of takes the fun out of it a little bit. You kind of get a bit bored, I think. So, but we're here, we're racing, so it's good fun.
Do you hear that first here? A board race winner of everything so far this weekend. Well, do something different then. Just let somebody else have a go.
Might do, yes. Let's see what happens this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ravi. And I believe we're off to lunch now. We're back on live air at 13:35.
It's Saturday afternoon and we're still here at the G-Fest at Silverstone National Circuit, continuing to celebrate 65 years of the Ginetta brand. We've already had an exciting morning of racing across the three pillars of Ginetta motor racing: the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, the Michelin Ginetta Juniors and the Ginetta GT Academy. However, G-Fest is about more than just the racing as well. It's about seeing some spectacular cars on circuit. We had a parade this morning, taken at a leisurely speed behind the safety car. Everyone relax. We do, however, now have something slightly more intoxicating in the form of the demonstration runs for LMP1 and LMP3 cars from Ginetta, and also this incredible Toleman Formula 1 car from 1984, an authentic chassis from Ayrton Senna in 1984. What a special sight that is already.
It's beautiful, isn't it? I was walking down the pit lane earlier and I wasn't looking, and they started it up, and now I don't have any eardrums left. It is the loudest thing that you will ever hear. Mike Simpson's going to get the absolute pleasure of driving this one.
I was going to say, of course, Mike has managed to hustle his way into the seat. Charlie Robertson then will be left to do the honours in the prototypes then, but Mike Simpson is getting one mighty opportunity. He wasn't sure whether this would happen. I said to him, "Are you going to get a go in the Toleman?" He said, "I don't know. I'm going to volunteer, obviously." And sure enough, he's managed to hustle his way into this Toleman. We'll tell you a little bit more about it in a few moments, but
how do you think he hustled his way into it? Rock, paper, scissors, or tossed a coin?
If we can just pan up, I want to see who that is stood in front of, stood behind the car in the Ginetta outfit. I wonder if that's LT himself. Oh, I can't quite see. No, that isn't Lawrence, but I think there are a few people in race suits thinking, well, when's my turn at the moment in this incredible machine. So let's talk to you a bit about this car then, because it is really an incredible machine. It's a Toleman TG183B. The 1984 season update of the 1983 car that was originally built. And it is, as I said, an authentic Senna chassis, which is obviously quite a rare and valuable, sought-after thing.
It's making its way out now, so Mike Simpson's going to have to take this to the end of the pit lane. He will have to stop, although there is a green light, so he's going to get the clear to go out onto the circuit, and this car will take to the Silverstone circuit once again under the power of Mike Simpson. There he goes out onto the circuit for I wonder how much he's going to push this one. It should be a demonstration, but I'm sure at some point, particularly if he either gets onto the Wellington straight or the old start-finish straight, he's going to open it up. I am very sure of that.
I have no doubt he's going to see what the car's capable of as he gets more comfortable with it. Looked like a bit of oil coming off it there, maybe a bit of an overfill. This car then, Toleman TG183B chassis number 5. It's the car that launched Senna's career in the 1984 Formula 1 World Championship. He collected his first ever World Championship points in Formula 1 in this very car. Raced at events including his home Grand Prix, the Brazilian Grand Prix at the Rio de Janeiro circuit, Jacuipaguá, the now sadly defunct circuit there in the capital city. Kyalami, South Africa as well. He raced at the Brazilian Grand Prix. Not the car that he almost won the Monaco Grand Prix in, of course. This was the chassis for the first part of his 1984 season. But Senna Formula 1 cars, authentic Senna Formula 1 cars running on a circuit are very rare things to see these days. This isn't simply something that doesn't happen in the modern day. Of course, the Toleman team morphed itself into Benetton, which in turn morphed itself into Renault. Renault then became Lotus, back to Renault, and you can trace its lineage all the way back to the Alpine Formula One team of today, Team Enstone, as they are affectionately known, especially around their local area of Chipping Norton. But wow, 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 just listen to that soundtrack. Pretty special, this, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I waited for a second then, just as Mike opened it up there. 1.5 litre turbocharged engine, a car, of course, designed by Rory Byrne and Pat Simmons, two big names in the Formula One paddock. And as the car makes its way out of the Luffield corner, I don't think we need to say anything for the next minute or so. I think we're just going to let the car do the talking.
So the car continuing to lap this wonderful 1984 Tolman Formula One car in the hands of former WEC LMP1 driver for Ginetta, Mike Simpson, of course, still an integral part of the Ginetta family. The car powered by a 4.5, effectively a 1.5 litre Hart engine. It's a straight 4, of course, massively turbocharged, as was the style at the time. Power going through a 5-speed Hewland transmission, manual gearbox. It always fascinates me on these old single-seaters, the fact that there is actually a full-on 3-pedal and manual shifter going on in there. It just doesn't look like there's space.
No, how did they even get their arm down there to change the gear? I mean, we've seen onboards, albeit very grainy from back in the day, but you know how much of the lap they were actually racing one-handed in cars like this. You saw even in the 90s when they were still using a manual gear shift in the early 90s before they went to the semi-automatic boxes in around 92. The early phase of the 90s, you know, we've seen onboards of Senna around places like Jerez, where he's doing half the lap with only one hand on the wheel. You know, it's such a different era in motorsport, and it often begs that question of who is the greatest of all time. I don't think you can really ever tell because of the way that the cars have evolved from what we're seeing on screen. You know, before that, in the days where pre-wings of the pre-70s to where they are now, where they're almost like, you know, aeroplanes with wheels attached to them, you know, in terms of the way that they look and are designed. So, you know, the double wing configuration on the 83, 84 Tolman here is just, you know, something that you just wouldn't see anymore. But back then was revolutionary in its design by Byrne and Simmons, who went on to be two of the biggest names in Formula One. You know, particularly evolving into the 90s. Byrne at Ferrari, and then obviously back towards Benetton with Simmons as well with his work at Williams. As they became a front runner in the 90s. So, you know, it's always, I think it's interesting, you know, to find out where, you know, the designers of the day that we know from a different era started plying their trade, and both of them heavily involved with the design of this car.
Yeah, absolutely. Mentioned a couple of the Grand Prix that this chassis number 5, competed at. It did run also at the Belgian Grand Prix, the penultimate race for this car, in which Senna finished 6th position. Mike Simpson bringing the car back in to pit lane now, waving to the fans in the BRDC area. Hopefully this isn't all we see of the car in this session, but we are going to get more opportunities to see the car out on the circuit before the end of the weekend. The last race for Senna in this car was the Grand Prix Imola, the San Marino Grand Prix. The only race that Senna ever failed to qualify after that, the new, fully fledged 1984 Toleman, the TG184, debuted. This car effectively an update of the 1983 chassis. But what a moment this has been for Mike Simpson. Whether this is his only run in the car or not this weekend is a little bit of a mystery, but you see there actually we've got a couple of other drivers who are going to go out in the car, so we might well see this car running side by side with an LMP1 at some point, and wouldn't that be a turn up for the books? I understand the owner of that Toleman is private. He doesn't openly acknowledge, but he was excited to see the car debuted or see the car paraded here today, and I think that was a little bit more than a parade. Certainly Mike gave it a little bit towards the end there, but I'm sure watching along and paying keen interest to what we just saw.
Well, I believe that the taller gentleman who looks like he was about to get in, who had his helmet on as Mike got out, I believe that could be Tim Whitworth, who races that car in the historic series.
Right.
So the chances are we may well see him out in that car in due course.
Okay.
Either that or he's done a car swap with Mike Simpson, and he's going to get a go in the LMP3. I don't know. We'll have a quick look. Although he does seem a little bit more size-wise for an open top, because he did look like he was coming in at. I mean, Mike Simpson's not a short driver at the best, and it looked like Whitworth was coming in at a good 6'5" there.
That gives me some hope. Ignore all the extra fat. So then the Ginetta G60 LTP1 is now doing laps. Now, in the media in the hospitality area for Ginetta earlier on, I was hearing a little bit of discussion that there was some eyeballing of the national circuit lap record here. But I must be, I think, probably the bearer of bad news. I think it's going to be a hard-fought thing to get the national record. Saying that, let me just tell you what the national record is. It's a 47.404 race lap record set by Scott Mansell in a 1997 Benetton at a Euroboss race here in 2004. I thought that this car, we are running this LMP1 chassis on LMP3 tyres. I was going to say I don't think it's going to get that close. The first lap around was a 48.178. Of course, it won't stand an official lap record because it's not under race conditions. However, we could be about to see this car outperform a 97 Benetton F1 car around the Silverstone National layout. He's gone purple in the first two sectors. Let's see what this split is across the line. It's a 47.8. He's chipping away.
Yeah, locked up as well, going into Brooklands on both of the laps. So just trying to push where the braking point is in this one. Is it 4/10 now? We need to find to go quicker than that 97 Benetton. For me, also one of the most beautiful cars, that 97 Benetton. You know, wasn't powered by the most powerful engine in the world, following Renault deciding to exit Formula One, and that car did slip down the order. But I did think it looked rather beautiful in the sort. I don't know whether it was blue or turquoisey colour, but I think it was a crossover of a bit of both, wasn't it? It was brilliant.
It really was a wonderful car. Long afterlife in the hands of Scott Mansell, Klaas Voort and others. Let's see what the Ginetta G60 LTP1 does this time. It's a 47.393. So unofficially, that's a lap record around this circuit. Of course, as you know, Formula One cars lap this circuit quite regularly for filming days, especially back in the 2000s, of course. Testing here at Silverstone, even on the national circuit, was fairly common. I dare suggest there have been many quicker times over the years, but the official race lap record has just been beaten by this incredible LMP1 machine.
Yeah, you think back in the day when there was people stood on the pit wall on test days with a couple of stopwatches or just pressing all the buttons, catching, you know, your car, everybody else's car, to see how they were faring. A completely different era now with electronic timing and the like, but we're down into the 47.016. We could go sub 47 here with this Ginetta LMP1 car now starting to push. I mean, we knew it was going to be close when he did a 48.3 effectively on the first flying lap.
Lawrence, if you're listening, there's an open race, a closed wheel open race every year at the Walter Hayes Trophy here at the Silverstone National Circuit. On this evidence, Charlie Robertson, who I believe is at the wheel of this car currently, could more than take the actual lap record here around the Silverstone National Circuit if you enter this LMP1 into the closed wheel open race. We've seen LMP1 cars race there before. I'm not saying you have to, I'm just saying it would be a lot of fun if you did.
I'm not saying you have to, but please do it.
Yes, exactly right. A few years ago, Martin Short, James Cottingham and a couple of others, I think Nick Manassian as well, all came here on the Walter Hayes Trophy weekend and ran LMP1 cars. There were 2 Dallara SP1s and a Creation circa 2008 out there on the circuit. Really was quite a special weekend in addition to the Walter Hayes Formula Ford race. But this is really spectacular. As alluded to yesterday, the opportunities to see contemporary modern-day LMP1 cars circulating anywhere in the UK, few and far between. Sounds like we've got an in-lap here now for the Ginetta, but we've still got 13 minutes left on the clock. I suspect we're going to see at least one of these cars back out there again. The P3 is yet to make its way out, and I can hear it being fired up, I think, in the background as well. So we might well see the LMP3 car out in just a moment. But what a few seconds that was for Mike Simpson in the Senna Tolman, and follow that up with the Ginetta LMP1 car out on track as well. A real spectacle, this demo.
Yeah, and you see, it wasn't holding back there either. Obviously, we know with the unofficial lap record there with the 47.016, but even on the in-lap until right towards the end, he was pushing. You have drawn the ire of somebody in the comments on the Ginetta TV who said that Senna would have never won the 84.
84.
Yeah, the 84 Monaco Grand Prix. I think there's about 99.9% of viewers would disagree with that, I think, including me.
I think if anything, the only miracle of that Grand Prix was the fact that it hadn't already been red flagged when it was,
wasn't it? They wouldn't have even started it in the modern era, would they?
Yeah. No, that's so true. But no, maybe exaggerating slightly, but he was right up there at that Monaco race, wasn't he?
The way he was closing in, he'd have had a really, really good chance, wouldn't he, of taking that victory. The car back out then now onto the circuit. This time, I believe, in the hands it is Tim Whitworth, I believe, in that car in the all-black Stilo helmet. Looks like he might have had a new right front on it, because it looks like there was a sticker still on that tyre there. So that was picked up just a little bit of debris on it on the way out of the pit lane here at Silverstone onto the national circuit.
There's something about this this era of Formula One as well. Crossover point, of course, between the turbo and the naturally aspirated eras of Formula One in the early mid-80s. The last of the DFV Formula One cars kind of petering out by this point in 1984. And, of course, that rather, in some people's eyes, halcyon era of Formula One. With the turbos running up until the conclusion of the 88 season, before they moved over to the 3.5 litre formula going into the 90s. Really just amazing to see this car on circuit. I believe I have seen this Tolman myself once previously, but it's one of those cars that never fails to capture the imagination.
Yeah, I think 87. I think was the final year of the crossover between the turbo and the normally aspirated era between the two of them, because there was the trophy for the normally aspirated cars. I remember the Tyrrell performing particularly well in 87. With the hands, I think Jonathan Palmer was in the car that year, did very, very well, working on the fact that they knew that a lot of the turbo cars just weren't going to make it to the end based on the fact that they were limiting them on the amount of fuel that they were able to use. So the Tyrrells just sort of worked on the way all the way towards the end of the race, and were just picking them off as a race of attrition, really.
Yeah, oh, there you go. There's a bit of a stretch of the engine. I believe I read it is the same engine as well, the very same engine that was in the car when Senna was driving it. So this car is very much an all-original chassis in pretty much every regard. But yeah, no, this is a special thing. I think we should once again duck out for a little while and let this car sing, especially because it sounds like Mr. Whitworth is starting to hit the rev limiter a bit more. So it looks as though Tim Whitworth is waving to the bystanders as he makes his way towards pit lane. And great to see the Tolman out in the hands of Tim, and also, of course, Mike Simpson in the last few moments. Also saw that LMP1 car out there beat the official lap record of 47.016, the unofficial lap record, of course. Well, who knows with the number of Formula One cars that have been thrown around this circuit over the years, even on the national layout. But certainly an unofficial lap record set there, a 47.016 from the Ginetta G60 LTP1 in this session. But yeah, the Tolman, of course, wouldn't have run here at Brands Hatch in 1984, even if even though the TG8184 was already introduced by the British Grand Prix. The British Grand Prix was held at Brands Hatch that year, so not a car that would have raced at Silverstone in period, I don't think, but nonetheless, amazing to see it go around this circuit. It's been smoking a little bit, which scares us a little. Hopefully everything is all right. And we'll see that car back out again. It is due to join us on track a few more times before the end of the weekend. But a true treat to see the Tolman taking to the Silverstone circuit.
Yeah, you just look at the front wing and just, in terms of how different it looks compared to a modern car, and you look at the evolution of Formula One cars from where they were big and bulky to accommodate the turbo engines, and how quickly they became streamlined. You look at the Adrian Newey generation of cars from 80, 88, 89 and 90, which really changed the way aerodynamics was seen in motorsport, because the wings were just getting bigger and bigger and bigger throughout the era. As you can see, the fact that they've decided that one simply wasn't enough for the Tolman. What we are hearing in the background is some more car noise, and that's because we've got the LMP3 car out being shadowed once again by the LMP1 just behind. So maybe they're going for an even quicker time using some slipstream.
Maybe so. Oh, a little bit of a near miss there as they run again. Oh dear. No, we've seen, oh gosh. Oh, this is intentional. I think that's Mike Simpson in one car, Charlie Robertson in the other, and I believe it's Simpson ahead of Robertson. I think there might be a little bit of needling going on there. The LMP1 finally gets through. I think they might have forgot they were being filmed live there. Alpha Live would definitely have kept the cameras pointed at that one for Lawrence's sake, if anything. But sure enough, we're getting to see these two cars. Real studying contrasts. Of course, the Ginetta G60 LTP1 is a really weapons-grade car, pushing the limits of what was possible for prototypes then. If you put it on a circuit now with the right tyres and with Mike Simpson at the wheel, he would outclass the hypercars by some way unless they balance and performanced it. Then you have this LMP3, the Ginetta G61 LTP3, 5.6 litre Nissan V8 engine, as is the case with all of the LMP3 cars. That's a spec motor. But what a spec motor. I've had the pleasure of walking through the forests of the old Hockenheim circuit last year in October. And while an LMP3 free practice session was going on, so you had 15 or 16 of these echoing through the trees of classic Hockenheim. It was an amazing experience. They're, for my money, some of the best sounding race cars in the world today.
Yeah, you look, just thinking of Hockenheim, just what it was never wide enough to accommodate Formula One cars really, but it was an iconic circuit that everybody loved going to, and now, like you say, walking through that sort of gap in the trees that nature has now reclaimed as they've taken up all of the tarmac from that thing. It's just a reminder in a different way, I think, to places like Monza, where you've still got parts of the historic circuit that are still there, the old concrete as it was back then before tarmac became the material of choice and asphalt. And you look at like Hockenheim now, where they've removed it. It's almost like you look at it now, it's trees all around the outside, nature starting to reclaim that circuit and being able to walk around it. At the far end of that circuit, you were some 2 miles away from the pit lane. at Hockenheim, and you described that circuit to somebody as just some long narrow straights, a couple of chicanes and a stadium complex, and it would sound boring, but it really wasn't, was it? Everything was different. All three of the chicanes were very, very different. And you think back at the time when we're going even quicker with that LMP1, aren't we? You just pointed to it on the screen, but back with even the Hungaro ring as it was, the change in the that back chicane initially. I think when the Tolman was racing there with that, it was almost just a flat out blast single file through what effectively ended up just being some tyre wall at the end, made famous probably most by Nelson Piquet and his kung fu when things didn't quite go to plan when lapping a back marker there. But the LMP1 is straight back into the pit lane because it's gone faster than it did before.
Well, because it took the checkered flag last time by. 46.502, the new benchmark then. I believe that is Charlie Robertson at the wheel. Mike Simpson is going to take one look at that and say, right, well, I'm getting back in the LMP1 next time. I have a point to prove. But how wonderful to see the LMP1 car back. Mentioned it yesterday, never really reached its potential. Was getting there in its second evolution with the AER 2.4 litre V6 replacement for the initial Mechachrome unit, and really was getting there, but had to pull out of the 2020 Le Mans 24 hours. And unfortunately from there, of course, the LMP1 formula was phased out a little before its time, a little before people were anticipating, in favour of the hypercar category. There's Mike Simpson then. He's had a fun few minutes. Got into a Tolman X-Senna Formula 1 car and then into the LTP3. Sounds like Thor's hammer and goes much like it as well. Charlie Robertson's had a good time too, though, to be fair. There's Tim Whitworth. He's like, right, do I get to go in the LMP3 now? We're doing a car swap, right? We'll see whether that proves to be the case, or the LMP1. I don't think Tim would be fussy. But yeah, great to see everyone enjoying themselves in that demo session, and what a treat for us to see these incredible cars in action.
Superb, wasn't it? We robbed a little bit at the end there by the checkered flag because I think we'd have liked to have seen the LMP1 have another crack at maybe beating that 46.5, although I'm sure tomorrow, if Mike can wrestle the steering wheel away from Charlie Robertson, I'm sure he's going to have a really good go. What they're going to do now is have a really interesting debrief about who, what and when in each car, I'd imagine. Even though it was for demonstration purposes only, really, I'm sure that they're still going to have enough of a debrief, particularly for Mike, because he's had the opportunity there to go from a Formula 1 car into the LMP1 with differing levels of power and downforce, of course, between the two cars, different handling characteristics, weight-wise as well, massively. The turbo era Formula 1 cars, they weren't quite as bothered about weight as they are in the modern era of motorsport. It was all about power and wings back then. The weight wasn't an issue, as you can see by the sheer size of the machine, whereas now you look at things in terms of the modern era motorsport, even from Formula 1 all into the LMP classes there. Everything is all about weight, everything is carbon fibre. It really is the pinnacle of motorsport. So that's the demonstrations over with. I think it's time to ramp it up a little bit again, Adam.
Yeah, we're going back to racing now, starting off with our second race of the day for the Michelin Ginetta Juniors. So the juniors will be out on circuit in a few minutes, of course. I will take the opportunity before we read grids, before we see the cars out there on circuit, to talk to you about the brilliant charity initiative that we're going to have out here shortly, or out here later on after our live stream has concluded. Admittedly, we are going to have a charity bike ride concluding here, having started at the Nürburgring some 500 miles away in East Germany. Sarah and Tom, mother and son, cycling 500 miles from the Nürburgring to the Silverstone race circuit to raise money for Youth at Heart, which is a charity close to both of their hearts. Sarah and Tom's journey will have taken them 6 days, covering 5 different countries on the way. They'll complete the challenge by cycling a lap of the Silverstone circuit this evening at the end of the day's running here at the G-Fest Motorsport Festival.
Looks like as well there's a fair few people in the paddock going to join them on that lap, because there's a fair few bikes out there. Did see a couple of participants, I think that they were out of the Colin White stable, that had bought a tandem with them. Watching them try and ride it for the first time down the paddock and back, it definitely looked like it was the first time, because it was almost like watching the rowing. The one at the front was having to dictate to the one on the back when to press the pedal down so that they stayed at the same sort of rhythm. And you are, of course, on a tandem putting a lot of trust in the one at the front, because you can't really see what's happening when you're the one at the back.
Absolutely. The reason that this charity, Youth at Heart, is so close to Tom and Sarah is that Tom's friend Freddie, who was 15 at the time in 2021, developed rheumatic heart disease, needed life-saving open heart surgery to repair 2 severely damaged valves, followed by a further open heart surgery. Freddie is a massive Formula One fan, and so Tom and family decided that this was going to be a fitting challenge to cycle between these two racing circuits. Youth at Heart's own adult congenital heart disease facility were a big part of his recovery, and great to see some charity initiatives this weekend, in addition to celebrating 65 years of the Ginetta brand. As you can see, the Michelin Ginetta Junior cars are heading out onto the circuit now, and we are not too far away at all from getting this race underway. Of course, the grid for this one set by their second best times in qualifying. Remember, they only have 3 flying laps in qualifying as well, so quite the pressure cooker situation. And it is the driver leading this queue of cars, Leo Robinson, who will be on pole position. Of course, Leo was briefly leading this morning before Freddie Slater disappeared off into the distance. However, Freddie is going to have an uphill battle this time, because he is starting from 12th position. He has his work cut out.
He really, really does. As you say, they only had 3 laps this morning in which to set a time for the main race. Well, the first time was for race 1. The second best time was for race 2. We saw at least one driver, I think it was Finn Harrison, who had a time deleted as well in that session. So both of his times will have counted. And Freddie Slater, who had that great start to the day, we'll have to work very, very hard for this one. We're not going to get our racing working together at the front to pull away for sure this time out. And it's going to be very, very important. Can Slater do what Mikey Porter did and move up heavily on the opening lap? Remember, Porter went from 8th to 2nd on the opening lap of the first race of the day here this morning at the Silverstone National. So that's going to be very, very important for Slater, getting a clean opening lap. There's looks like Leo Robinson there. Just a quick look over to his team. He's going to go off pole position on the outside. It's Alicia Palmowski alongside on the front row as the horn sounds to clear the grid. We've got one car rolling into position on the 8th row there, just with the black line straight down the middle. So that's one car just arriving a little bit late to the grid.
Well, someone has to be a bit late, right? Alicia Palmowski, as you mentioned, on the front row there, as the, I think we just got people, one of the Prep Tech cars, I think that might be the 16 of, who would that be? Tom Spragg, potentially, who was in the wrong place momentarily there. But we will soon see them out onto their formation lap. Big opportunity this for Alicia Palmowski alongside Leo Robinson. She's been stellar and fighting up at the front all weekend so far, both at the Grand Prix and in the earlier race at the National Circuit today. And I think she'll fancy her chances. Of course, Chase Fernandez, who took a win yesterday on the GP circuit, there on the second row alongside Finn Harrison, who went from 20th to 2nd in race 1 yesterday on the Grand Prix circuit. Even with Slater back there in 12th place, I think really everyone from pole to Slater could well be in with a win, a shot at a win.
I think you could be right. It looks like the game of musical Ginetta Juniors towards the tail end of the field has been completed, as the field are shown the board. They'll get their formation lap behind the safety car, which will then pull over on the pit entrance and allow the field to come through to take their standing start positions at the end of this formation lap. Green flag, and the Ginetta Juniors are off on their way down towards Copse Corner. And the formation lap, of course, Adam, very, very important. It's more than just a procession of going round just to get into position. All about getting the heat into those tyres so that you can get a good getaway, of course.
Absolutely, and it'll be Leo Robinson getting away from pole position alongside Lalisha Palmovsky in this race. Row 2, Chase Fernandez and Finn Harrison. Harrison surely relishing the fact that he's starting on the first 2 rows in this race. Henry Jocelyn and Hugo Schwarzer together on row 3. Row 4 of the grid is comprised of Luca Hopkinson and Mikey Porter. 48 and 19 cars respectively. Charlie Hart in the 50 and Freddie Allen in the 66, rounding out the top 10. Row 6 of the grid is Eddie Robinson, and there is Freddie Slater, who's going to have some work to do in the number 7 car. Razor Seaworthen in the 78 and Harry Moss in the 47. On the 7th row, row 8 is Bria Anglis and Alfie Davis. Row 9 of the grid, the 16 of Tom Spragg and Mackenzie Douglas in the 24. And rounding out the order on the final row, Holly Mile in the 23 and Felix Livesley in the 31. The family number by the looks of it for the Livesley family. So then, pulling up towards the grid once again, 20 Ginetta Juniors G40 chassis heading down towards the start-finish straight. And it's all about that drag race to the first corner. Robinson and Palmovsky. Of course, Robinson on the favoured outside line with greater traction, more rubber laid down, but Palmovsky will have the inside, and that can be beneficial.
Well, absolutely. Palmovsky's just got to get away. And as long as she is alongside Robinson into that first corner, will have the track position, of course. As you say, Robinson on the racing line on the outside does seem to be a little bit further behind this start box. He could have easily come forward at least a metre onto them yellow marks, which is the position for pole position for the 37. So a little bit further back here this time.
Absolutely is. The green flag has waved and we are about to go racing once more. 5-second board has been displayed to the drivers. The lights go on and they're extinguished. 20 minutes of racing begins now, and it's a good start seemingly from most of the drivers there in the pack. Let's look at turn 1. Who is leading the way into the first corner? It's Alicia Palmovsky. Palmovsky leads the way. Second place, it looks to be Finn Harrison, who's gotten a good getaway. So on each of the first 2 rows, the driver on the inside has gotten the better start. It's Palmovsky from Finn Harrison. Third place for Chase Fernandez. Our pole sitter Leo Robinson being bullied down to 4th, make that 5th as Hugo Schwarzer gets up the inside of him. The 78 car sideways as well under braking, going into Beckett. Razor Seaworthen there getting a little bit of a wake-up call under braking on cold tyres.
Great move by Hugo Schwarzer there to effectively create the gap down the inside. Now Palmovsky going defensive at the first main overtaking opportunity since the drivers have sorted themselves out into some sort of file, although further down the field they are still 2 and 3 wide. They're going to be that all the way around, I think, onto the old start finish straight, which we're using here. They are definitely 3 wide in the middle of the pack. Palmovsky, though, will lead them over the line. There's a number of drivers using the extremities of the circuit on the way out of Luffield, which is kicking up some dust in the background, as we've got a driver making a move down the inside there by using all of the curb and a little bit more on the inside.
Yeah, that was Charlie Hart just trying to squeeze his way through the pack. Didn't get the start he wanted from the 5th row of the grid, hasn't really made any upward progress, which is always his goal, given he was a pole sitter, of course, yesterday on the Grand Prix circuit. It's Alicia Palmovsky in the lead of this race for now then. It's 2 of the R Racing cars in 2nd and 3rd place, and look at the number 7 of Slater. Freddie Slater already up into 6th last time across the line, trying to work his way into the top 5. I'll remind you now, he started from 12th position. I note that he's already got one wing mirror pushed in, so he's clearly had a few physical moments. The pack all together, and now they fan out into the braking zone at Brooklands. Slater up the inside there of pole sitter Leo Robinson. That means that Slater is up into 4th position. Schwarzer has been swallowed up a little bit. He's down in 7th place after momentarily moving up as far as P4. But what a recovery drive already from Freddie Slater, 12th to 4th in 2 laps.
Well, he got down the inside of Mikey Porter in the early phase of the Maggots and Beckett's complex. Then Porter was forced onto the outside as the train came to the inside. Had nobody to help him in the slipstream. Was lucky to get back in and not lose more space as Palmowski leaves the door open into Cops Corner. And there's contact on the inside by the 38. And Freddie Slater, I think, is going to come through from 4th place. And Freddie Slater will lead on only lap number 3 of the Silverstone National Circuit. The second race of the day here. And Freddie Slater given a helping hand by the rest of the pack. Palmowski's been swallowed up. Could be 7th or 8th by the time they leave Beckett's.
Yeah, Palmowski massively swallowed up by the pack there. She's down 6th or 7th position potentially. But Freddie Slater, I mean, he's not been in a class of his own really at any point because he's always got people stuck on his rear bumper. But how has he gotten to the lead in less than 3 racing laps? Incredible driving from Freddie Slater, opportunistic driving from Freddie Slater. They're in 2nd place behind him now. I believe that's Porter as well, who started the lap in 6th place. So Mikey Porter in 2nd place. As off track there goes the 78 of Seaworthen. A couple of others also going off track coming out of Luffield Bend. But for now it's Freddie Slater in the lead, Mikey Porter in 2nd. Then it's Finn Harrison in the 38. And hold on a minute, it's the R Racing top 3 again. They've only found a way to do it. In fact, no, sorry. Okay, good. Finn Harrison for Assetto Motorsport. They can't have it all their own way after all. But what a drive this is from both Slater and Porter.
Well, you know at the start when I said we'll definitely not see the R Racing lot running all the way at the front in formation. Well, what do I know as the top 2 and making their way there. Currently being kept honest though by Finn Harrison and Chase Fernandez. And you can see once again all the field migrating to the inside. This time Slater not able to move out in the same way that he did on the previous lap. Now he moves across into that position. Porter trying to run it all the way around the outside. Can't quite do that in the same way that you can in some of the more in the GT Pro cars that we'll see later on in the day. But it's not quite the same trying to run it all the way around the outside on that corner. Looks like Tom Spragg is going to lose a place to the 66 of Freddie Allen as they make their way around Luffield. That's going to move Allen up, I think, into, well, I think he'll remain in 13th at least in terms of the timing, but he had lost a place and now he's going to gain it back, so I think he will stay in 13th. In fact, it's not, it's 12th because they both found a way past Risa Seaworthen, who dropped a place, having gone through the gravel, of course, on the exit Woodcote on the previous lap.
Yeah, of course, this order has changed significantly from what we had on the grid. Freddie Slater from 12th to 1st position, 11 places gained thus far. Mikey Porter has gained 6. Make that 5 because through goes Finn Harrison at Beckett's. Nicely done by Harrison, just got to the inside at Beckett's, and Chase Fernandez says, I'll have a bit of that if you don't mind as well. Side by side, no, actually ducking behind Mikey Porter is Chase Fernandez. No doubt he'll try and go to the inside if he possibly can, going into Brooklands. We know that Chase is one to try and make the moves any chance he gets, but no opportunity on that occasion. Leo Robinson there in 5th place, of course, he was our pole sitter. Alicia Palmowski, who was on the front row with him, she's all the way down in P8.
Yeah, led the early phase of the race, and Palmowski now, who was on the podium yesterday with a superb P2 in the second race of yesterday afternoon, now going to have to work very, very hard. Down in 8th place, but the train of cars from 1st down into 8th place, split by just under 2 seconds. They are still nose to tail. There's a move, I think, by Fernandez down the inside of Porter. Is that for 3rd place? into Copse, I think it is, or is Porter back up into second? I think he is. We've got the 2R Racing cars nose to tail once again at the front. It looks like it was Fernandez getting down the inside of Finn Harrison. Not the only driver getting down the inside of Finn Harrison. Leo Robinson squeezes his way through, and Hugo Schwartzer's coming through as well. Harrison's going to drop from second down to fifth at least. Schwartzer's going to be on the outside by the time they get to the end of the Wellington Straight. I think by then he's going to have ducked back in the slipstream. He already has. Going to try and give that one another go. Palmowski's the first one to come out of the slipstream. Knows the field splits at the end of the straight. Didn't know whether she was going to try and get that run all the way around the outside, trying to get a little bit later on the brakes than the others, but looks like they're still as they were, with the exception of the overtake earlier on. But the field back together again, because earlier on it was the top 8 down to Palmowski. It looks like it could be all the way down to Douglas now in 11th, that are all nose to tail in this Ginetta Junior race number 2 here today on the Saturday of the Ginetta G-Fest.
Yes, exactly. Practically the top dozen now in one long queue, and Freddie Slater feels the need to go defensive towards Copse Corner for the 7th time in this race. It is Freddie Slater from Mikey Porter, our racing teammates. Yes, behaving as teammates. Nah. Chase Fernandez there in 3rd position, just keeping a watching brief for Assetto as well, although I think the 3 may be wise to work together right now. Hopefully they can, because at the moment they're breaking away from this battle for 4th place. Finn Harrison there in 4th position. He's got to pass Leo Robinson once again. It's now side by side between Robinson and one of the others further back. I think it might have been Palmowski. No, in fact it's Schwarzer and Harrison side by side. But nonetheless, the top 3 just a few car lengths clear. I note that Freddie Slater didn't go defensive there either, so I think there may have been some signalling between the 3 to say, hey, we've got the opportunity here to break away. Let's do it.
Well, those behind are doing them some favours as well, because they're squabbling it out over 4th place, and you can see the gap that it's created between the top 3 from Slater, Porter and Fernandez back to Leo Robinson. They had 6/10 between them. I think it's going to be nearer 1.5 seconds. It certainly is this time. Finn Harrison now coming under pressure from those behind. Hugo Schwarzer, Leo Robinson. The top 3 working together didn't quite go to plan, did it?
Yeah, peace time has ended. Chase Fernandez gets back up the inside of Mikey Porter for 2nd place, and immediately has a go at Freddie Slater up the inside at Beckett's as well, and he manages to pick his way through, only for Freddie Slater to carry the momentum out of the corner and move back into the lead. Fernandez ducks behind the rear bumper as soon as he can. They're now attached to each other, absolutely attached to each other. I don't know if Fernandez is maybe trying to make it a 2-horse race by ditching Mikey Porter. I'm not so sure that's going to work. I think it's going to do more to bring the rest of the top 10 to their bumper than eliminate the threat from Mikey Porter. But nonetheless, Slater briefly losing the lead to Fernandez, but very well counter-attacked.
Well, I saw a comment earlier on the Ginetta TV channel that said, can you bump draft in these cars? You absolutely can bump draft in these cars. There is nothing between them down the Wellington Straight, down start finish straight either. Absolutely nothing, to the point that Freddie Slater has had to go very, very defensive to the inside solely to try and break the toe from Chase Fernandez behind. And as you can see, that's going to allow Mikey Porter to close up, because he's going to take a more optimal line round Copse, heading towards Maggots and Beckett's this time, and Porter's going to take a wider line this time, trying to get on the power earlier, which is what Freddie Slater did in order to get him. We've got a spin in the middle of the place, like Leo Robinson facing the wrong way, heavy contact with the back of Robinson. He's definitely out, the left rear wheel facing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, someone in the pack there collecting, didn't quite catch the number on that, but Leo Robinson in a spin. It was one of the Prep Tech cars. I think that may well have been Douglas in the 24, Jocelyn in the 26, but nonetheless, a big moment.
I think it's Jocelyn. I don't think he set a sector time in Sector 2. Yeah, it is Henry Jocelyn.
Yeah.
Also out of this race.
That's a shame then for Henry Jocelyn. He got collected in that, although the car was stationary. I think just unsighted there at the apex with so many other cars in front of him. Inevitably, with a car stranded in that position, the safety car is out. So Freddie Slater will continue on in the lead of an isolated race for the time being. But well, I think we needed the calm downhills there. I'm glad that most of the drivers carried on Palmovsky was caught out in that one. She continues in 13th. I think a couple of the others who were behind her in the pack also got moved down the order. But unfortunately for both Leo Robinson and Henry Jocelyn, those two are going to go no further.
No, so we're going to have a little bit of an interlude now, as we've got 8 minutes remaining. The time, of course, will go down. There's the car stationary, the field making the way all the way around the outside of the stationary car of Leo Robinson. Henry Joslin was able to take his car under its own power, at least off the circuit, as we see Leo Robinson's car stricken on the inside, the field coming round. So we're going to have a couple of moments of clear up. You see no marshals near that as all the cars came round. They'll now have an opportunity, with the field being so close together, to now work to clear that car. They're going to get around about a minute and a half or so as the field is slowed down to get the circuit clear. We're definitely not going racing this time, or the next, I don't think, but we are going to get an opportunity to see that incident once again that brought a premature end to the race for Robinson and Joslin.
Yeah, so Robinson enters left of frame here. With us is Palmovsky, I think just tagged his rear, and they're just drifting into the path of Jocelyn in 26. In fact, the car was still very much moving when Jocelyn was corrected, so my apologies to Henry Jocelyn. He really had nowhere to go on that occasion. Both Leo Robinson and Henry Jocelyn will take no further part in this race, sadly. Well, that was unfortunate there. I think everyone concertinaed behind Leo Robinson, and Palmovsky was the one behind to make the little tag there. But I'm sure that efforts will be made to get those cars ready for the races on Sunday, once again here at the Silverstone National Circuit. And, well, the flatbed will be required, and the question is how many laps on the safety car will be required. There's a lot of fiberglass down there on the apex of Beckett's, and I think this could be quite a lengthy recovery.
Yeah, I think we're going to, as the safety car comes round, so we're going to just move. That's why all the marshals moved in. That's Henry Joslin's car, which took the brunt of the impact. What we just about missed just after that was the fact that I think there was Tom Spragg and at least one other driver just about squeezed through that gap that Henry Joslin effectively created with the contact that he had with Leo Robinson's car that was rolling back. Just after that, Tom Spragg went straight through that gap. I think must have missed the car by less than a few inches, I think, which was lucky for Spragg. He's moved up into 9th place, so 6 minutes to go. That car's going to be recovered, but then they say there is going to be a clear up, which is we're going to be needed because we don't want sharp bits of carbon fibre on the circuit. If we do get to go racing again, of course, the top 10 as it stands: Slater, Fernandez, Porter, Harrison, Schwarzer, in front of Hart, Douglas, Hopkinson, Spragg and Siwutheran, who managed to take advantage. Palmovsky, who had the looked like there was a little bit of contact with Robinson into that corner, then almost came face to face with Robinson's car that was facing the wrong way, and she had to get heavily on the brakes. She'll resume this race in 13th place if and when we do get this race going again. They're currently just going round. It's taking about 2 minutes a lap, isn't it, for them to get round behind the safety car. So if we do get going, I think could we have a one-lap shootout here?
Could be possible. I have some doubt as to whether or not we're going to get this race back underway. I'm sure the marshals are doing absolutely everything in their power to make this recovery as swift as possible. But especially with a long straight like Wellington, just after the scene of all of that strewn bodywork, and you see the sheer level of debris there on the apex of the corner. I don't think they want to take too many chances of that, so we'll only go back to racing if the circuit is deemed to be in A1 condition once again. We've got 4.5 minutes left on the clock at this stage. Lap takes 1 minute and 11 seconds. So I think if we do get racing again, I think it probably will end up being a one-lap dash. But to be honest with you, with that car just going up onto a flatbed now, the Jocelyn number 26, I reserve my judgment to be a bit of a doubt there.
I think you could be right. Freddie Slater on his way now to what could be a serene victory for him, but really has had to work to get to the front of this one, although did it in the first 3 laps, of course, by effectively taking advantage and threaded the needle many times when there was other drivers squabbling over position. He just picked them off, sometimes at 2 and 3 at a time, by finding the gap, putting his car in the right place and just finding his way through. I don't think that some of the drivers at the front expected Freddie Slater to be on them quite as quickly as he was, and as he took advantage as they come through once again. We are 3 minutes and 20, so they're going to have 2 laps round here. I can't see this one restarting, unfortunately, for everybody with the exception of Freddie Slater, who I'm sure, whilst he would have loved to have won this one under a green flag, will not at all be disappointed to be taking another victory here this weekend.
No, absolutely not. Here's a fun fact for you. The last time by for Freddie Slater, a 1 minute 47.215. That Ginetta LMP1 car yesterday was doing 145s around the Grand Prix circuit. So under safety car, the juniors are actually slower than the LMP1 car on the GP when they're on the National. Absolutely pointless piece of information. Won't even come up in a pub quiz, but it's there if you want it. The flatbed then is recovering the Jocelyn car, and if we are going to get any racing, the safety car would have to come back in this time. The light's still on as they turn into Brooklyn, so I think that more or less outright confirms that this race is going to conclude under safety car, although if they really hurry this lap under safety car, we might just get there for a 1 lap dash. The question is, are we going to see that 1 lap dash? It will be just under 2 minutes left to go when they cross the line this time. So in theory, they could start the next lap with, I don't know, 5 or 10 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be touch and go, but I do suspect we're going to see this end under safety car.
Now, in an ideal world here, Slater would try and drop back, wouldn't he, and try and open up the gap a little bit and slow it all down.
Yeah.
But he has to stay within a certain distance of the safety car. He has to be within what I believe is to be 10 car lengths of the safety car in front of him. He can't just let it disappear and back the entire pack up in a hope that the time will elapse by the time he gets round. It is a little bit quicker in terms of pace now because they're not having to loop all the way around the outside of the stricken car of Leo Robinson, so they are going a little bit quicker under the safety car, but it's going to be tight, isn't it? 1 minute and 10 as they go round Beckett's. They could get round here.
Well, it could be tight if they say the safety car's coming in, and we haven't had that bulletin just yet. The lights are still on. Now, yesterday the lights were turned off just approaching Brooklands on the safety car, and sure enough, hello. Okay then, 50 seconds of racing left to go. I think we are just about going to get one more lap. As long as Freddie Slater gets that power down, it might well be a 1 lap dash then. It's Freddie Slater from Chase Fernandez. In 3rd place, it's Mikey Porter. In 4th position, it's Finn Harrison. 5th place, Hugo Schwarzer. 6th place, Charlie Hart. Why am I reading these names? Because in a 1 lap dash, any one of them could be on top at the end of this lap. Team allegiances, slipstream allegiances, none of it. This is going to be a raw dash to the finish. Slater has punched the throttle now with 15 seconds left on the clock. He will cross the line before they hit down to 0. Let's hope now, after all of this build-up, that there's not a checkered flag waiting for them at the exit of the final corner. No, it's a green flag, and it's a 1 lap dash as they approach Copse.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Hold your breath. 1 lap to decide the final Ginetta Junior race of the day here. Freddie Slater defensive to the inside, as you'd expect. Chase Fernandez takes a wider line, trying to get the run up towards Maggots and Beckett's, but he's coming under pressure as well from Mikey Porter, who's coming down the inside. Fernandez is going to get hung out to dry on the outside here because Finn Harrison is going to come down the inside as well. All of this playing in the hands of Freddie Slater, who at the front, she's hoping to break away. Fernandez forced wide out onto the rumble strip. Not the only driver as well. We've got grass being thrown up. I think that's Luca Hopkinson out onto the grass on the outside as they head down the Wellington Straight for the final time.
Freddie Slater still in the lead then. Will either of the Assetto drivers be able to do anything? What about Hugo Schwarzer diving up the inside of Finn Harrison? Don't think he's going to find a way through there. Freddie Slater has a car length or two in his favour. Hugo Schwarzer with a bit of a nudge to Chase Fernandez. Please, please, I want that second place. Absolutely not. Freddie Slater, though, controls the safety car restart perfectly. He wins the one-lap dash to the flag. Or does he? Because Fernandez got a bump draft right at the end there. But Freddie Slater just about holds on to it to take another win. 2 wins from 2 on the Saturday here at the Silverstone National Circuit. Good job, Freddie Slater. Chase Fernandez held on to second ahead of Hugo Schwarzer, who made up a couple of positions there right at the end. Finn Harrison in 4th. Mikey Porter in 5th place. Charlie Hart in 6th. Must say a big word to Mackenzie Douglas as well, who was right there on the back couple of rows of the grid. He finished in 7th place ahead of Tom Sprague, Luca Hopkinson and Eddie Robinson. Your top 10. Freddie Slater does it again. I don't know whether he wanted that one-lap dash or not. He's a racing driver. He was also leading, so it's a bit of a toss-up. But nonetheless, Slater did everything perfectly there.
I imagine his heart sank when he saw those lights go out as they came down the Wellington straight just before. After that, though, it looked like he just pressed the reset button. He took a really, really wide line into the Lovefield complex, was able to then get the power down. That gave him enough to get the exit out of that corner. Didn't have to defend too much into Copse, although he did cut out the opportunity for those behind coming down the inside. The big loser, of course, Mikey Porter, who was running right there at the front, did get hung out to dry in that run up towards Maggots and Beckett's on that final lap.
So Freddie Slater claiming the win over Chase Fernandez and Hugo Schwarzer. They'll join Peter Snowden down there on the podium momentarily. Finn Harrison 4th and Mikey Porter rounding out our top 5. Charlie Hart in 6th place ahead of Mackenzie Douglas and Tom Sprague. Luca Hopkinson and Eddie Robinson rounding out the top 10. Alicia Palmovsky will be disappointed to have converted a front row into 11th place ahead of Razor Seaworthen, who's really not quite gelled with the national circuit as he did the GP circuit yesterday. Freddie Allam and Felix Livesey round out the top 14 ahead of Harry Moss in 15th, Holly Mile in 16th, Bria Anglis in 17th, Alfie Davis 18th position. Of course, Leo Robinson and Henry Jocelyn failing to finish after the incident that caused the safety car delay in that race. Freddie Slater then once again will head down to Parc Ferme to Peter Snowden and then to the podium. The championship lead that he's amassed, he's not far away from 100 points now. I believe he'll have something in the mid-80s in terms of a points lead going into Sunday. And, well, the impressive nature of his season only continues. And I imagine his trophy cabinet is only expanding.
Well, if you ever wondered how strong one of these Ginetta Junior cars is, they're strong enough to have a teenager stood on the bonnet celebrating another victory in the class. Freddie Slater with a superb drive. Twice really had to win that race, came through to lead before the safety car and then had that one-lap dash towards the end, which pretty much could just be a highlight in itself, that final lap. Plenty going on. Further back in the pack as well, of course, Hugo Schwarzer making big moves on that final lap, was able to force his way through, came from 5th up into 3rd with a fantastic move down the inside into the left-hander into Brooklands. We are going to get to see that final lap, though, once again.
So that one-lap dash that made things very, very entertaining. We didn't think we were going to get a restart in this race, but we did. And it was Freddie Slater who led them away on this final lap. Of course, behind him, he had Mikey Porter and Chase Fernandez. Porter trying to find a way through in 3rd position. Got a good run, actually, out of Copse corner up against Chase Fernandez. Was on the inside there for 2nd place. Slater will have been watching in the mirrors going, oh, what's going to happen here? No one tried to get up his inside because Fernandez and Porter were a rolling roadblock there in 2nd and 3rd. Finn Harrison there in 4th place. Little did he realise that Hugo Schwarzer got a very, very good run indeed, going down the straight towards Brooklands Bend. We also saw off track, as you rightly called at the time, it was Robinson, as Hugo Schwarzer diving up the inside of Mikey Porter, who'd already been swallowed and lost out a couple of positions on that final lap, ultimately finished in 5th place. But On the final lap, Slater did everything right, built himself a lead of, about a car length. Not that that really lasted on the run towards the main straight, towards the start-finish line. I thought for a moment that Fernandez had it, because he got a brilliant run out of Luffield, but Fernandez had to settle for second. Hugo Schwarzer with a magnificent job of getting himself up into third place. But hearts in the mouths, I'm sure, with that one-lap dash. Myself and circuit commentator Alistair Douglas were speaking at lunchtime about these Ginetta Junior drivers, and while the racing is always intense, frenetic, exciting, always good conduct as well by and large.
Very much so. With the exception of the issue earlier on with Robinson and Joslin, but that really couldn't be helped, particularly from Joslin's part, as he found a car where he didn't want to find one sideways across the racing line, which was very, very unfortunate for the both of them. Even into that final corner there were 3 wide going into Brooklyn. Schwarzer with that superb crossover move that he made, where he went from the inside to the outside and then almost turned the car on a sixpence and just aimed it straight at the apex to move through. And such a good move as it was that he didn't have to even run it round the outside of Woodcote, because he was already slotted that car into position. It was superb from Hugo Schwarzer to take that move. But as you say, all of them going into that corner and not a single bit of contact between them. There'll always be that a little bit, front to back, that just sort of like a little bit of a tap. You're just trying to remind the driver that you're there. You're trying to create a gap a little bit as well. But that is all part of racing. And that's why you have a look at some of these Ginetta Junior cars. I've walked down the pit lane at lunchtime. There's a little nick or so out of the front splitter, but it's what you'd expect. It's a real good proving ground for drivers at this stage. So in their driver development.
So then we can now throw down to Part Fermé, where Peter Snowden is going to catch up with our 3 podium finishers.
Hugo, podium again. Good to see you back here.
He's
looking very smiley and happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy. It was a tough race, but after the restart I managed to overtake 2 cars in the last 2 corners, which I'm really happy with, of course. Yeah, tough race. Didn't quite manage to catch the leading group, but overall really happy.
Well, that's all you can want, isn't it? That's a good result.
Well, the aim is, of course, to finish on the top spot of the podium. But, yeah, P3 is very good.
You've got another chance tomorrow, haven't you?
I do 2 races, and, yeah, hopefully you'll see me on the top spot.
We'll look forward to it. Hugo, thank you ever so much. Our second place man, of course, is Chase Fernandez. Chase, good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you.
Seem to miss you a bit there. Very welcoming smile.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm back here.
Always good to be on the podium. You just want to be that one step higher, don't you? Because there's that chap Freddie Slater there that keeps getting in the way, doesn't he? Dominates a bit, doesn't he?
Well, it's a shame. I think that last race I had a really, really good chance. I think without a safety car I probably would have had a better chance to go for the win. But, it is what it is. I hope Leo and Henry are all right. But, yeah, that was a really good race. I was really happy with how I did.
I mean, from your perspective, you say you obviously had a strategy there, but the safety car spoils it. How does that affect you? What are you doing at the time? What are you thinking when that comes out? And obviously, it was quite a long one as well.
Well, yeah, that took up, I think in my head almost half the race. I don't know how long it actually was, but it felt like a very, very long time. So that's obviously a lot of laps that I missed out on having the chance to overtake. But still second, I'm very happy. That means 2 trophies, 2 more trophies. So, yeah, I'm buzzing. Good man.
Well, we'll see you a bit later. Thanks to you tomorrow. Well done, matey. Freddie, probably the most exciting one this weekend. Big old safety car right in the middle there, and you timed your restart to near perfection. Was that deliberate, or was it just absolute skill on that?
Yeah, it's been a good race starting from 12th. I just was assertive and put my car in the spot where it needed to be, filled the gap and got on with it. And just being assertive with them, because if you're not assertive, there's more chance of crashing. So that was the main key. And then the safety car restart, obviously hope everyone's okay. I see a few damaged cars and stuff. And I started near the safety car. I knew we have I spoke with my management team, AD, and they taught me something about having ABC plan. So we've had a bit more of a understanding with the safety cars, especially what to do, because now they probably know that I'm going to do that, so maybe I have to change it up. But they've that was all from my team management, and they've helped me massively here.
Well, brilliant to hear. Obviously paid dividends. We weren't sure coming across the line whether it was going to be a one-lap shootout or going to be a checkered flag or a green flag. And as you came across the line, literally the last second stopped and it went to green. So you had to get on with it. Yeah, I had to get on with it. I was expecting the checkered flag to come out, to be honest. I was hoping it was going to come out, but good job we didn't hesitate then.
No, good one lap at the end, and yeah, it was good fun. They were all behind me on my bumper, and yeah, the toe's massive. It's just so hard to break away that it just makes life a lot difficult. But we managed to keep the pressure and get on with it.
Freddie, congratulations, onwards and upwards, great job. And we're back, I can hear track action in the background, so back to the booth. And Adam.
Excellent stuff. In all the excitement of that safety car, I completely forgot that he came from 12th to 1st in 3 laps. Congratulations to Freddie Slater and everyone on the podium in the Michelin Ginetta Junior Championship. However, we now switch focus once again to the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. Then the fastest cars we'll see in racing action all weekend, the GT Pro Spec Ginetta G56s, along with slick tyre shod Ginetta GT5 Spec G40s. Multi-class racing, always exciting. The Premier Championship, the flagship series of the Ginetta umbrella, about to bring us 20 more minutes of racing action. Of course, they had their qualifying session this morning, and in that qualifying session, they had also the same setup where the second best lap times have determined the grid for this race, as we saw in the juniors a little earlier on. And that means that the race winner from earlier on, Blake Anglis, who's just once again sneaking in late as he did in the first race, Blake Anglis will be our pole sitter alongside Ruben Haig, who'll be looking for a better run of form in this race than the pit lane disrupted race he had this morning. I think Haig versus Anglis, if they both have a trouble-free race and they both get off the line well and don't get swallowed up by the likes of Luke Reed there on the second row, I think we could be in for a bit of a cracker.
Ruben Haig, of course, with that puncture in race number 1 of the day here on the Saturday of this 3-day G-Fest meeting. That really put paid to his challenge in that one, but luckily it's not a start where you finish format, which means his second best time in qualifying was enough to put him back on the front row. Blake Anglis with his top 2 times, both enough to put him on in the pole position berth, of course on the outside, on the racing line. So whilst he won't have track position for that first corner, he will be on the grippier side of the track. Although given that the Ginettas did spend a lot of time defending to the inside, I don't think Ruben Hayes is going to be too disappointed with the amount of rubber that's going to be down there on the track from his front row berth either. As you can see, 2 different classes split by a decent amount of tarmac as well, with the G40 GT5s behind for their race. Earlier on in the race we saw them at least get lapped once, so there is a bit of a speed differential between the two. Blake Anglis found his way through the traffic nice and cleanly to take the victory by nigh on 4 seconds.
Yeah, they'll lap the entire GT5 field once. Some of them will get lapped twice. Just want to note, Leona Theobald there is missing from the grid at the moment from row 4. She's meant to be starting alongside Harley Houghton on that 4th row of the grid, but Houghton is there on his own at the moment. Of course, Harley managed to work his way up to a podium finish ultimately, the youngest British driver ever to compete at the Nürburgring 24 hours. The GT5 cars, you've alluded to them, it will be Nathaniel Hodgkiss on the pole position there. Of course, Hodgkiss, who managed to take the win in the race this morning. Will Rochford, the pole sitter from the race earlier, who did not manage to get onto the podium, he'll be starting from 2nd on the grid on that front row. Keep an eye on Ella Lloyd as well, of course. We saw her driving around with the bodywork misaligned at the end of the race, trying to get some points on the board. She will be particularly keen to try and get a full haul of points out of this second race of the day for the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT5s.
Just having a quick look there, it looked like there was a car coming down the pit lane, but that is the previous race. They go into a holding area and then come down the pit lane. So I was looking out for the car of, like I say, of Leona Theobald, who is missing. So we are currently waiting at the moment. Now I think we're going to get the go-ahead to get going. Blake Anglis, once again, I think he keeps that door open pretty much until the final moment, just trying to keep cool in there. It's they are warm places, our race cars, and it looks like Blake Anglis now with the door closed, just as they will have got the they'll have got the board just on the start-finish gantry to let them know that the safety car is about to pull away in the next 5 seconds or so. So be interesting now to see whether Leona Theobald rejoins this race from the end of the pit lane or whether she misses it completely. So we'll have a quick look at that in a few moments to see whether anybody joins at the end of this lap. I don't think she'll be allowed to join now. I think if it is a case, she would have to sit, wait for the field to come through.
Blake Anglis then on our pole position for this race alongside Ruben Haig on the front row of the grid. Row 2, Luke Reed and Carl Garnett. Of course, Reed, our championship leader. Callum Davis and Colin White. Quite the breadth of experience there between them on row 3. Harley Houghton and Leona Theobald were meant to be on row 4, but Leona is yet to appear in this on this occasion. Conor Garlick and Gary Wager on row 5. The last of the Ginetta G56s of Sean Fleming starting from 11th place, of course. Rows 7 through 9 are not occupied. On row 10 of the grid, we will see the first of the GT5 cars. That's Nathaniel Hodgkiss and Will Rochford. Rochford on the inside, but in second place on that grid. Then it's Luke Garlick and Ella Lloyd next up, followed then by Karim Sekat and Sam Harvey. Sekat and Harvey on row 12. Paolo Santi and Lexi Belt follow. Just one on the final row. It's the only GT5 AM runner in the hands of Bal Sidhu, the number 16. No spec differential between Bal's car and the pros, therefore he'll be giving them something to think about over the course of the race too. But the big G56 is with the 3.7 litre Duratec engine, the V6 motor, 340 brake horsepower they get out of this. Of course, they're running slicks. The Academy cars run treaded tyres, so these are the quickest cars we will see in racing action today. It's going to be the story of the race between Blake Anglis and Ruben Haig potentially, although Luke Reed, our championship leader, will be keen to just point out to everybody, no, I'm still the quickest one here. He certainly was in the first few rounds of the season. What can he do from the second row of the grid? Let's watch the starts then as we get ready to go racing for 20 minutes at the Silverstone National Circuit. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. The lights are on and they are extinguished once again. We go racing, and it looks like a poor start once again there, unfortunately, for Callum Davis in the 95. He drops a few places among the G56s. Everyone else away fairly nicely, including our pole sitter Blake Anglis, who leads almost 3 wide for second place there momentarily. Carl Garnett trying to pick his way past Luke Reed. Colin White there in 5th position. In 6th place behind him is Houghton. Then it's Davis, who's lost a couple of positions. Then we see the G40s through, and the leader is the pole sitter within that G40 class. It is Hodgkiss in the 59 who leads the way among the Ginettas.
Nice clean start. Looks like Luke Reed's trying to make a move down the inside of Ruben Haig. Haig covers that one off nicely. As they head down, we've got one ring very, very wide. That's the 19 of Carl Garnett, who runs off track. He's going to lose a few positions by the look of this, because he's going to get sandwiched. He's now going to have Colin White on the outside of him. White then running slightly wide onto the rumble strip. He's going to get on the power a little bit earlier, is Colin White. Should hopefully run all the way around the outside, but has got to go further around that Woodcote corner as they head down towards Copse. The top 3 now starting to break away because of that, and Colin White does indeed get the job done by the look of that, and it is Colin White then up into 4th place. Carl Garnett drops down into 5th.
Impressive stuff from Colin White, the ultimate Ginetta veteran. Just had his 300th race in a Ginetta at Donington Park last time. He's also got, I believe, 144 podiums to his name in the world of Ginetta competition, first entering in 2008 after several years on the ASCAR stock car circuit prior to that. The top 3 breaking away already. Blake Anglis there just ahead of Ruben Haig, but Haig with a very good run through Brooklands. Looked like Blake Anglis just struggled to get the power down between Brooklands and Luffield there momentarily. Luke Reed keeping a watching brief as well. Then it's Colin White about second back from them, with Carl Garnett and Callum Davis hot on his heels.
Looks like Davis was struggling ever so slightly to get it stopped there as well. Another driver carrying a lot of speed around Brooklands, and then struggling to get it stopped for the right-hander at Luffield as the tracks almost goes into a single file format. Most of the cars trying to hug that inside line round Luffield, so it looked like Davis was struggling to get that one stopped. We've seen that a couple of times, although more with the Academy cars on the treaded tyre rather than the GTs on the slick race spec tyres. Callum Davis there, you see, with that yellow cross, the black yellow background with a black cross, denoting that this is one of his first 6 races as a driver, still racing with that novice plate on as well, but still running very, very well, up in the top 6 in this top level class here in Ginetta GT.
So there is the scrap of the G40 GT5 cars going defensive. There is Ella Lloyd. Around the outside goes Sam Harvey to take second position, despite Ella's best efforts to take the inside into Brookland. Luke Garlick's now investigating whether he can find a way through as well. Just behind him, of course, is Rochford. Rochford again falling through the order, started second among the GT5, or rather started on pole among the GT5s, of course, alongside Hodgkiss, our leader. And again, Rochford struggling to convert good qualifying into race pace, at least early doors. But of course, once you fall behind people, even if your race pace comes on later, you have a lot of work to do.
Ella Lloyd's got a good run out of Copse Corner. She draws alongside Sam Harvey once again, and will be through, I think, there. The move looked like it was done just before we cut away down to the GTs at Brookland. So we see the 95 of Callum Davis. Looks like he may well have lost a place to, I don't know who the 20 is. Like the 20 just in front. It is Horton. Looks like he's going to move up, Harley Horton, up into 6th place. So just as we cut through, Harley Horton made the move through down the inside. Hasn't lost any time doing it as well, because he's all over the back of Carl Garnett as they head down towards Copse Corner. And Harley Horton once again starting to make moves through this Ginetta GT field. To cut back to the 40s, Ella Lloyd is indeed in front of Sam Harvey, and Sam Harvey, I thought he had good race pace in the first race of the day here. Thought if he could have broke away from Ella Lloyd, might have had a chance of closing in on Hotchkiss as they swap lines, and that's going to open the door down the inside. That's going to allow Luke Garlick to come down the inside, and taking evasive action out onto the run bus strip is Sam Harvey.
Harvey needs to be careful. Black and white flag already for track limits applied to him. Also Hodgkiss. So Nathan Hodgkiss, the leader in the GT5 class, has got a black and white flag for track limits. Everyone needs to mind their P's and Q's a little bit. It's now Luke Garlick there behind Ella Lloyd. So this is a battle for 2nd and 3rd place. They've also got coming up quite hot behind them Rochford in the 42, who may look to the inside here. Luke Garlick teases it but can't do it. Ella Lloyd having to close the door there on the 71 of Luke Garlick. Just to say, on the previous lap, not the lap just gone, but the one before, Houghton managed to set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 59.937, the only driver to have gone sub 60 so far among this pack. And also up to 5th place because he got himself past Carl Garnett. Colin White, meanwhile, is trying to find a way past for 3rd place. You see Luke Reed has a little bit of bodywork damage to his left front corner. So the question here is Luke Reed's car okay? Is Colin White perhaps going to take advantage of a slightly damaged Luke Reed, number 26?
Either way, this is exactly what Harley Houghton wants to see. He wants to see Colin White having nibbles at Luke Reed. He wants to see him taking tighter lines into corners and scrubbing some more speed off so that he can close in and turn it into a 5-car battle at the front of this. This is exactly what Harley Houghton wants, as he sets the fastest lap of the race as well with a 59.8. The only driver so far to go sub 1 minute.
So far, yes. We have seen a few drivers dip below the 60s even in the race. Gary Wager has dipped through the track limits, or beyond the track limits, a couple of times too many. He's got a black and white flag for track limits. He's there in 9th overall as it stands. The leading GT5 pack then coming across the line to start lap number 7 of the race, and it is, for now, still Hodgkiss there in the lead, but Ella Lloyd, I think, a little bit closer than she has been for the last couple of laps, being wheeled on by Luke Garlick, who is right there behind her. Garlick just waiting for, I think, the moment, trying to get a good run out of Beckett to maybe get a good slipstream from both parties ahead of him as they go onto the Wellington Straight. Rochford keeping a watching brief as well.
Ella Lloyd, 0.3 of a second quicker on the previous lap than your race leader in this GT5 class. And now you can see Hotchkiss having to go defensive for pretty much the first time today. Race number 1, he was comfortable and clear out at the front as the rest of the field battled behind. Now he's being drawn into a battle here because Ella Lloyd is starting to attack because they're not battling behind anymore. They're all working together. They've worked together for the last couple of laps since they decided what the order was going to be, with Lloyd, Garlick, and I think Sam Harvey now having to drop in at the back of this one. Is starting to drop off ever so slightly, but Ella Lloyd starting to work through and trying to find her way past Hotchkiss, with Hotchkiss defending, and they're going to have to do it quickly because the GT pros are going to come up onto the back of them in the next lap or so.
Yeah, it was about the 8-minute mark earlier today that the lap traffic started to be a factor. That's the case again today, rather this afternoon. So side by side between White and Houghton as we cut away from them there. I wonder if Houghton tried to go all the way around the outside at Copse. Very impressive if so. Side by side for 4th position among the GT5s then. And the number 70 car trying to go around the outside. The number 20 trying to go around the outside of Colin White. So Harley Houghton tried to do it. I'm not sure he's going to pay off there. Still getting a good run towards Brooklands. We really need to see what's going on between White and Houghton there, going down towards Brooklands, because they were so close together, side by side on the run down to Brooklands Corner. I wonder if Colin White is still there in 4th place or whether the position has changed hands. 2nd place has changed hands because Ruben Haig has been demoted to 2nd place. I was wondering if Luke Reed had some damage. Clearly not. Colin White has been demoted to 5th place as well. So Harley Houghton has gotten through. Ruben Haig is trying to find his way past Luke Reed as we go back to this 2nd place battle for the GT5s. A few car lengths now for Hotchkiss in the lead. Ella Lloyd there in 2nd, still the cork in the bottle in that battle for 2nd.
Back and forth this gap for the lead as Hotchkiss is closed in, then he opens it up again. There's been a change for 4th place in class. Harvey's managed to get up past Rochford, and this is what's happening behind this contact into the corner, and Ella Lloyd is tipped into a spin by the 71 of Luke Garlick. There was already some damage to the front end of Luke Garlick's car before the contact was made there from an initial bit of contact as Lloyd changed direction ever so slightly, and the two of them come together for a second time about 50 metres further down the track, and Lloyd tipped into a spin.
And Sam Harvey got caught up in that one as well. Everyone rejoining the race then. Of course, all of that was happening just about 10 seconds before the leader overall arrived at the scene. Blake Anglis will be saying, oh, please calm down, everybody. Luke Reed, 3.1 seconds back from him now. Ruben Haig will be looking to try and take advantage as they go through this lap traffic to maybe try and move back into 2nd place, having lost that position to Luke Reed. There's Harley Houghton, though, making life very difficult at the moment for Ruben Haig as they go back out onto the Wellington Straight once again. You just saw going through shot as well the 95 car of Callum Davis. Callum Davis has a 5-second penalty because of track limits violations. So even if he can challenge Carl Garnett and Colin White ahead, he's not going to be able to keep the positions that he gains. Harley Houghton with the fastest lap of the race so far, still one of just 2 drivers to make it below the 60-second barrier. He fancies getting himself up onto the podium for a 2nd consecutive race on his debut day in this car.
Well, this was the corner in the previous race where he boxed Colin White in. I don't think he's going to get quite as lucky this time. A lot of traffic in front of the this battle now for 3rd place between Ruben Haig and Harley Houghton. Houghton's going to be trying to get that run out of Copse. He's very, very quick in the 2nd phase of the race in their opening race of the day. Here he's going to try and sweep all the way around the outside. Ruben Haig's going to be late on the brakes down the inside, but then we'll have the line compromised on exit, and he's going to try and run Harley Houghton all the way wide. Houghton's now going to have track position on the run down towards the left-hander at Brooklands. In a minute we'll find out whether he's got a good enough run to still be alongside, and he is. And Harley Houghton, I think, here will move through down the inside because he's going to have a helping hand as he by that lap traffic down the inside of the 42, and then that might open the door up once again because now it might be him that gets hung out to dry on the outside, because if Ruben Haig can get back in the inside of Will Rochford, he can't get it done. I was preempting something that was never going to happen in the end. The GT Pro cars just being able to get the power down, but it has allowed Colin White right onto the back once again of Ruben Haig in front, because Haig was slow out of the Luffield right-hander.
Yeah, Sam Harvey and Ella Lloyd have both come into the pits as a result of that incident earlier on. Also, Conor Garlick looking to be headed towards the pit lane. I think he had some front bodywork damage there by the looks of it. Oh, Colin White almost into the side of the class leader in the GT5 Pro class. Nathaniel Hodgkiss there had to take evasive action. Carl Garnett has gotten past Colin White and all of that as well. White just put a foot wrong trying to get up the inside of Hodgkiss, and it almost cost both of them.
Yeah, dropped a wheel off the inside curve, didn't he, onto the dirt on the inside. You don't get quite as much grip on dirt as you do on concrete and tarmac, and that just forced Colin White to be slightly slow. Risky business though, almost taking out Hotchkiss, our race leader in the GT5 class. Hotchkiss now with a bit more of a gap back after the battles that happened a few laps ago for the second through to fifth, which decimated that challenge for Lloyd, Harvey, and for was it Garlick as well was involved in that. He had that front end damage. He's still going at the moment in 16th place, but we've both had Lloyd and Harvey come into the pit lane. 17 runners remaining, down to Lexi Bell in 17th place, as we see Colin White trying to make amends for his mistake earlier on, using the slipstream of Carl Garnett. As we looks like we're just having a bit of a tyre change there, but it doesn't for Conor Garlick. But I don't think he's going to need to go back out there. He's currently he's also dealing with that 5-second penalty as well, is he, or was that for somebody else as well?
No, he has not had a penalty as of yet. Was it? But no. As we see this battle continuing on between Carl Garnett and Colin White for 5th position, White looking to get back up there into the top 5 after a very promising first few laps of the race. Haig there just in front of Garnett as well. Ruben Haig really not showing the momentum that he had yesterday on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, falling back into the clutches of Carl Garnett and Colin White. Of course, Luke Reed will love the fact that Garnett is down in 5th place, because Garnett is still 2nd in the championship as of right now. Just getting a look at one of the junior cars there getting put back into the garage. Meanwhile, Luke Reed will be far too aware of Harley Houghton in his rear view mirror. Houghton with the fastest lap of the race still accredited to him, and he's still circulating in the low 1 minutes, 1 minute point 3 last time by, a good couple of tenths quicker than Luke Reed. And Reed will be thinking, well, who's this newcomer to the championship and why is he closing in on me? Colin White trying to go around the outside of Carl Garnett there, going through Brooklands, going through Luffield, didn't manage to find a way through on that occasion, as we see the battle-scarred 71 car of Luke Garlick. Neither of the Garlicks having a particularly good race, as we've had a switch there for Harley Houghton. Harley Houghton has gotten through there, I think probably set that up coming out of Luffield, and by the time he got to Copse he was already through.
Great move by Harley Houghton, the second phase of this race, proving that the pace for Harley Houghton once again as he started to move through this field from outside the top 5 at the beginning of this race, now up into 2nd place. I think the gap to Blake Anglis is going to be a little bit too much in 4 minutes. He's going to have to take a huge chunk at a lap out of that one, but nonetheless is starting to move away already from Luke Reed, who did a valiant job in holding Harley Houghton back. But Houghton now up into 2nd place. Hopefully will look comfortable. What Reed doesn't want is to be drawn back into this battle behind between Ruben Haig, Carl Garnett, Colin White. Callum Davis not too far back either. He's the driver that I wrongly suggested had picked up a penalty. It was actually Callum Davis. It wasn't Luke Garlick earlier on, Callum Garlick who picked up the penalty. It was Callum Davis. So he's in 7th place. Will want to progress on track, but then will incur that 5-second penalty at the end of this race anyway, so will be classified in 7th, just has to bring it home. There he is, joining the battle in the blue car, right on the back now of the 19 of Carl Garnett, as Colin White gets a great run on Ruben Haig out of Beckett, will slot back into the slipstream. Looked like he was going to draw alongside, but Haig is going to have to go defensive to the inside, as Colin White now will look to set this one up for a move down the start-finish straight by just getting a good run out of the Luffield complex of corners. See, there goes, it takes a slightly wider line. He's going to want to get on the power and try and do exactly what Harley Houghton did to Luke Reed, except this time he wants to do it on Ruben Haig.
Haig will be not liking the sight in his rearview mirrors, not only Colin White, but also Carl Garnett and Callum Davis. Well, Callum Davis is a little further back. Looks like he might be slowing down a bit, actually. But certainly White and Garnett right there with Ruben Haig at the moment. Haig struggling for pace, it seems. So here's the lead in the GT5s. It's still Nathaniel Hodgkiss. He's had Rochford closing in, though, over the last few laps. The gap has gone down from 0.8 of a second to just over 5 on this lap. Rochford setting best laps of the race, 105.098 last time by. That's quicker than the time that they set in qualifying for this race, the second fastest lap times. So Rochford on a roll, and he fancies a go at Nathaniel Hodgkiss before the end of this race. 1 minute and 55 seconds left to go, and meanwhile we go back with Sport for Choice. Ruben Haig, they're sliding the rear tyres up. Colin White surely gets the better run out of the corner, side by side through Woodcote, down towards Copse they go, and nose ahead, a car ahead for Colin White as they run towards the first corner. It is White into fourth position, but can Ruben Haig now try and do the cutback on the run towards Beckett? Doesn't get the run that he requires for that. So Colin White back up into fourth position, his high point in this race so far, as we return to the GT5 lead battle.
Will Rochford, who was down in 5th place at one point in this battle, the battle that was decimated by the contact in the middle part of this race, and that left him a couple of seconds at the time off the back of your class leader, Nathaniel Hodgkiss, has now closed in, seen as the rest of the GT Pro runners have moved through. It's given them a few laps of clean air, and he's used the slipstream to close right up on the back of Nathaniel Hodgkiss at the front. Hodgkiss having to go defensive, which at the moment is exactly what Will Rochford will want, because then he's going to be able to get some better runs out the corners. Does seem to be understeering slightly wide there. You saw that, you can see on that camera view, you can see straight through the windscreen. You could see the steering wheel input. He turned in, and then there was a little bit of a slide wide. They've got faster cars approaching from behind, which is exactly what they'll want to see if they can hold each other up. It's not quite what you want when he's going to try and stick it back down the inside there of the 7 of Gary Wager, and that could well split them, because now Wager's going to come through on the straight, and that's not exactly worked out quite as well for Rochford, I think, as he would have hoped.
No, absolutely not. The scale difference between the cars does amuse me quite a lot as they negotiate the lap traffic. Blake Anglis has just gone through the second sector on his final lap of the race. So going through Brooklands and Luffield now will be our race leader, Blake Anglis. Anglis just ahead of these guys. Anglis across the line already in the 84 car. He takes the win. Blake Anglis with the victory over Harley Horton. Second place for Horton, third place for Luke Reed. Colin White does hold on to P4. Ruben Haig actually under a lot of pressure at the end there from Carl Garnett in 6th place. Callum Davis in 7th, and Gary Wager will round out the top 8 eventually, though of course we saw he's some way further up the road. Here's the G40 battle, the GT5 battle. It looks as though Nathaniel Hodgkiss is just about going to do enough to hold on here. They've still got lap traffic in their midst, and that may have worked against Will Rochford a little bit when it comes down to it. Nathaniel Hodgkiss will take the win in GT5 once again. Hodgkiss with a really strong Saturday here at the Silverstone National circuit. He'll be looking to do all of this again and some on the Sunday. A big shame that we lost that battle about halfway through the race ultimately, but Blake Anglis, again a little bit anonymous out there at the front because he just disappeared up the road, and Blake Anglis with a mighty impressive first weekend in the G56.
Exactly what you want as a racing driver, isn't it? It may well seem boring when you're out at the front by 5 seconds, but I think at times you'd rather have that than everybody else chasing you down.
Yeah, Blake Anglis then taking the win from Harley Horton. Luke Reed in 3rd place. just ahead of Colin White, who was not too far away from Luke either. Colin White really found some speed in that race. Ruben Haig struggling a little bit. He finishes in 5th ahead of Carl Garnett, Callum Davis and Gary Wager, 7th and 8th position. Of course, Davis carrying a 5-second penalty at the end of that race as well. Sean Fleming in 9th and rounding out the top 10, taking the win in GT5 Pro, Nathaniel Hodgkiss. Will Rochford next ahead of Karim Sekat, who'll be very happy to pick up a GT5 Pro podium ahead of Paolo Santi. Val Sidhu, the only of the GT5 AMs, they're in 14th overall. Luke Garlick does cross the line, 2 laps and a headlight down. Lexi Belk in 16th. Connor Garlick did not take the flag, ended up in 17th. And of course Ella Lloyd and Sam Harvey, 2 parts of that incident with Luke Garlick, both of whom failing to see the checkered flag. Well, lots going on in that second race, our final race of the day for the Ginetta GT Championship. We still have the GT Academy to come though, so more to come from G-Fest on this Saturday before we move on to the final race. Highlights then from that Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship race. It was a good start when the race got underway. For eventual winner Blake Anglis. Everyone got away nicely, apart from Callum Davis, who struggled a little bit once again with that standing start. Horton up in, or down in 7th place. Of course, at the start of the race, he was picking his way through places. Carl Garnett put a foot wrong and allowed Colin White up into 4th place, while all of them were fighting. Of course, the top 3 got away. It was our race winner Anglis with Reed and Haig for company in the top 3 early on. Great scrapping in the GT5s in the early stages of the race. Nathaniel Hodgkiss in the lead, kind of managed to keep himself separate from most of it. Meanwhile, Lloyd and gang had a brilliant scrap further back. Luke Reed under pressure from Colin White, who really found a little step extra in this race. Ella Lloyd, though, got a tap once, tap twice, unfortunately, from Luke Garlick, which sent her into a spin. Eventually also collected by Harvey in the 70. The net result, unfortunately, for both Lloyd and Harvey was a DNF. Harley Horton moving his way up through the order, carving his way through the traffic very ably indeed. This was him up in 4th position. The best was yet to come, though, for Harley. Unfortunately, Connor Garlick with a premature exit from the race with what looked to be a puncture. Colin White having a near miss there with a GT5 leader. About as dramatic as the race got for Nathaniel Hodgkiss, but I'm sure that was more dramatic than he would have liked. Meanwhile, Colin White, who had moved back down to 5th place, set his sights on Carl Garnett. In fact, at this point, White was back down into 6th. He would get past Garnett, however, and then he would find his way past Hage as well. This is the number 7 of Wager getting involved with the lead battle in the GT5s. It was Rochford in the 42 trying to salvage a win up against Nathaniel Hodgkiss, but Hodgkiss would win in GT5s. And your winner in the main GT Pro order was, of course, Blake Anglis, who once again disappeared up the road. Another 5-second advantage. I think he had more like 4 at the end of the race this morning, but he can look back on Saturday with a lot to be optimistic about here in the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. Of course, because this is his first weekend in the running this season, he's not really making that much of an impact on the championship standings, but Luke Reed will be happy with the fact that he finished ahead of Carl Garnett by 3 positions. That will help Reed continue to be the championship leader going into Sunday, after which point we'll be just about half of the way through the season. A lot of the season taking place this weekend, of course, at G-Fest, as we continue to celebrate 65 years of Ginetta. One more race to come today, and we look forward to that in a few moments, the GT Academy cars. But that multi-class action, great fun again.
Absolutely, it really does add an extra dynamic to the racing, because in the initial phase, particularly for your GT Pro, you're just mixing it up and racing between yourself. Then you've got that extra dynamic, around about 8 minutes in, as you saw, where they start making their way through the traffic. And obviously next weekend we're going to see it with the Le Mans 24-hour, pretty much from the first 10-15 minutes when the field starts to go through some traffic. It's important to get through cleanly, which we saw most of our drivers do. Colin White had a bit of a scrape that he maybe wouldn't have liked, and particularly as well for Nathaniel Hotchkiss as they appeared on the inside of him. Later on, though, it was Will Rochford who was taking the battle to Nathaniel Hotchkiss. Great for them. Particularly for Rochford to come back into it right towards the end. Interesting to find out post-race what happened with Luke Reed in third place. His times dropped away right at the end there, in the last couple of laps from after Harley Houghton got through. Almost fell back into the clutches of Colin White in fourth place. I think with one more lap, White might have had a real good opportunity attacking Luke Reed there. Looks like Reed could well have made a mistake on the penultimate lap, because he was right with Harley Houghton and then dropped down by around about 5 seconds off the back of him on the final lap as the checkered flag dropped.
So then the podiums are ready down in the Parc Ferme area. We'll hear from the top three now with Peter Snowden.
Luke Reed, finally we get to have a proper chat.
Yeah, no, it's nice to be back on the podium for sure. Hard fought though. It was a really hard fought race from the start all the way to the end, pushing the whole way. And yeah, credit to everyone. It was fairly clean as well. But yeah, no, it's brilliant to get back on the podium. Great to reward Wolf Motorsport with that.
I've got to give an honourable mention here because he's not on the podium, but Colin White giving you a bit of a hard time at the end there as well.
Oh man, the guy's a legend, honestly.
Isn't he just?
Yeah. I'm so privileged to actually share the racetrack with him. But yeah, it's a bit scary seeing that CWS coming up behind you, because you know he's going to have a pop at one point.
We follow him in Creventic stuff, and I did think, I bet Colin, if I interviewed Colin now, so one more lap and I'd had him.
I'm sure he would. He would say that the whole race.
Of course, it was great effort there, but you're obviously happy to be back there. But you say it was a hard race. From what perspective for you?
It's just we've had a bit of a difficult start to the weekend, and yeah, we just need to collect some points. And the guys, honestly, have worked relentlessly this whole weekend. Gearboxes in and out, clutch, all sorts. So to reward them with a good result.
Stop breaking them then.
Oh yeah, I know. Don't tell them that.
That's what they'll say, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure. I just have to buy them a lot of beer. It's fine.
That's always a good way. We'll always look after. Well done. We'll see you down at the podium. Thank you, Luke. And Harley, where's Harley gone? He's here. He's right there. Look at that. Harley. Back again. He's got a habit of it now. Liking the taste of it.
That was another hard charge. Some really good battles with Luke, Colin, and Ruben. It was really good racing. It's always exciting racing here.
Yeah, but Luke was just saying that to have Colin up there was just amazing, but a little bit more experience, a bit more seasoned on track. Some of you young guys keeping you awake.
Oh, I mean, Colin's got so much experience. He's a fantastic driver. So to be out there battling with him is really good. It makes me learn a lot as well. I'm learning all the time.
Oh, it's very magnanimous of him. He does long distance races though. These sprints, he's fine.
Yeah, it'd be a bit tired at the Nürburgring.
He would do it, not like you. Okay, well done. We'll see you down at the podium. And what was you just said to me a minute ago off air? I said I'm a bit bored of seeing you.
Yeah.
Works both ways, You said you wanted to work up here. 3-2-1 yesterday. Now, here you've done it twice now.
Yeah, one again. No, it was good race.
You did say once you got there you're going to stay there, didn't you?
That was the plan. It's always the plan. But we're there now, so see what we can do tomorrow. Should be good.
The other two, second and third, were just saying that it was a really hard race, and obviously Colin right up there in fourth as well. There's only 3 steps on the podium, but it was a kind of 4-way battle there for you. What was it so hard about today? Just heat or
the hardest thing for me was turning the aircon on. No,
what? Because you can't reach it.
Yeah, it's what happens when you're short. You barely see over the steering wheel as well. No, it's good. Teams work hard. There's a lot of late nights that have gone into this. Last minute getting me out, but on my behalf, team's behalf, and we've all worked really well together. And got to where we are, which is really good. So it's been good.
We're very privileged to see this racing and all this result, but people don't realise the hard work that goes on behind getting you as a driver on track and giving you the car to do the tool to do the job with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I came off a night shift on Wednesday morning, so it was like, okay, I've got 24 hours to turn my body clock around to get out on Thursday. But yeah, there's a lot behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see. But when we're up the front, we can't complain.
Well done, Blake. Great result, and we'll see you down at the podium.
So there you go, the top 3 being interviewed there in the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. Congratulations to all of them as we now shift focus to our final race of the day on Saturday at G-Fest. The Ginetta GT Academy about to make their way back onto the circuit. So 20 minutes of racing scheduled once more for these cars already on the grid and out onto their formation lap. So let's not be wasting any time. It's Ravi Ramyed on pole position alongside Nick White on the front row of the grid. The championship top 2, the top 2 on the grid as well. Mackenzie Walker alongside Ed Akers on row 2. Row 3 of the grid is Matt Shaw, the first of the rookies, alongside Thomas Shelley. Row 4 of the grid will be Paul Livesey alongside Evo journalist James Taylor. Row 5 of the order, Richard Just in the 99 and Mark Ellman, of course, just second of the rookies. Emma Tomlinson in the 47 is next alongside Phil McGarty. Row 7 is Charlotte Lowe and Amy Tomlinson. And then on the final row of the grid, the third sister, Lucy Tomlinson, starting from back of the order. Again, if you're just joining us for the first time this weekend, these cars also G56s, same engine, albeit turned down a notch or two to 270 brake horsepower, as these are meant to more an entry level into the G56. Also running on treaded tyres as well. Quite the different proposition from the cars we had in the top line class of the GT Championship a few moments ago. But the Ginetta GT Academy races so far have been very compelling, and it feels as though Nick White is getting closer and closer to Ravi Ramyed, who really has his head wrapped around this circuit perfectly.
Well, in his post-race interview after race 1 today, Ramyed said that they'd made some changes to the car that hadn't quite worked out for them, so they were looking to change them back. Did come under some heavy pressure in that opening race of the day, so let's see whether they have made the changes first of all, whether you can see noticeably the change that's happened there for Ravi Ramyed. Different track layout yesterday in which he pretty much dominated. Did take the victory again today, not quite as easy for Ravi Ramyed this morning. The circuit, the sun not quite as out as it was, and we've got some more very interesting reminders on the steering wheel.
Amy Tomlinson used to just have brake points. She now has relaxed hands and you got this as for further affirmation on her steering wheel as the race gets underway. It's Ravi Ramyed on pole position. Is he still leading by the time they get to Copse? Yes, he is. Nick White in second place. Everyone else getting through the first corners cleanly. You see there from Livesey in the 31 to Tim Shaw, not Tim Shaw, I always say Tim, it's Matt Shaw going wide on the outside of Copse corner, but everyone managing to stay relatively clean, although Livesey was really late on the brakes there, loses out to Richard Just and others as a result of that. Just a bit too brave on tyres, I reckon.
Almost became stationary, didn't he, on the outside as he ran out of the tarmac, trying not to get on the grass. There he is on the right-hand side, just off the off-line, losing a number of places. He's going to drop in there behind the 88 of Mark Ellman. So that's going to put him on the periphery of the top 10 here, I think, in this final race of the day, of day number 2 of G-Fest, as they look to make their way out of the final corner, cross the line for the first time at the end of the first lap. Ravi Ramyed and Nick White, your top 2 in front of Walker, Akers and Shelley. Shaw still in 6th place despite running wide on the opening lap. Taylor just Ellman, and it is Livesey rounding out your top 10.
Akers will be looking to try and get himself onto the podium in this race. I think has felt like he could have done better in the first race. He was saying to me, I didn't figure out turn 2 until about 15 minutes into the first race. So I think he feels he can do a bit more with race number 2. But for Nick White, this is not the sight that he wants to see. Ravi Ramyed just corner by corner, apex by apex, disappearing a little further up the road. I imagine they have done all they can to revert the car setup back to what they were using on the Grand Prix track yesterday after Ravi fed back that I'm not sure our changes have paid off here. And they do seem to be working quite nicely at the moment with the setup they've got now. I think the gap is going to be something more closer to a second than 0.3 when they cross the line this time. Paul Livesey, meanwhile, on board with him. He's just tucked up there behind Mark Ellman, of course, after that first lap spill. Ramyeed's lead is indeed 1.1 seconds.
Livesey taking a slightly tighter line into the right-hander at Copse there. Not really under pressure from Phil McGarty, who's made a decent start and moved himself up into 11th place on the opening lap, having started on the back 2 rows of this race. So good start for Phil McGarty up onto the periphery of the top 10. Still got second to find to get to Paul Livesey. Livesey's trying to move up onto the back of Mark Ellman. Ellman, though, doing just enough at the moment in that really dark green car that you can just about see in the background, will come into sight at the moment. Nick White, though, in second place, currently very, very busy holding off the number 70 of Mackenzie Walker. Ravi Ramyeed out at the front. Looks like we've had a spin there, have we?
I think maybe a spin for Amy Tomlinson, because she's fallen off the back of the order a little bit and lost a couple of seconds through the middle sector. So Amy just recovering the car up at the moment. Ravi Ramyeed, though, our race leader by 1.6 seconds. The gap goes out by half a second again. His fastest lap of the race now 103.750 as Livesey manages to dive up the inside at Copse, just about gets himself past Mark Ellman, but that looked all arms and elbows there in that battle for 9th place.
Yeah, threw it in there and kind of just hoped that it stopped, and also that Mark Ellman was compliant as well in that overtake for Paul Livesey down the inside, and it looks like Ellman is not there on the rear of Paul Livesey. And we've got another driver off in the 47. That's Emma Tomlinson off into the gravel and facing the wall as well. They're going to struggle to get that car out.
Ellman also not there either, I don't think. Was he there behind Livesey? No, he didn't get through Sector 2. But it certainly looked like Emma Tomlinson has had quite a big moment there. That looked to be maybe through Stowe. Emma Tomlinson having her moment in the 47 car. Hopefully she is A-OK. Ravi Ramyeed actually loses a bit of time on that lap as well at 104.433 on the last time by. So lost 0.4 of a second to White in second place. You can see the recovery going on at Stowe for Emma Tomlinson's car, and you can see Emma's out of the car as well, which is good news. Out of the car and walking away from the scene, but still no real sign of what happened to Mark Ellman. He did eventually cross the 3rd sector split to complete the lap, but he's all the way down in 14th, so he must have lost time there in the aftermath of that incident with Paul Livesey into Copse.
Yeah, Tomlinson's car at Copse far enough away that it's being recovered under a local yellow flag at the moment. We saw the vehicle on there. She is walking away back in, and it's just indicating there to the marshal that the car just snapped on her halfway round the corner. Car currently nosed in, waved yellow flags being shown on the digital gantry to the left-hand side there. So that means that no matter how close you are into Copse, there will be no overtaking opportunity into that corner whilst the vehicle is being recovered from the outside. Huge runoff area though, as the car is still being dragged away by the recovery vehicle on the outside. I think will be full green flag for the circuit in a few moments time, that's for sure, as that car looks like it's just being recovered back through the barrier. Ramyeed though continuing to lead. The gap a few laps ago was out to well beyond the 1 second mark. Nick White now though is starting to drag that one back in. We're down to 0.8 of a second for Nick White in second place as we ride on board with him. Ravi Ramyeed in front, just having a quick look. That car looking very, very skittish under braking into the left-hander at Brooklands, and Nick White starting to chip away at Ravi Ramyeed's lead at the moment. In the last lap, he was 0.4 up, despite the fact that Ramyeed's got a best lap that's almost 0.3 quicker than anybody else, and this time round does indeed go a little bit quicker than Nick White in second place, extends the gap out ever so slightly, but Nick White within the 1 second mark as well, having broken away from Mackenzie Walker, who currently sits in what looks to me now a fairly lonely 3rd place for Walker. Really wants White to close up on the back of Ramyeed, them two to start battling to drag himself back into a battle for the victory here, because at the moment looks like he's going to be more likely to be dragged into a battle with Ed Akers over the final step of the podium than anything else.
Yeah, Ramyeed and White, a bit of a to and fro at the moment between them. I just wonder if Ravi Ramyeed is managing the tyre, managing the situation as a whole, or whether he is genuinely just a little bit slower some laps than Nick White. Certainly White is closing in on this lap. I think that gap will be down a good couple of tenths as they cross the line this time. Out of Luffield comes Nick White. It was 0.9 of a second last time across the line. Let's see them across the stripe on this occasion and see how the delta has fluctuated. It should be, actually it's about the same, still 0.9 of a second. Interesting. I will say as well, James Taylor up in 6th position, the Evo deputy editor. I imagine that he'll get a column out of this if he keeps on at this rate. 6th position, he's gained 2 places so far. Thomas Shelley, who currently sits 3rd in the championship, lest we forget, right behind him in the 56 car at the moment, and Paul Livesey just 1.8 seconds back from Shelley as well in 8th. Leader in the rookie class, still Matt Shaw, he's 5th overall.
Yeah, strong race in that rookie class as well for Lucy Tomlinson, running in 11th place. The biggest mover on track so far, up 4 places from her starting berth. Nice. Currently sitting in a class podium at the moment with a fairly comfortable gap back as well to Charlotte Lowe. So for Lucy Tomlinson now, just a case of managing that track position for her with Charlotte Lowe and Amy Tomlinson's behind. Mark Ellman will be looking to come back through the field as well. He's right on the back of Amy Tomlinson at the moment, after the we didn't quite get to see what happened to him earlier as Paul Livesey went down the inside, and then Mark Ellman just dropped down the order and disappeared from camera shot as Nick White sets the fastest lap of the race, 2.5 tenths quicker than Ravi Ramyeed on the previous lap. The gap down to a little over half a second now, and Nick White will definitely be in the range of benefiting from some slipstream from Ravi Ramyeed in front of him as they head out onto the Wellington straight. Matt Shaw up into 5th place, the leader once again of our rookie class. I'm sure he's got aspirations of getting past Ed Akers, who, as you said in the last race, seemed to be struggling up there at the Beckett's complex of corners, and we were mentioning that he did seem to be struggling a little bit with understeer in the early part of the race, struggling to get that car turned in. See whether Matt Shaw can take advantage as we head down almost at half race distance now in this 20-minute race in the Ginetta GT Academy. 10 minutes and 20 left on the clock.
Yeah, as you say, it felt rather as if he was struggling with understeer at Beckett's. He was struggling with understeer at Luffield just there. You could hear the tyres really screaming to try and find any traction they could muster going through Luffield Bend for Ed Akers. Matt Shaw just behind him. Mentioning Lucy Tomlinson as well, I was amused by her driver bio sheet that was given to me in advance of this weekend. She said she wanted to show up her sisters and also her brother Freddie, who of course is racing a GT4 spec G56 in the British GT Championship at the moment. Picking his way through the order here is Mark Ellman. I think he's just gotten past Lucy, in fact no, just gone past Charlotte Lowe. So Charlotte Lowe, of course, brother Will Moore, don't know if he's on site, but I know he'll be helping her through her formative stages of a racing career. And Mark Ellman all locking up a little bit there, but back up to 12th, working his way back through the pack. We still don't know exactly what happened with Mark. We didn't see it in the live pictures, but what we do know is he's got a lot of work to do to try and even get himself back into the top 10. Nick White, just over 3/4 of a second back from Ravi Ramyeed. It continues to fluctuate lap to lap to lap. They're very, very evenly matched here on the national circuit.
This must be incredibly frustrating for Nick White. Every time he sets a faster lap than Ravi Ramyeed, Ramyeed comes back the following lap with one equally as quick and opens up the gap again. Although Ramyeed did look like he carried a little bit too much speed there into the right-hander at Beckett's, and looked like there was a little bit of tyre smoke as he locked the front right into that corner as the front end went ever so light round there. This could be the second time now, once again, that White sets a quicker lap. I think for the first time in 2 consecutive laps that Nick White's taken a chunk out of Ravi Ramyeed, because every time I say White's had a quicker lap, Ramyeed's come immediately back with a faster one. This time, though, they look a lot closer than what they were on the previous lap, although we have said that before, and it's been almost exactly the same when they cross over. They are indeed closer this time, just over half a second. Nick White now starting to turn the screw and put the pressure on our race leader, Ravi Ramyeed, who does indeed have that 100% record to defend so far this weekend. 5 races and 5 victories for the current race leader.
3 from 4 so far this week, or rather, sorry, 3 from 3 so far this weekend. This is their 4th race of the weekend so far.
I was including qualifying as well, my bad.
Right, fair enough. Well, I mean, I'm sure he would like you to count qualifying too, to be fair. He's been amazing thus far. We speculate that 6 from 6 could happen from somebody across the 3 main championships. Of course, 7 races, technically speaking, in the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship this weekend. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Ravi Ramyeed, because every other series has had at least 2 different winners thus far this weekend. I think Ramyeed will probably be acutely aware of that statistic. Ravi just holding on to the gap for now. It's gone up to almost 0.6 of a second, so again a few hundredths back towards Ravi Ramyeed. But Nick White, if he can get within 2 or 3 tenths, then it is game on, but getting there is quite the task.
Yeah, how much has White taken out of his tyres as well? He's had to push every single lap, whereas we spoke earlier about Ramyeed potentially just managing that gap, hence why we were having 1 quick lap, 1 slower lap. He hasn't had to take quite as much out. Nick White, though, has had to wring the neck out of this car lap upon lap to try and close in on the back of Ravi Ramyeed. We've still got 6.5 minutes to go, so we're going to get at least another 5 or 6 laps in here that they're going to have to work, and you can see just how much there Nick White is having to work the wheel as well, using almost the front wheels to help that car stop, scrubbing the speed off into the left-hander at Brooklands. And now it's all about getting that exit out. Has he taken any more out of Ravi Ramyeed this time? It's fractions, it's not even tenths they're taking out of each other now, although that one was just 1/10, but it's literally, they're taking fractions, micro fraction out of each other, or opening up the gap lap upon lap. Nick White, though, now definitely within slipstream territory at under half a second off the back of Ravi Ramyeed. Ramyeed's going to inadvertently tow his nearest championship rival along into a battle for the lead here.
I think it's game on at this stage. Nick White getting a cleaner exit there as well, by the looks of it, out of Beckett's down the Wellington straight. Now watch, see if the car can close in at all. The slipstream should grant Nick White an extra mile an hour or 2 by the time they get to Brooklands. Not enough, granted, to get him up the inside into Brooklands Bend, but definitely for the first time it feels like Ravi Ramyeed is in direct competition with Nick White. White just looking to the inside as Ramyeed drifts wide to get a better run out of the corner, but he does get that better run out of the corner versus Nick White. The gap won't be 4 tenths, it's going to be down to 2. We're under 1/4 of a second for the first time in this race. Nick White will be watching on now for any opportunity he can to get past Ravi Ramyeed. Mackenzie Walker's there in 3rd place. Ed Akers still in 4th ahead of Matt Shaw, leading the rookie class. James Taylor, Thomas Shelley, Paul Livesey, Richard Just and Phil McGarty, your top 10 as we go into the final quarter of this race, and Nick White will be right there with Ravi Ramyeed.
It was really interesting driving on board there with Nick White, watching the lights above the steering wheel, above where what gear he was in. Just how long, when they went into the gear change mode, as all of the lights became illuminated, how long he kept it in 5th gear, trying to take absolutely everything he could out of the rev range before briefly going up into 6th and then going back down. Looked like he left it in 5th. It looks like he was just sort of hoping to get all the way to Brooklands as it was, without having to have that gear change up into 6th and potentially lose a fraction of power. Left it in 5th gear, did Nick White, as the fastest driver on track so far, at least on our timing, although on the other timing it does show that it's Ravi Ramyeed. So once again, they're both showing us they've got a fastest lap, and there's very little to choose between the two of them on track as well.
Yeah, Ravi Ramyid then with the lead for now. The gap has gone out to 0.4 of a second again, so we'll have to see how that changes things. We also still have this battle ongoing. We're just looking at there as James Taylor has been holding off Thomas Shelley for the last 10 minutes or so, and we'll see if he can keep that going for the last 3 minutes of the race. Ravi Ramyid and Nick White running past the BRDC area once again. And that's an amazing place to watch the British Grand Prix. I've only seen pictures, sadly. I'm not blessed with that membership yet or ever. Ravi Ramyid, though, with 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to go, will be eyeballing that rear view mirror, and he'll be seeing or hearing, I imagine, through his team radio, the delta. You've got it back up to 0.6 of a second, and well, registered as 103.824 fastest lap, but we know the fastest lap of the race so far has been a 103.750 from Ravi Ramyid. 5-second penalty has been applied to the 33 car, so that shouldn't actually cost Matt Shaw any positions, because Matt is 5.8 seconds clear of James Taylor in 6th place. But if he puts a foot wrong, he could lose a couple of overall spots. He should be safe for the rookie lead regardless, though.
Yeah, needs to be careful, of course, because, as you say, got that rookie lead, but won't want to drop behind James Taylor. He'll be happy with the top 5, will Matt Shaw, as he... even though it's his rookie season, he's going to continue his ascension throughout the year towards the front of this class. And I think Matt Shaw, a driver certainly to watch for next year, for doing what Ravi Ramyid has done, which is win the rookie championship and then go on to try and challenge right at the front in GT Academy. The gap was 0.6 of a second on the previous lap, down to 0.4 as the pendulum swings back this time in terms of Nick White. 1 minute and 39 seconds remaining. 2 laps to go then in the final race of the day here today for day 2 of G-Fest at Silverstone on the national circuit. And it's Ravi Ramyid leading from Nick White. Nick White closing up under the brakes. Now Ramyid's not going to have to look after the tyres. He doesn't care about those tyres. He's going to take absolutely everything out of them that he can to hold on to this race victory if he can. Nick White, though, closing in 0.4 of a second as they head towards the start-finish line for what will, I think, be the final lap. They'll definitely run out of time now. They're down to 1 minute and 4. That's their average lap time. They're about to start the final lap then here of the Silverstone National Circuit. Can Ravi Ramyid hold on from Nick White?
Oh, you see the oversteer there for Nick White, just struggling a little bit through Luffield, but gets the traction down relatively okay. But he've lost a couple of tenths there to Ravi Ramyid just in that corner alone. You can see him fighting the steering wheel a little bit through the middle section of the Luffield bend. Oh, and a spin for Paul Livesey. He's facing the wrong way. Richard Just might well inherit a position as a result of that, but Livesey indeed does fall back behind Richard Just. So just up to 8th place, Paul Livesey down to 9th. Not the first time we've seen him have a drama, of course, over the course of this race. Ramyid and White line astern as they go down the Wellington Straight for the final time in this race. Clock will hit 0 as they approach the apex of Brooklands, and Nick White, short of very late braking, and he does brake quite late into Brooklands, is not going to be able to best Ravi Ramyid on this occasion. Ravi round the final corner, and he's going to continue the streak of race wins here at G-Fest. It was 2 wins at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit on Friday. It's 2 wins at the Silverstone National circuit on Saturday for Ravi Ramyid, who crosses the line first to take the win ahead of Nick White. Mackenzie Walker rounds out the overall podium in 3rd in what was quite a quiet race for him. Ed Akers and Matt Shaw take 4th and 5th places respectively. James Taylor taking 6th position. Thomas Shelley in 7th place, and Richard Just will take 2nd among the rookies. He will also take that inherited 8th place after Paul Livesey had a spin on the penultimate lap of the race. Phil McGarty will round out the top 10 overall in this race ahead of Mark Ellman. The first of the Tomlinson sisters home will be Lucy Tomlinson in the 13 car. Charlotte Lowe and Amy Tomlinson will round out our 14 finishers. Of course, Emma Tomlinson sadly not taking the finish after finding the barriers at Copse, but thankfully she got out of the car. Thomas Shelley, incidentally, did get a 5 5-second penalty right at the end of the race as well. He was right there behind James Taylor for a majority of the race, but Shelley's 5-second penalty didn't lose him any positions, but he still got that penalty for track limits. And in fact, a 10-second penalty just applied to Matt Shaw. I don't think that has changed his position on the timing screen, though. Oh, it's just changed now. So yes, Ravi Ramyeed takes the win from Nick White. We know that for a fact. Mackenzie Walker rounds out the podium. Akers and then James Taylor now all the way up into 5th place. So a top 5, that will definitely be a column in Evo magazine in the months to come. Thomas Shelley in 6th place. Matt Shaw just holds on to the rookie win despite a 10-second track limit penalty. Richard Just takes 8th place and 2nd among the rookies. Paul Livesey in 9th place for Zentech Motorsport ahead of Alistair Rushforth Motorsport's Phil McGarty. Mark Ellman recovering to 11th, of course, after his moment. We didn't quite see exactly what happened to him, but we know he had a moment. He comes back from last to 11th. Lucy Tomlinson taking 12th ahead of Charlotte Lowe and Amy Tomlinson, of course, Emma Tomlinson not taking the flag. But late drama there then for Matt Shaw. That penalty applied on the cool-down lap. That's never pleasant for us. That's never pleasant for them either. But thankfully, still taking his rookie class win, which he'll take some solace from. But he'll also be a bit upset to lose that overall top 5 in the Ginetta GT Academy race.
I was about to say as well, the 5-second penalty that was originally applied, he only held on initially from James Taylor by just over half a second. Taylor closed in quite a lot at the end. And then, as you rightly say, the penalty flashed up on the bottom of the timing screen here that dropped Matt Shaw from 5th down into 7th place. Still finished overall around 4 seconds in front of the 99 of Richard Just, but too many risks for Matt Shaw, unfortunately, in that one, in trying to push the limits. And I think as he gets towards the end of this season, I think he's going to start playing a little bit more conservatively when there's a rookie championship to go for, and maybe not push the boundaries quite as much. Although, you know, it's the racing driver mentality, of course, isn't it? You can tell them as much as you want to, you know, not push them boundaries. As soon as the helmet goes on, they do have a tendency to forget absolutely everything you've said, unless, of course, you put the notes on the steering wheel for them before they go out onto track.
Yes, I do like Amy Tomlinson's ever-growing list of, as I said, affirmations on her steering wheel. It's very cool.
I like the fact as well that it grows between races as well, not just overnight.
Yeah, no.
So somebody must have a small label printer with them at the circuit, and must be getting memos through to, can you just knock me this one up, please?
Absolutely. But I was just going to say regarding Matt Shaw, yes, I'm sure he'll be considering the rookie title, but I also think, given how far he's come already in this season, I wouldn't mind betting he's going to start focusing more on overall podiums as he gets more and more confident in the car. Of course, the car's mechanically identical between the two classes, so he's got the exact same equipment as the likes of Ramyeed and White. And I think, you know, once we get to the tail end of that year and he's got most of a season under his belt, even here with G-Fest, those in their first season are getting so much mileage this weekend. I think the second half of the year we might see some of those first season drivers really come into their own, just because they've had 4 days, including the test sessions on Thursday, to really intensively hit mileage out of the park in their cars.
Oh, particularly as well when you come to the final round of the season at Donington, a track that we've already been to already this season. So that's why you look at Ramyeed now benefiting from that second year where he can benefit from being at all the tracks, having already done them. I think Shaw is able to do that at Donington. I think he could be well in for that outright podium, as you say.
Yeah, absolutely right. Let's go down to Parc Fermé and the podium interviews.
So, Mackenzie, Mac is back.
Yeah.
I just heard you saying to one of your colleagues, though, that you found that really boring.
Yeah, it was quite. I was kind of
in race terms, you mean, not just driving the car?
Yeah, and I was just all by myself. I had no dancing partner, which is always a bit lonely. But I think
there's a barbecue tonight, so you're all right for that.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sure, you know, it all will be well. But yeah, I think the track temps obviously come up quite a lot. I don't think I've probably got the setup of the car right. So I just don't think we really found the grip. So was just watching.
Now, hang on a minute. What page of the Racing Drivers Book of Excuses is that? I haven't quite got the car set up right.
Page 32, section
paragraph,
A.
Section 8. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've studied the book very well. But yeah, so it was a bit dull. I was just kind of watching them coast away. I was looking in my mirrors, like no one really close enough to challenge. So, but yeah, it was quite a relaxing drive.
But joking apart, when it's hot like that, and you've just said it's the hottest day you've driven the car, and it is, as you put it, boring, you're just on your own. What do you have to make sure you don't do, as in concentration? What do you have to do?
I suppose just focusing on the basics, just nailing your lines, just trying to keep it as smooth as possible to keep the tyre temp down. Yeah, just kind of cruising about.
I haven't got a clue what he's talking about, but that's what you do, apparently, to be on the podium. Yeah. Well done, Mark. I'm sure we'll see you later in the weekend. We've got Nick. Where's Nick gone? Nick's over here. Nick. Talk to me. You look surprised.
I learnt my lesson from race one, let's put it that way. Didn't get any track limit I'm aware of. Okay. So, yeah, it was a strong race. Yeah, really good. Really enjoyed it. Kept in touch with Ravi, just didn't have that last little bit.
Didn't you just, though? Actually, it's the first time he's been under pressure all weekend.
Really. Yeah, had to. We've got to give him some grief. Yeah, a little mistake from him, and we might have had a shot, but kept in contact for the whole time. So I'm not sure what the finish line distance was, but it can't have been much.
It wasn't. I think it was 0.2 of a second. But so Blake Angler did this on one of the other races. He went 3-2-1 and just went there. So obviously that's your intention tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. Let's do that.
Can't let Ravi have a clean sweep.
No, definitely not. No, I haven't let him do that at any other race weekend. So let's try again tomorrow.
So Sunday spoiler alert, eh?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Nick, congratulations, well done, mate. And we'll just get hold of Ravi. Ravi.
Hello, Peter.
It's becoming very formal. No, sounds like a dinner date, doesn't it? Yes. Okay, easy. Yeah, we work to us not live. Nick, there, giving you a bit of pressure for a change. Yeah. Nice, 4 out of 4. Brilliant. Congratulations on that. But a bit of pressure for a change.
Yeah, it was nice, actually. It was really good. Well, I learned quite a lot in that race, actually. So it was nice to learn how to push, how to manage the car, and then you see the gap go up, so you manage the car, the gap comes down, you push the car again. It was just that whole cat and mouse game for 18, 20 minutes. I really enjoyed it. It was really nice.
One of my co-commentators in the booth is saying that you're looking after your tyres until about a lap or so from the end when you just didn't really care and that was just get on it.
Absolutely. I mean, you really feel it on the entry into Brooklands and the exit of Lough Hills. The car just is really loose underneath you, so you have to anticipate it and just get on with the job at hand. But it was the last lap was quite loose, to be honest with you. So I think we lost a few tenths through there. So.
Now, I said we'd set this up earlier, but that's now 4 out of 4. Tomorrow we've got 2 more races. You realise if you do the clean sweep on the last race, you've got to do a shoey on the podium.
Can I pick the shoe?
Yeah, actually, within reason.
Okay,
yeah. I'll wear slip-ons. I know where that's going.
Well, there's a shop down there. Go buy some brand new ones for me.
No, that's far too celeb status.
Yeah. Fair. Well, we'll pick a nice shoe and go from there. But thank you, Peter.
We're going to hold you to that. Brilliant. Thank you ever so much, and we'll see you down at the podium.
Different approaches to race winners. Peter Snowden's making him drink champagne out of a shoe. I've said if he gets 6 wins, he should get a ride in the LMP1 car. I think I know who Ravi Rami's favourite commentator is going to be by the end of the weekend.
It's not Peter, is it?
But a shoey would be good. If any of the drivers are listening, celebrate G-Fest with a Sunday shoey. Why not? So that is our final race of the day in the books. We do, however, have an upcoming demonstration session for this beast, the Ginetta G60 LTP1. We should see the LMP3 car out there as well. We might also see the Tolman. It was smoking a little bit earlier on, so we'll have to see whether that car is fighting fit to head back out there on the circuit. But it'll be a few minutes, I think, before we see anything out there on track for this demo session, because as you can see, the Ginetta is still, missing its tyres for one.
I think what it does though is it shows you just. I think the brake discs on that thing are bigger than the overall wheel on the car I'll be taking home. Unfortunately, I won't be taking this one home because it'll take me about 20 minutes, I think, and some of the roundabouts will be used as a heavy chicane on the way out of Silverstone. That is for sure. I don't think I'll see much of the M1 either if we were to open that one up. But as you say, it does need treating to some rubber before we see it out there on the track. What it does though is it's a completely different. Seeing a car static like that without the wheels on or being out in a pit lane, it just makes you just realise at times, I think, just how special it is. I reckon they could get in there and maybe have two or 3 minutes in that car before anybody notices the 2 youngsters down there.
I'm hearing a car getting fired up in the background. I think it might well be the Tolman. Yes, it is. So back out on to the circuit goes the Tolman. Looks like it might be Tim Whitworth back at the wheel with his significant height and carbon fibre helmet. So the ex-Ayrton Senna Tolman TG183B heads back out onto the circuit. Chassis number 5, the car that Senna drove at his very first Brazilian Grand Prix back in 1984. And firstly, it was smoking from the word go when they sent it out there earlier. Did do the full duration of its run, but no smoke this time, so maybe they've had to tweak a few things between demo runs, and now Whitworth will get the opportunity to give it a few more beans, and if Mike Simpson is waiting in the wings, I'm sure he'll do likewise.
I don't know whether Mike Simpson's going to get a chance this time. If I was Charlie Robertson, I think I'd be I think I'd be pushing him to one side to get to the front of the queue, that's for sure. And it's Tim Whitworth this time taking out. He was the second driver out in it. The first time we saw it earlier on, as you say, it was smoking a little bit earlier, but it could have just been that there was just a little bit too much oil in it, as you know, and then it's just a bit of oil burn off. But we did see that getting progressively worse throughout the session. Looks like that has been sorted though this time out, because it's looking nice and clear at the back.
Funny enough, Mike Simpson and Charlie Robertson both took part in a charity sim race on Gran Turismo that I organised during the first wave of lockdowns in 2020. That was for the St Catherine's Special Needs School in Ventnor on the Isle of Wight, where I'm a former student, as a matter of fact. And Charlie, very cheeky chap, I can absolutely see him going, well, you know what, the ultimate advert for Ginetta Juniors is if I get a ride in a Senna Formula 1 car today. You know, a Ginetta Junior graduate, it makes all the sense in the world. I think that would be the pitch I would make if I were in Charlie Robertson's shoes.
If he's that cheeky, I imagine he could just say to Michael, Mike, look at that over there. And then as he turns, he just jumps himself straight into the seat. So I wouldn't put it past him. That is for sure. This car is just majestic, isn't it? Just watching it go round. You know, the fact that you can actually see, certainly from the back here, you know, absolutely everything that gets hidden nowadays in modern Formula 1 just wasn't a secret back then, was it? You know, you can just see the whole of the rear suspension set up. You can see the gearbox and the rear of the engine as well. That Brian Hart engine.
Yeah, power well into the 4 figures, of course, in qualifying trim when we got into that turbo era of Formula 1. And bear in mind, it's a 1.5 litre engine. It's the level of engineering is pure insanity, isn't it, really, just how much power we're getting out of these turbocharged cars. Not just in Formula 1, but also on the rally stages, at Le Mans in the Group C category. The early stages of turbo-powered race cars were spectacular, heady days.
Well, they were so heady that rallying had to be curtailed in its guise for a little while, didn't it? Cars were just becoming far, far too powerful for the stages that they were going out on, and things were happening that nobody wants to see. And you think, look, even back at Formula 1, back then, in those days, they were running on special qualifying tyres with special qualifying engines that were made to last about 9 laps at most. And to be fair to most of the cars in race trim, they were struggling to make it all the way to the end. It was a real race of attrition back in 80s and early 90s Formula 1. I think that's why nowadays people seem to think, oh, modern day Formula 1, there just isn't that same level of interest. There's no overtaking and things like that. I don't think there was a huge amount of overtaking back then. It's just that every 5 laps, a car fell by the wayside and the order changed. And, you know, until the driver got right to the end, sometimes they were just nursing the car all the way to the checkered flag in some cases. So I don't think there's a huge amount of change in the amount of overtakes that you see.
A lot of motorsport's unpredictability in that era came through the hit-and-miss nature of 20th century engineering. You're quite right. I believe that looks to be Charlie Robertson getting strapped into the LMP3 car. Mike Simpson getting into the LMP1 as the Tolman continues its demo laps. So Mike Simpson getting back into his LMP1. I saw him yesterday and he said, I'm home. I'm back in a LMP1 car. Don't care if it's just a demo run. I feel like I'm back. It's awesome. You can still see the sticker on the back of the cockpit there from the 8 Hours of Bahrain, the last race that the car contested in the 2019-2020 FIA World Endurance Championship season. As this Tolman heads down the Wellington Straight once more, let's take a listen in to the engine note of this stunning machine. So continuing to circulate is Tim Whitworth in this spectacular Tolman TG183B, and I think this car will be turning heads far and wide. I think some of the neighbours will be going, hold on, I haven't heard that sound in a little while. What's going on? Of course, so many of the historic Formula One cars that you see at events like what is now the Silverstone Festival here at this venue. You'll largely see everyone stick to the DFV cars because they're the most well-supported, readily available historic Formula One cars there are, and these early turbo machines are a lot more finicky and comprehensively challenging to run than a DFV Cosworth engine. So it's a rare treat to see these turbo era cars really running anything like anger in the modern era. There aren't many events outside of the Festival of Speed at Goodwood and a few other select occasions where you really get to see it happen.
Absolutely. I think we've all pretty much commented throughout the day, particularly earlier when I was in the paddock and they started this thing up, and as looks like Tim's going to bring it in for the final time. He's waving to the crowd here at Silverstone. Just how loud that car is when he's not even like giving it the full one out of Lovefield, past where our commentary position is, halfway down the... we're pretty much in line with where the checkered flag is waved, just a little bit further down in the pit lane. And just how unbelievably loud that thing is, at maybe, half or 2/3 throttle. I can only imagine what it's like when it's fully opened up and how loud that thing is.
And what a challenge it would be to keep it on the tarmac as well, particularly given I believe it is running treaded like intermediate style tyres, or at least it was in the earlier session. Looks like it might be on slicks now, but no, is there still tread? No, I think it might be on slicks now, but nonetheless, very challenging car to keep on the road. And I don't think I blame either of Mike Simpson or Charlie Robertson for not wanting to take the prototypes out with the Tolman, because that would be, and it is treaded tyres, but it would be quite the heart stopper to come up on that car unexpectedly through a fast corner. You wouldn't want that scenario.
Well, particularly with the speeds we were seeing the LMP1 car do earlier, with the unofficial lap record pretty much smashed by well over a second, 1.2 I think it was. We were down into the 46s, so...
And you see there Jeff Page on the left side or right side of screen, a proper historic racing specialist, and one of his employees, Duncan Cowper. I want to mention him for a minute. He's been running a DAX, which is effectively a Caterham-style kit car for several years at UK sprint events. Previously, I don't think it has it now, but previously he had bolted a 1986 Benetton Turbo, so a car that built upon this Tolman, a 1986 Benetton Turbo welded to his DAX Rush. And having now, I think, taken the turbo off, he's taking the car to Pikes Peak this year with some support from Jeff Page and plenty of other partners as well. So Duncan Cowper, one of a very rare set of people from the UK who go to Pikes Peak. We look forward to seeing how he fares later in the year there. But wow, great to see that the 1984 Tolman out there on the circuit again. The car that Senna drove for 4 or 5 Grand Prix in 1984, the last of which being at Imola San Marino in 1984, a race he failed to qualify for, the only race he ever failed to qualify for in Formula One. So the tyres are on the Ginetta G60 LTP1, and it heads out onto the circuit to perform another quick run. It's a 47.404, which is the official race lap record around this Silverstone National circuit. Based on what we saw earlier on, we could see this car in the 46s once again. Of course, disclaimer being that the unofficial lap record is probably quite a lot quicker, because modern Formula One machinery has been around this circuit many times in the years since the National layout in its present form was opened in 1997. So I doubt it will be the fastest laps you'll ever see around this circuit. But take in the opportunity to watch an LMP1 car going at pretty much full chat with Mike Simpson at the wheel, LMP3 tyres on the car, but otherwise this car is exactly as it would have been driven in the 2019-2020 WEC season, complete with this 2.4 litre, 650 brake horsepower AER V6 engine. What a sight, what a sound.
Simpson already beginning to push the machinery. As we saw last time out, his opening lap was within half a second or so of the unofficial lap record, and he continued to chip away at it and got down to sub 47 in the last session as well. And you can see this is more than just a demonstration run, because he was warming the tyres up down the Wellington straight on the outlap just to try and get as much heat into them as possible, and he's already beginning to push the LMP1 machine as he heads down the Wellington straight towards the left-hander at Brooklands Corner. And Mike Simpson not at all taking this easy. As we say, it is detailed as an exclusive test session. The Tolman out at the beginning of this just to as a demonstration run. This one much more for Ginetta, and much more for Mike Simpson, a 47.6, his first time out there here then at Silverstone, joined on circuit as well by the LMP3 machine there in the stealthy all black livery.
I must say, obviously we were watching that Tolman go around earlier on. That car has a 5-speed manual gearbox, as we alluded to in its earlier runs today. Of course, no such difficulty for the P1 or the P3. Very much thoroughly modern sports cars. But our friend in the Parc Ferme area, now actually here in the commentary bunker with us at the moment, Peter Snowden, he knows a bit about some older sports cars, Group C cars, and he goes, he sent me a message earlier on just saying manual gearboxes were a real test, especially in a Group C car at night in the wet. Trust me, Peter has a few racing stories to talk about. Also, the sequential shifter on a Lister Storm 20 years ago, Jamie Campbell-Walter reliably informs me, was a bit of a challenge. How racing technology has come on over the years, and not just technology as well, but usability too. In the case of this, the Ginetta G61 LTP3, which we're getting on the timing screen for the first time this weekend, so we'll get a few lap times in for this car. This is a customer car. It's exclusively designed to be used by external teams away from Ginetta. And of course, part of that is not just making sure it's fast and reliable, but that you can stick a bronze driver in it, a gentleman driver in it, and have them be fairly confident of what the car is going to do.
Absolutely, and you can see at the moment the confidence that's being exuded out there on circuit. It's Charlie Robertson, I believe, in the seat of the LMP3 car. You can see it just riding the bump there that you don't get to see at a slower pace down the Wellington straight. The speed differential, though, around about 5 seconds. I think Mike Simpson wants to try and put a lap on this.
I agree with you. 47.035 last time by for Mike Simpson in this Ginetta G60 LTP1 machine. Comes out of Luffield and through Woodcote now. Was purple in the middle split of the lap. Let's see what lap time he sets this time. It's a 46.970, so much like Charlie Robertson, who was in the car earlier on, he has managed to go sub 47 as well. Of course, unreasonable and completely unfair to expect the LMP3 to be anything like those kind of lap times, but a really interesting sight to see these two cars being pushed to their very limit. And I think, as both cars are close together right now, I want to hear what the 2.4 litre AER V6 sounds like in symphony with the 5.6 litre Nissan V8. So we'll let you hear that now. So Charlie Robertson brings the G61 LTP3 back into the pit lane then. And of course, we mentioned that car still very much a contemporary racer, campaigned by a couple of different teams in Prototype Cup Germany, a couple of teams on the Asian and European stages as well. Well worth looking into the Ginetta G61 LTP3. If you are looking to an LMP3 program, the car is very competitive up against its competition. It's a shame that we don't have more chassis diversity in the current LMP3 landscape. A few more Ginettas would certainly be exciting in series like the European Le Mans Series and the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. The Ginetta G60 LTP1 then continuing to circulate with Mike Simpson. He says, well, I've got a clear track and I've got an LMP1 car. I'm going to keep going. But what a wonderful noise this thing makes. I'm surprised actually that it sounded to me on those last few laps, it's actually a bit louder than the LMP3, as thunderous as the LMP3 is. The AER V6 really does sing.
Well, when we listened to them in symphony a few moments ago, I think we both popped at least one headphone off and listened to it as they came through over the start-finish line past the commentary box. It was absolutely brilliant just to hear the noise of that go past with our own ears rather than just picking it up on the camera. It is so loud, but also so symphonic to listen to just the noise as it goes through the gears all the way up towards Copse Corner.
Absolutely. Last lap through a 46.457, so still pressing on.
Give it a rest, Mike.
Almost a second quicker than the fastest ever race lap around this circuit. That's set by a 1997 Benetton Formula One car in the hands of Scott Mansell. Shout out to Scott. I'm sure he and his team will be watching on and thinking, maybe I need to get back in an F1 car. Scott's still very capable as a driver, so that would be good to see. 46.578 this time by for Mike Simpson as he continues to launch this car around the Silverstone National Circuit. And yeah, this is obviously a very special machine. I do still stand by my opinion that the P3 cars are the best sounding modern race cars out there. I mentioned the Hockenheim earlier on, but at the Lausitz Ring last year as well, them bouncing off the massive grandstands at the Lausitz Ring was something unlike anything I have ever heard. In lap then for the Ginetta G60 LTP1. And as this on-track session starts to draw to a close, we are also going to bring this live stream to a close for Saturday here at the Silverstone National Circuit. So from myself, Adam Weller, from David Sullivan alongside me, and everyone working here today on the broadcast for Alpha Live at Ginetta G Fest, we want to thank you for tuning in. We want to invite you to join us again on Sunday for more exciting action from the Silverstone National Circuit, celebrating 65 years of Ginetta here at G Fest.